know. para mantener el equilibrio en nuestro universo espiritual, donde la música puede preguntar muchas cuestiones y puede dar muchas respuestas. Es con este equilibrio con el que podemos realmente entender cómo completar nuestro viaje a través de la vida, que debemos seguir buscando.
to mess with, but I can't feel a drip on the strip. It's a trip. Ladies half dressed, full of your quip, and they be screaming out. So I'm thinking I'ma scoop me something hot in this South Summer rain, gay mountain pot. Hottest club in the city, and it's right on.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to React Miami 2024. My name is Demetrius Clark.
And I'm Will Johnson.
And we are your MCs for today.
Woo, 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 woo.
But no, we're joking. I'm Will Johnson. I work for Off Zero by Okta.
Demetrius Clark, I work for Clerk, and we are the Auth Bros.
Yeah, we are. So today is going to be a very authentic conference that you're going to get today. You're going to learn from some very high authorities in tech.
Authorities was a crazy move. I didn't know he was going to go with that one. We had a couple in the pocket, but I really didn't know he was going to go for the authorities. So you guys know when you're watching a TV show and you're growing up and you have a TV dad, right? Like everybody has their TV dad that they grew up with. Well, this is my TV dad. So like to imagine being on stage with your TV dad, I mean, it is literally the greatest feeling in the world. So Will, thank you so much for being a person that I look up to and a dad. That's great.
Thank you, Demetrius. Thank you. Yeah, so first, I want to welcome everybody here. Thank you so much for coming. We also want to thank G2Y and JSWORLD for putting this together, bringing everyone to the south of Florida to be able to learn, to be able to network, and be able to just get to know each other better. So I really, really appreciate, what they've done. Me personally, I'm from Kansas City, Missouri, not Kansas, right? I think. Hey, yeah, let's go. Go Chiefs.
He did not expect to have a single
I really did not.
In the crowd go like that.
What's crazy, though, is that, like, every time I come here, somebody, like, knows a local rapper from Kansas City. I'm like, I'm in Miami with someone from Sweden talking about a Kansas City rapper. It's, like, the weirdest thing. It always happens. But anyway, we want to welcome Gabe to the stage just to, from G2Y, say a few words.
React Miami, how you doing? Year 3, we're here. I can't believe it. Wow. And some of you made it. You're not hungover. The rest are still sleeping, so I like it. The DAX party, the infamous DAX party. Thank you so much for coming out. This conference is what happens when you stay up too late on Twitter and you buy too many domain names. And then you talk about starting a conference. So this was not my idea. 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, I posted on Twitter, hey, we should do React Miami. I got the domain name so somebody can buy it from me. And Michelle was like, yeah, let's do it. And she did it. So a round of applause for Michelle Bakels. She's fantastic. So I hope you enjoy it. The whole point of this conference is to have fun and to learn and to be like a connected ecosystem and community. So like that's what this is about. So we don't have 1,000 people here. We're not going, crazy with 3 different tracks. We have 1 track. We want to connect. We want everybody to get to know each other. And honestly, like, I've made some lifelong friends at this conference. Last night, somebody was like, yeah, I think if you have a 3rd child, you should take a leap of faith. And I'm like, what? I told my wife that last night, and she's like, yes, I agree. We should have a 3rd child. So there might be babies coming from this conference. But anyway, I'm going to end here. G2Y is my company. This is what helps make half of this conference happen. We're a hiring community. So if you need contractors, high-quality contractors, we do all the technical screening. We do all the sourcing. Please check us out. Love to talk to you more about that. And if you're a team that wants to work with us, we'll even customize our technical screening for you. So our yes is very close to your yes when you bring on a contractor or a team member. So thank you so much for coming and supporting us. And don't stay out till 2 a.m. tonight because we still have another day tomorrow. So, or if you do, sleep in. All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Gabe.
Thank you, Gabe. Yeah, and speaking of, day 2, right? So today we have our conference here at the Miami Beach Convention Center, but tomorrow we have the master classes over in downtown Miami. So if you show up here tomorrow, nobody else is going to be here. So make sure you keep in mind tomorrow is at downtown Miami. And we have some great speakers, some great guests, great people, great chamber. But no, we have some great talks. We have some great people. Anyone who's a fan of Syntax FM, anybody listen to Syntax? Great. All right. I expected every hand to be up, to be honest. But I mean, it was like 70%. But tomorrow we're doing a live Syntax FM episode with Wes Boss and Scott Talinsky. So if you've seen the breakdance moves that Scott did last night at the rooftop party, expect more of those. But we're going to be using JavaScript beats made by Ken Wheeler.
Let's not act like we didn't see Will Johnson also doing a beatbox last night for Scott Talinsky to do breakdancing too. I mean, I think that was really what sealed the deal for me. So yeah, I think I wanted to talk real quickly about how special this conference is. I think we've seen a lot of change ever since the pandemic had hit. What conferences became and what they were going to become was always up in the air. And Michelle, I want to shout her out for just putting something together, something spectacular, something special. And it's not just about gathering in a room and listening to talks and taking away something. I feel like there's always really special bonds created at these events that you can tell that the people that are surrounded in this event kind of mirror the same kind of love and care that Michelle has put into the event. So if we could just quickly give a little round of applause for Michelle and the team for putting something so special together. And so I think we were supposed to wait to introduce ourselves because we actually have our pictures up now, but damn, look at those beards. Seriously, just an epic display of what happens when you actually put some time into your beard. So congratulations, dude, really great beard.
Thank you, and to yours. This Demetrius has my gold beard.
Which is crazy for your dad to tell you that.
And also, what do you think of the outfits? This was Demetrius's idea. He put this together.
Did I? I don't remember it being mine.
Yeah, that was you.
Fashion Nova, literally like $100, to be honest with you.
But that's the thing, right? Like Demetrius said, it's a very special conferences. I don't really go to a ton of conferences, but this is one that I make sure I make every year. I gave my very first conference talk in year 1 of React Miami, came back for year 2, probably had the most fun I've ever had on stage in year 2, and I'm like so hyped to be back year 3 to bring that same love and care that this conference has showed me, to bring it back and give it to you all to make sure that you all have a great experience, make sure that you're learning. So I want to appreciate, say thank you to the team at React Miami, and thank you again to all of you, because without all of you, none of this would be possible. So give yourselves a round of applause.
You should have seen us pitch trying to become the dual MCs for this event. It was absolutely ridiculous at the after party. We had literally just thought of it like on a whim, and we were like, wait a second, like we both work for competing companies, like is it gonna be weird? And I think that that's what made it actually more exciting to be up here with your father, who also works at a competing company. So yeah, I think like for me, it is just so special to be up on stage to share this moment with you all, and I can't wait to get into the day, because again, like you said, the speakers today, I mean, we all know them, but seriously, what an epic lineup that we have today. So, Will, I mean, take it from here. What do we have coming up next?
All right, so coming up next, we have someone who really doesn't need an introduction. I think that we've all, looked at a YouTube video, an Egghead course, a Front Masters course, or Front End Masters course. We've done something that has helped us learn React better, made by Kent C. Dodds. And I don't know if anyone knows. Do y'all know that Kent started as an Angular guy? Did y'all know that?
I had no idea.
Yeah, he had like a whole Angular podcast and everything. Like he was big. He actually didn't even like React, which is crazy, right? I heard him say something back there. I seen your tweets, Kent. We can pull them up. So it's just kind of, it just shows to show you that you never know where your career is going to take you. Kent started as an Angular guy. Now he's one of the biggest, most influential creators in the world of React. And now I'm more than happy to bring him to the stage to be able to, okay. Yeah, more than happy to bring him to the stage. Any words you got about Kent?
So before we dive into bringing Kent on the stage, that's what happens when you get a little older, I get it. We're gonna do a quick shout out to the sponsors for also being a huge part of what makes React Miami possible and successful. I'm gonna go off and read them. Beeps, Vercel, Bundle Q, Convex, Clark, Sentry, Codium, Brintum, DataStack, CityTech, Storyblock, StackBlitz,
Off0 by Okta.
Monogram, and ResumeX. Again, thank you so much for not only sponsoring the event and making this possible, but being willing to put these two idiots on stage to have a good time with everybody.
Yeah, I know like a lot of time organizers, they talk about like risk and things that they, you know, want to prevent happening. But I think the biggest risk they took was putting us two on stage together.
I think everybody saw the announcement that we were MCs and literally were like, I don't know if I want to even go anymore. But thank you so much for still coming. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Ticket sales like took a dip. And then, you know, but everybody's here.
So guess what? Now I think we can go back to doing what you were trying to do in the first place, which is bring up the epic web, the epic React monster that is Ken C. Dodds.
Yes. So everyone, give a huge, and I mean huge fact, you know what? If you can, come to your feet. If you can. I know it's early, but it's good to get the blood flow going, all right?
This man really is about his working out, so he might get you doing like jumping jacks and push-ups at some point. Don't do it, I won't.
All right, so I'm about to hit it with the Ray-Bans, and then so my wife think people like me, right? I'm gonna send these to the wife and kids. All right, everyone, let's give a big round of applause for Kent C. Dodds.
So, thanks everybody. Wow. That was quite the intro. I'm going to have you stay standing if you'd like, because we're going to do air squats. I always start my talks the same way. This is my third year at React Miami. We've done it the same way every year. Lots of you have been here before. So, yeah. Put your arms out in front of you like this. Squat down and come up. That's an air squat. This is exercise. It's good for you. Your brain needs blood flow, all that. It helps you learn better. So we're going to do 12 of these together. Count out loud with me. Ready? 1, 2, yeah, count out loud. 3, 4, 5. Doesn't that feel good? 6, 7, 8. You're doing so great. Let's start over. 1, no, just kidding. And 11 and 12. Awesome. Stretch up over your head as high as you can, and even higher than that. Then over to one side and over to the other. Okay, now you can sit down. Thank you. Yes, that is so good for you. Yeah. Okay, so, hi React Miami. First I want to say that I thought React was okay. So, like, it was fine. But I'm glad that I'm a part of React community now. And also, shout out to Gabe. As a father of 5 children, I'm definitely in favor of him having another, so good for him. That's exciting. So, my talk is titled, Stop Lying to Your Users, and we already did this, so I'm going to skip this. And we're going to start by defining the word lie. What is a lie? And the Webster's Dictionary says it's something that misleads or deceives. Okay, so the question then is, what is our lie? How are we lying to our users? If I say stop lying to your users, I'm implying that you are. Maybe you are. Some of us are. What is the lie? So I'm going to give a couple of examples of this lie that I want to talk about, and maybe you can figure out what the lie is. So here's one example. I hope none of you work on the apps that I'm going to show, by the way. So this is chase.com. I actually talked to one person here who works for a competitor to chase.com, so yeah, here you go. So I go to chase.com, I'm presented with the footer, and then the rest of the app loads in. And things are popping into place all over the place. That's a lie. Chase is lying to us. Okay, here's another one. This is Wikipedia, back when they were doing their fundraising. And so this is the article for the 2018 Hawaii false missile alert. You may remember that. That was kind of exciting if you lived in Hawaii in, like, not a good way. Yeah, it loads the article. I start reading, and then, poof, the fundraising thing shows up, which is totally fine. I am really glad that Wikipedia is what it is and everything. They're totally within their right to ask for money. That is not the lie, but there is a lie right here, and I don't like it. All right, here's another one. This was a meme that somebody created as a result of the missile warning system, but it represents something that we all are familiar with. And now, look, we're buying watches, I guess. Whoops. No, we're actually sending a warning. Oh, no. So that's a lie. That's the same sort of lie that we're talking about. And here's another one. I am very bad at chess. And so I lost this game, and I want a rematch. Oh, but actually I'm buying a Coke. There's another example of our lie. And then here's my least favorite, but also favorite for this example, youtube.com. Initially, we get the index.html, which has nothing useful on it at all. And then we get enough JavaScript to render stuff, but not enough to actually make the search bar work. What it does is it clears your search, but it doesn't actually perform the search. It takes 1.3 megabytes just to get stuff to render, 1.3 megabytes of a single JavaScript file. There are other things that are downloading as well. And then another 500 megabytes to download enough to make the search work. That is the worst kind of lie. It's really bad UX. And I started talking about this like 3 years ago. So, and even still today, YouTube still operates like this. I do hope none of you work on these apps, and I'm sorry if you do. But if you do work on YouTube, could you please fix this? And I'm going to talk about how to fix this later in the talk. So the lie is, we're ready for you. This is us lying, probably. Most of us probably have something like this in our apps where we're telling this lie. The app is ready. You can start using it. That's the lie we're telling our users. But in all of those cases, the app wasn't ready. It just looked like it might be, maybe, ready for us. So, as my friend Mark Texan says, let's do better. So here's how you do better with this lie. If the app isn't ready, don't make it look like it is. And that reminds me of this SNL sketch that you might be familiar with. Oh no, I am plugged in to sound. Can we get the sound on this video, please? It's much more entertaining if we get sound.
If you don't have any money...
Okay, no, well, here we go.
It's called Don't Buy Stuff You Cannot Afford.
Oh, let me see that. If you don't have any money, you should not buy anything. Sounds interesting.
Sounds confusing.
So now, I want to be sensitive. Some people actually don't have the money, that we're not making fun of them. But the idea is, if the app isn't ready, don't make it look like it is. So let's talk about each one of these examples and see how we can improve this user experience. So Chase.com, the problem here is that Chase has a bunch of dynamic stuff that's going to determine what you see. So they put a index.html somewhere on a CDN that loads, and all that they can reliably show you is the footer, basically. And then they load in the rest of the information. But is there a better way? Could we do this better? Let's do better. So, whoops, that was the wrong direction. Here we go. So how we can do better, you might say, well, okay, just generate the HTML page, static site generation, stick that on a CDN. But again, the problem is that they are doing a lot of dynamic stuff. They're doing A/B testing. If you've signed into that browser before, they want to remember your username, whatever. So we're not going to put the static HTML on a CDN. Instead, what we could do is SSR that thing and stick a cookie for whatever stuff you need to make dynamic, and it works great. The thing is that you hit their website, and instantly they're making a bunch of requests to their backend anyway. So it's not like you're going to save anything from a infrastructure cost by not rendering HTML. It's no more expensive to render HTML than it is to render JSON, which is what they have to do when they are making all those different requests. So it actually could probably be more cost efficient if they switch to SSR. There's a lot of nuance to all of this, and I'm not going to pretend that I understand all of their constraints, but yeah, this is how we could improve the user experience. And I saw when I made this slide, I was like, that totally looks like a Drake meme. Okay, so let's talk about the Wikipedia example. How can we improve this? The thing is, maybe we can assume that SSR and the cookie, that's always going to be the answer for like make it look right when it shows up, right? But we're going to pretend that we understand some constraint. For some reason, they can't SSR this. Or maybe the case is that they're not SSRing this stuff right now, and they need to, like, they want to eventually, but it's just such an enormous task. What can we do in the interim? And that's the situation that we find ourselves in a lot, is like, yeah, I can see what the awesome finished place would be, but like getting there is just an enormous task. So how can we kind of band-aid this with a better solution? So here's how we can band-aid this. The way that they implement that cookie banner, it's not a cookie banner, sorry, the way they handle that fundraising banner is they have a cookie. When you say, no, I'm not going to, or I already did, or whatever, they'll update this cookie. And so you can literally just add a class to the HTML document and use styling to determine whether or not that thing shows up at all in the first place. Just stick the script tag at like the top of your HTML document. And they could put that on the CDN, like that would static generate, whatever, and that would work. So I think it's not so much, this is a really simple solution. I'm no rocket scientist. None of us are, I think, but I'm pretty sure that this is something that anybody could put into place. It's just often we don't think about this experience because we're developing on a machine that's connected to a server on our machine, and so things are super fast. We never even notice that people with a slower network connection could have this really bad experience. So it actually does require a fair bit of empathy to think about people who are like not running our website on their machine. Okay, so let's talk about these two. They're pretty much the same problem. Both showing up an ad after the fact, and ads are like notoriously challenging in this world because often you as the application developer, you don't have control or as much control over the ads or how they're shown or whatever, but you do have some. So here's how we can do better with this. Just burn the ads. Get rid of them all. Just, they're all gone. We hate ads. No, just kidding. Some of us legitimately need ads for our platform, and there's nothing inherently wrong about using ads to support your work and everything. So how can we improve it? You could just make CSS solve the problem. Again, CSS is amazing. Yoon is going to talk to us later about all the really cool things that we have from CSS that are modern CSS stuff. It's amazing. But yeah, you just make a little area and say, this is my ad spot. And it's going to fill its spot, and it's going to take it up. Whether the ad loads or not, it's just going to be there. And that way, when it does load eventually, it doesn't bump anything out of the place. Now, this can be a little bit more complicated because sometimes you don't even know what the size of the ad is. But I think that you could make a case for enforcing some sort of size or dimension for the ads that are in your site. So that is one way that we could do better. We're here to just improve user experience in any way that we can, and this is a great solution to that. Okay, now we're going to talk about YouTube. The thing I hate about this so much is that the browser knows how to handle form submissions. It doesn't need JavaScript to do form submissions. And so when I am doing this search in this input, they're using JavaScript to handle that submission and navigate me with their client-side router or whatever. But literally, all that you need to do, and let's assume that we can't instantly go to SSR and use cookies and all that. So really, all that you need to do, if you're within that constraint, or even if you're not in that constraint, you'd server that render this too. But you could stick this in your index HTML that you stick on the CDN everywhere. Just literally render the search input from the very start, and I could instantly do what I want to do. I don't need JavaScript. This will submit. This is HTML. Okay, I'm just kidding. That search icon, that's a React component. But you just server render that, whatever. You generate that, or however you do that. You don't have to use a search icon thing. I made that up. But the point is, you have an action to results, because that's where it ends up taking you. And you'd have an input with a name. The search query is what they call it. And you submit that, and it'll just work. That's just how the web works. And so, don't not use the web, I guess, is the solution to this problem. And so, again, this isn't rocket science. I didn't even apply to work at Google. I probably couldn't get a job over there. But like the people who work there are really smart. It's not that they're not smart. They could do this, I'm sure. It's that maybe they just haven't thought about it, or for a lot of their users, they're like, who hasn't been to YouTube? They have all of our stuff cached anyway. Well, I hate to tell you, but I didn't go looking for problems in YouTube. I experienced this as an actual user, and that's when I discovered this problem. So people are suffering at the hands of your app, maybe, and you don't even know. And so, again, it just takes a little bit of thought in like, how can we avoid lying to our users and make the user experience as awesome as possible? So, the cool thing about putting together a talk like this is that you realize all of the problems that you have in your own app. And so I finally, as a result of putting this together, I knew that people would call me out if I didn't fix my own problem. And so I finally did. And I had a couple images on my homepage that were bumping content around if you didn't already have that downloaded. And so, yeah, I fixed that. And now the content isn't bumping around. I got the animation, and that like kills my one of my Lighthouse scores. I don't care. It's a good UX. I don't care about numbers. I care about the UX, and the UX is awesome. At least I like it, and that's all that matters because it's my website, folks. So yeah, I like the way that it looks, but it's at least not bumping content around all over the place. And that was the goal. And here's how I solved it. I did better with aspect ratio. That was it. Just some CSS. It's amazing. Again, yeah, listen to Yuna later today. She's going to tell you all the amazing things that CSS is bringing to the table. It's super, super cool. And that, yeah, that's really all I have for you this morning. So I do have a couple resources. I've got a link to this talk in blog post format. And then go learn the web, folks. Like, we've got some really cool stuff that you don't necessarily need JavaScript for. You can do a lot of really cool things, especially with the modern platform features that you don't need to use JavaScript to solve these problems. And by not using JavaScript, it means you don't have to download the JavaScript for it to work from the very start. And you can make your app not only look like it's ready, but actually be ready. And that is what defines a really good experience to me. That's it. You're great. Thanks, everybody.
What a guy.
You're a good guy, too. Oh, I probably shouldn't take this.
Hey, dude. Love that guy. True story. First, probably 6 months of my career, I had gotten into a job, and they were like, yeah, dude, add testing. There's no testing at all, and I'm clueless, fresh out of a boot camp. And so I get onto Twitter, and I'm like, who the heck does testing? Let me find somebody. Obviously, who else do you find but a little Dodds? So I DM him, long message, trying to think, how do I get this guy to respond to me? Long message, big sad story, how do I get into testing? He then gives me steps, so he gives this, the Dodds way. This is how you do it. Come back to me when you implement this, and I'll give you the next steps. We went back and forth 7 times, and I actually got testing stood up. So honestly, people can think what they want, say what they want, but that man is an absolute savior of my career, and I'm sure he's done it for other people. So thank you so much, Dodds. What an amazing guy. And so next up, we have Matias. I'm going to butcher this. People butcher my name all the time, so I feel like I can do it too. But Matias Albuquerque, I think Albuquerque, which is kind of like Albuquerque, but I didn't want to say that, hoping that it was not going to be right. Senior front engineer at Medea, building their surveys platform, Google Dev expert on web performance, includes interests in React, the JS ecosystem, just an absolute beast. He's going to be doing a decade, React's Rhapsody of Life, where he's going to be giving us kind of a historical preview of what brought React to be, the story and the journey of React. So let's everybody give it up for Matias.
Hello? Cool. So yeah, hello Miami, good morning. I am super hyped to be here for the first time. I've been looking for a lot now. And yeah, we're here to discuss a little bit of the history of React, and it's been like a decade already. Wow. Before we start, just a few things. There are a lot of very good resources on the history of React out there. I gotta say, there's a documentary that goes about an hour, and also a lot of interesting live streams like the one from Ryan Carniato, 5 hours, history of React. But for, yeah, the next 25 minutes, what I'm trying to do is, I do wanna revisit the past and also talk about the future, but all the time trying to like come up with intersections of moments we had diverging paths or trouble in paradise, and also what I think that are lessons learned from it. So yeah, the past. And I want to reverse things a bit, so I'm gonna ask your help. What were you doing before React? I'm gonna keep this QR code here for the next 30 seconds. I don't know, jQuery, Angular, Vue, PHP, Rails, anything, like, what were you up to? By the way, it's super tricky to come up with some small talk in the meantime. But I still see some phones and cameras. Okay, time's running. Yeah, so I think we can move to the next slide. Overall, that's what the web was like. We had this first wave of things with backend technologies like Rails, but also a lot in PHP or in the Java ecosystem. We had some DOM manipulation libraries like jQuery or Zapto, etc. And also templating engines were super famous like Handlebars, Jade, and others. And then we had a follow-up wave with the first generation of SPAs and client-side rendering. We had AngularJS, we had Ember, Backbone, Knockout, and others. And then, finally, we got React, we got the next iteration of Angular, we got Vue and Svelte, and now we're approaching the era of the so-called meta frameworks and stuff like that, but that's a topic for another session. Overall, that's what the market was all about. So positions would be looking for these frameworks, the interesting tutorials or the things like the mad science around would be around Backbone, jQuery, etc. Not to mention that the ecosystem revolved around these. So even the less popular alternatives would also be somehow based on these. I really hope this is going to work. So these were your responses. I can relate to that a lot. Yeah, for me, it was mostly yeah, I wasn't doing basketball, but a lot of jQuery, Angular, and PHP for sure, and also a little bit of native development, but we're going to get to there. Overall, that's where Facebook was. So they had this thing called Boat.js, and if you visit the web archive, you can still find the documentation. And overall, Boat was this client-side MVC framework that combined a lot of the existing tools to build complex UI at Facebook. So that includes the chat, the news feed, and the timeline, and pretty much a lot of other functionality you can think of. And also, Boat.js was the thing that introduced a lot of things we know nowadays, like the render or the create classing we had in React, and the idea of refs. As the applications at Meta they grew more and more sophisticated, the complexity of the code base involved, and that's when this guy called Jordan Walk, that most of us probably know as the father of React, created this thing called Fax that you can find over there. And Fax solved the same problems, but in a completely different way. So it was way more functional, there's no MVC architecture, and it also introduced the concept of re-rendering when something in the UI changed. And that was also when a lot of fundamentals we know these days were born. So the idea of props, the idea of state, and also components as we know them in React. Another interesting thing that was happening at the time was XHP. So Facebook was running XHP since 2010, and it was basically an extension of PHP, and it allowed you to create UIs by using XML literals inside PHP code. And it was first introduced to avoid security problems like XSS and others, but it turned out to be a very convenient way to write reusable components. And we kind of know the rest is history, and we had that, for example, iconic presentation by Pete Hunt in 2013, when he said, with React, you can build applications without even thinking about performance, and the default state is fast. And the web was flooded with posts that were literally talking really good stuff about React. Like, I love this one by Guillermo Roche, CEO of Vercel. It's called Pure UI, and he would say, with this model in place, the programmer is thus relieved from the burden of specifying transition between states or transformation of UI over time. That was 2015. And all we know is that we kind of entered this React growth loop where basically companies would choose React because developers were doing React, and React would choose React because that's where jobs were. And yeah, but life wasn't always easy, and for a lot of moments there's like plenty pushbacks. This is, for example, when it was first announced. So let's talk a little bit about trouble in paradise, and I'm going to try to group a few patterns, I would say, where I've noticed this. And the first one I'm going to call "You're Missing the Point of," and I'm borrowing this from a post by Dan Abramov back in 2015. Where he would start with, I've seen React misunderstood by smart people more often than any other JS library. React is packed with ideas that were radical at the time of its introduction. This created an air of controversy that still hasn't quite dissolved. And throughout my journey with React, I was able to validate this thing at different points. But I think one that I can highlight here is back in 22 and 23, I was running a session on the concurrent umbrella of features of React. And I would interact with the audience just like I did with you. And I would ask their feedbacks, opinions, impressions, etc. on concurrent React. And you can see that most of the responses, for example, was pointing that concurrent React is about parallelism or multi-threading or web workers. When it's not, it's more about scheduling and this kind of thing. But moving forward, Dan's post continues. After a year of using React and observing people learning it, I can say that the best parts of React are not the ones that made it famous. They're not virtual DOM, custom event system, server rendering, or JSX. Rather, there are a few boring, old, and powerful ideas. And I hope you're curious, but we're going to get to these ideas at a later point in this session. Moving on, I've also noticed at different points in time a lot of ecosystem friction with the other OSS projects and the React itself. This was a thing back in 2016, for example, when streaming SSR was shipped as part of React 16. So I'm not talking about the modern streaming SSR we have these days. And basically, a lot of CSS and JS libraries, they just broke because they needed to adapt to the way streaming worked. This was also a thing back in 2020/21 with concurrent React and the fact that a lot of state management libraries like Redux would have to change how they work under the hood to also adapt. And it's kind of a thing nowadays with server components and a lot of other parts of the ecosystem that are having to adapt to the way that server components work so that they wouldn't crash. I do need to cover this one. It's called Next.js is Eating React. And I'm grabbing this from Kent's post. That is a really good post that you want to check, by the way. But what I'm sensating is that for a lot of the members in the community, the lines between what is the boundaries between what's Next and what's React and how they're evolving together are getting more blurred. And what I feel is that this builds up some certain notion of complexity. And complexity is a good keyword that takes us to the next point, that is an overall growing resentment that shows up from time to time. So this was a thing when we got React. So this was, people argued that JSX was against separation of concerns. And it got to a point that even the Vue documentation had to write down a whole thing explaining how separation of concerns doesn't mean separation of file types. This was also a thing when people figured out that React really reactive. Or when hooks started to being more and more used or sometimes overused or misused, and it got to a point that some people would argue that you needed an entire 20 pages post by Dan Abramov so that it could understand how use effect works. And when you finally did, you got use layout effect and use insertion effect too. With the whole umbrella of concurrent React features, it wasn't so much different. And now we're seeing the same phenomenon with server components. And I think that what explains this better are the memes on Twitter out there on this growing notion of complexity. But you know what? This growing resentment is nothing new, and you can find posts from all the moments throughout its history. And I do love this one by Jared Palmer. He posted back in 2019, so way before the server components narrative. And the bottom line is, don't worry, it will make sense. You just need to completely reconfigure your brain. And when I read this from 2019, I do connect a lot with this post by Cassidy early this year, 24, where she highlights that React has gotten really, really hard to understand. And I think now I can anticipate the first takeaway, or I would say lesson learned, is that the cliche is true. Software development in general is always going through cycles. And that's true for features. So a lot of, this is Andrew Clark, also core team member, highlighting how a lot of the inner working of Fiber and comparing a work in progress tree and a current tree, and this whole idea borrows something from is borrowed from something called double buffering, which has been around in the game industry for decades. And a lot of things that not only React, but the whole web has been experimenting with since 2020 have been experimented by the Marco team back in 2014. So good ideas and features and et cetera, they're always going through cycles, and that also applies for trouble in paradise moments. So it's key that we think through like what's different now. And I think that this post reflects it really well. This is a post by them in 2022, where they say that one lesson we've learned is that it's frustrating to the community to wait for new features without having insight into the paths we're exploring. And they also highlight some of these paths were successful and many more were dead ends to lead to new insights. And speaking of insights and reflecting on things, I do love this tweet by Lee Robson, also Vercel, where he basically explores and enumerates how a lot of developers' tools basically pushed other tools to the future. And pushing to the future could be by improving performance or DX or API design or even defaults. And I do connect this a lot with a post by Guillermo from 2016, where he said that React is such a good idea that we will spend the rest of the decade exploring its implications and applications, which is kind of what we're doing now, 8 years after this post. And I think that it's important that we see how React pushed us to the future. So that's takeaway number 2. It pushed other frameworks with concepts like JSX, or by making VDOM popular at the time, or even improving productivity with things like HMR and fast refresh. It also improved our platform. So a lot of the native task scheduling API or umbrella of APIs that is being developed right now has been done in cooperation with the team. And actually, React even uses things like its input pending behind a feature flag. Not to mention discussions around effect handlers and many other things that could improve JavaScript as a language. Now back to Kent's post, he says something that is, I prefer to focus on a framework that can not only give me what I want from the UX perspective, but also give me the skills I can use wherever I develop it for the web. And coming from a native iOS development background, I couldn't stress this more, because I saw how React inspired other platforms. And that includes Flutter, also native Android stuff like Jetpack Compose and LiFo, and on iOS, SwiftUI, Component Kit, Yoga Layout, and even adaptations we had at the time from Redux or Flux or whatever was the cool thing that React community was doing. And the reason why I highlight this is that it's easy that we we come up with things like before cars, we had no car accidents. And one example I can give outside of the React realm is actually, who here has done CoffeeScript before? So yeah, few hands. A lot of people don't know it, and a lot of people actually hate it, but it was CoffeeScript that inspired the arrow function syntax that we got in ES6. This one is going to be, who here has ever done Ember before? Yeah, like 10 people. So one of the most popular routers in the React community, React Router borrows a lot of inspiration from what the Ember router was doing back in 2014. So that's massive. And I wish I could talk more about the best, but there's a lot of things coming down the line in 2024. And so let's skip a bit to the future. So they team, every year they come up with this post basically sharing what they're working on. So I do recommend that you check the last one published about 2 months ago or something. But besides what's highlighted in this post, we got a lot of RFCs moving. So things like FastJSX, this one is fresh last week, and that intends to optimize the JSX runtime. And also old RFCs, like the one for suspense from CPU outbound trees. So that's around since 2020, and it's still moving. Also, a lot of things that for a lot of time were considered future are now turning into present. So the off-screen thing that is now named activity component, or the React Forget project that's now React compiler and is promised to ship this year. Also, things you would need third-party libraries like optimistic state updates are now built in with hooks like useOptimistic. And APIs that Meta frameworks are using, like resource preloading and transition tracing, and a lot of other things. I also feel like I have to highlight what's going on in the React Native realm, especially because it's been a while since I listed React Native, so it's easy that we just keep an eye on what's happening on the web. But there's static Hermes, which is basically an improvement to the Hermes JS machine. And static Hermes aims to modify the JavaScript semantics to allow efficient sound typing. And the idea is that it bridges the predictable C performance with the usability we can have in JavaScript via native ahead-of-time compilation. And you can mix and match bytecode and native code based on your needs. I urge you to watch this amazing session by Svetan Mikov, one of the guys on the team working on that. But the benchmarkings are super, super promising. Also, React strict Dawn. So if you've tried to write code bases that share a lot between React Web and React Native, you've probably seen projects like React Native Web. This is a whole other approach that's based on small polyfills that are responsible for translating the APIs to both React Native and React Dawn primitives. And the goal is that you have less overhead when running in the browsers. And also it's powered by StyleX, the new thing that was open sourced by Facebook last year, I guess. And again, I do recommend a lot that you check the RFC by Nicholas, one of the guys working on it. But overall, React is going more and more places. We now have proof of concepts running React on computer vision by Apple. So yeah, yeah, it's a good thing. There are a few other lessons learned I think we can talk about that I didn't manage to fit in other sessions, so let's cover them. I think that all of these things we briefly covered today show that React kind of acts as an agent that makes popular certain kinds of CS knowledge for us front-enders. So things like DSLs, compilers, concurrency, fibers, effect handlers, immutability, and a lot of other concepts that we probably saw during our grades, and we would never work with them. Because of React, we surfaced them. And I think that's really great. Another thing is that we tend to see a lot of correlations in places where they're not. So there's no silver bullet, no matter the new feature or the new concept or et cetera. So for example, scheduling doesn't mean better performance. So concurrent React doesn't by definition makes your app faster. Server components, they don't mean by definition a better offering experience or even better performance. So let's go with the cliche that there's no silver bullet. And as Kent said, let's identify the core metrics that are important to our apps, to our sites. Also, whenever we have these cycles where it really feels like diverging paths, remember that JSX also created a similar feeling amongst the developers worldwide. So at the time, it was going against so many best practices that a lot of people thought it would never be considered a good idea. And yet, here we are. Another thing is, I'm strong that React is still good enough for most of us, because I don't think there's anything inherently broken about it. And also, it will take something that's a lot better to replace it, and I don't think we're there yet. So if you check benchmarks on the client, you see that playing React is still doing really well. Also, there's this super popular benchmark going on Twitter that is focused on SSR, and you're going to see again that React on its own is still doing great. And I do agree a lot with this tweet by Adam, where he said, it would be probably best for everyone if React just came out and said, yeah, we'll take you anywhere and everywhere, right up to the top tier, 0.1% of productivity. If you need something beyond that, then go with Solid or Svelte. I don't know if I agree with 0.1%, but I'm pretty sure that React covers a lot of the cases we have. And yeah, if it doesn't, you might need Solid, you might need Svelte, you might need something else. But it's very likely that you and your app are covered by React. And I connect this with Laurie said, he's one of the founders of NPM, and he raised that. In my experience, frameworks never get replaced by something that's incrementally better. They get replaced by a totally different way of doing things. And he continues, I have yet to see a thing that looks fundamentally different from React growing in popularity. And I'd like to now go back to Guillermo's post from 2015, where he says, in general, comparing libraries or frameworks in terms of features seems inferior to examining the model it imposes on the programmer. The latter will inform you about how well the code will fare over time as the product matures and the team grows, but the former won't. It will also empower you to foresee what evolutionary path of the technology looks like. And connecting this to the continuation of Dan's post, now that we're not surprised by VDON anymore and it's being adopted by other frameworks and libraries, we can focus on examining React's true strengths: composition, omnidirectional data flow. I would say that freedom from DSLs didn't age well, but explicit mutation and static metal model. So if we highlight just these, I think that's the question we should ask ourselves. Does React in 2024 still have these? And moving on, and you probably know this, but the reports of a tool, of the depth of a certain tools, are always or mostly exaggerated. They're based on outrageous claims, they lack evidence, they lack justifications. And this has happened before to VDON, where people said that VDON was dead, and then we got React, and then they said VDON was dead again, and we got Maven.js. It has happened to other tools like Ruby on Rails or other parts of the ecosystem. And that has happened to entire languages and ecosystems like PHP. And if we see a lot of the posts that are claiming that React is dying, this kind of thing, most of them, they finish with something like, but you know what, I can't quit React, I can't quit the ecosystem. And I'd like to bring numbers to back this up. So this is State of JS 2022, where we have the whopping usage numbers of React. But another thing that is also interesting is this. This is the Netlify survey from the last year, and where they would check with clients and etc. And I'd like to highlight this part because, yes, you can see that users are getting less happy with React as it's in the vertical axis, but is it really declining? Not as far as this goes. Actually, it's still growing in usage, as you can see in the horizontal axis. And back to this thing, this is a post from actually the PHP community where this person raises, yeah, I hear the axiom PHP is dying since 10 years. So I kind of have a similar thing for this, of course not 10 years. And another thing I highlighted is this, it died for me 10 years ago. So yes, depending on your case and your path, React might die, but just for you or just for a small group. And the last takeaway here is, I think that one thing it all shows is don't trust speculations and future predictions, because again, they're mostly exaggerated. And you know what they say, that a picture is worth 1,000 words. So I'd like to show you one picture of me about a decade ago. So I was talking about Ionic at a native developer meetup for iOS developers, and I told them they should drop whatever they were doing and start investing in Ionic and Angular, because that would be the entire future of mobile development. So native Android is still here and growing, native iOS is still here and growing, and React Native and many others are still around. So yeah, by the way, this is me. I'm Matias Albuquerque. You can find me everywhere as Y the Combinator. I'm a senior software engineer in Medallia. I'm a GD in web performance, and I'm a huge soccer fan. So also, let's talk about soccer and React. Thank you all for having me in Miami. Here you can find this presentation and many other presentations I have on performance, internals of React, and other stuff. It's really great to be here, and I'm so looking forward to the rest of the conference. Everything is just amazing. Thank you all.
All right, everybody, give it up for Matheus. Gave us a good history on React, so thank you for that. So anybody who knows me knows I'm like big into being a dad. I love being a dad. Me and my wife, we have 6 children together, so I always want to start out with that. So our next speaker is so prolific that he has more projects than I have children. So, and he actually come here today to explain to you what he's done to make some of his projects successful, so you can take the things that he learned and you can be successful with projects that you want to create as well. So I'd like to welcome to the stage a French front-end engineer at Meta, and I love French people's names. They're like always fancy. It just always sounds really nice, but if you translate it to English, it's probably like Steve, but it sounds like really good, their version. But anyway, he's the co-creator of React Native and Prettier, creator of Excalidraw, CSS and JS, and organized the first React Conf. So welcome to the stage, Christopher Shadow, and as you might know him on Twitter as Visual.
Okay, so we are speed running, getting into a presentation. Nope, we're really slow. Start presentation, and whoa, are you okay? Yeah, Excalidraw, it can be faster. Come on. Well. Okay, so in the meantime, like, I don't know if everybody knows, but Taylor Swift just dropped our album like half an hour ago. Woo! So I'm going to try to be like better than Taylor Swift. We'll see if it actually works, and I have no slides. Okay, that's going to be an interesting talk. Oh, yeah, it was going. Oh, thank you. So I need to stop the presentation to start the presentation. Yeah, this is crazy. It's 2024 and it's so hard to get things connected and everything, but now it's working. Cool. So yeah, my name is Christopher Shadow. Like, first time somebody actually like says it like mostly properly, so congrats. And I've done some like open source projects that were successful. So I collected a bunch of stars across my 12 years at Facebook. And my goal for this talk today is to try to explain what are the things that I've done, and hopefully you're going to be able to apply them. Now, there's a big disclaimer, big warning, there's a big survivor bias. I happen to be successful. I don't know actually what I did to make it successful, but I'm going to try. And so the first thing that happened is 12 years ago, I got an offer to join Facebook. I was in France, I was in college and everything. And my wife, my girlfriend at the time for 4 years, there was a big decision to make. She had to actually move halfway across the world with me. We had to get married, and she gave me one piece of advice. And this is, you need to solve a real problem. And so probably many of you, I'm a geek. I love to tweak around, fiddle with stuff, and do a bunch of side projects. And she basically told me that, hey, look, I'm not moving halfway across the world so you get fired because you work on random stuff. So please work on random stuff, but that are actually useful for the company you're going to be. And this has been this advice has stayed with me for a long time. And this is now how I think about open source and about project is I want to actually make them successful and solve a real problem. And so I was talking with Prime in backstage, and he told me that there's basically two ways to do open source. There's public source, where you're just randomly throwing everything you're doing in public, and you don't necessarily want it to be successful. And then there's successful open source. Well, now, open source, you have an intent to actually make a real good product, something that's going to actually sell and be useful. And so this is the second part that we're going to talk about in this talk. Then, so now, okay, now you want to be successful, you're excited. Now you probably need an idea of what project should I be working on. And so if you look at the space of project you could have within the world of software, there's basically two main areas. So there's one which is a product, and one which is infrastructure. And so one thing I found is looking at all of the GitHub project is the vast majority of the top projects are about infrastructure. And so React, React Native, Angular, all of this is things you depend on to actually build your product. And so it doesn't mean that you cannot have a successful open source project that is something external like a product. So we've done this with Excalibur, but the vast majority is infrastructure. So this is the landscape and those kind of things. And then the next part, I actually I've been thinking about this presentation for a while, and I've been thinking about a mini game that you can all play together. Now, a lot of people, when I pitched the idea, told me this is never going to work. How can you get 100 people working together and doing stuff? But I think this audience is the right one for this. So raise your hand if you want to play. Ooh, okay, so a lot of people want to play. Cool. So for the setup of this game, I'm going to ask a question. And so I'm going to give you a minute to think about the question. So I highly recommend closing up your laptop, your phone and everything, because if you don't actually have the think about the answer, you're going to look awkward in a minute. So you probably want to play the game. And so the question is, who is your tech role model? So who do you want to be in the future? Who do you aspire? Who's gets you excited to wake up in the morning and get to work on? So think about this. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Cool. So yeah, I see a lot of people thinking it's good. So now what we're going to do is the rightmost people, so it's going to be your left, the people on this side at the far edge, what you're going to do is to say who your tech role model is to the person that's to your right. So go ahead, you tell the person to your right, who is it? Come on, everybody, you need to play. Come on, second row, you can do it too. Perfect. So now, the second person says to the next one. And now I think you get it. So the next one, when you've heard the tech role model, you go to the left, and then you keep iterating like this. So it should be an O of 12, 15. So keep going, keep going. So we are about here. Oh, the first person crossing the line. So is the first row going to be the first? Okay, now like we're getting there. This is cool, I'm seeing a few more. Well, I think it stopped over there, like, come on, the middle rows. Okay, so I don't think like you really wanted to play the game. Like, did you get everybody on this side? No, yeah. Okay. Well, I tried. I can tell the other people like they were right, didn't work. But so now, what is the point of this exercise? So the first part is like this is a conference, and one part is like the boring talks and everything, but the other part is like networking, like connecting with people. So hopefully like your neighbors, now you get to know some of them, and like when we do happy hours, like breaks and everything, now you have like some kind of conversation starter. Then the second part, and the most important part in this case is all of the names that you mentioned, they have like one thing in common. They actually talked or spoke or like wrote about the thing that they were excited about, the thing that they built, the thing that they like worked on. And this is the thing which is interesting is there's this a lot of the people are like writing code and like building stuff and everything. They have this notion that the best tech actually wins. And if you build like the best thing ever, like it's going to be the one that's like the most successful. And in practice, like it's not always the case. And this is, I'm going to show like a very bad word. Next is like marketing. And so there's a lot of connotation and everything, but in practice, if you don't market your ideas, if you don't speak about them, if you don't write about them, like if you don't like get people excited about them, like nobody's actually going to like use them and going to like work on them, build on top of them, and these kind of things. And so this is like one word marketing, but like there's many different ways you can think about it, but this is actually required. And I see a lot of people that are like really, really good ideas, like solving like real people problem, but they don't actually go out there and like talk about it and like get it in front of people. And so it stays a niche thing. And they also get super frustrated because they see all of those popular projects that are like they think is like less good, but they don't do the work. And so this is one of the recommendations I have for you is like you need to find a way to like have your project you're working on to be marketed. And this is the next point around this talk is open source is around people, is about people. And so this is what drives me to this world of open source. And this is the very interesting thing is like different people have different kind of skills. And so if you're the one building like the next generation of like crazy stuff or like project and everything, you may not be the one to actually do the marketing. And so one of the cool things about open source is that you can work with people like from all different places in the world with all different ages or like thinking and skills and everything. And they're all working together on building something. And so now the idea is like you're not alone, you can actually work with other people. And so now it's up to you as like managing like a project for it to be successful, to actually like seek out and figure out like how can you have like different people with different skills actually contribute to your project. And so for this, there's basically like one way to do it is you basically like put your head into the other people's side around like, if I was somebody else wanting to contribute, like, how do I contribute? What can I do? And in practice, a lot of like people that are maintaining open source projects don't like put themselves in the other people's shoes. And they're like, oh, I know my project and everything. And like people are suddenly like magically going to come and help. But you actually have to encourage them. You have to entice them. And so one example on the way I did this was with Excalibur. So it was at this point like 3 days old project. I just did a tweet and like some like probably like 100 lines of code. And I was like, okay, I'm going to put it on Twitter, GitHub, and write like 20 different to-dos.
And this was like very successful because over the next like few weeks and few months, like a lot of people joined in and contributed things on that list. And one of the things that's very interesting with this kind of list is when you are the maintainer of a project, you know what you want things to happen in the project. But when you're from the outside, you don't know. And so you're going to like maybe try to do something, but it's very discouraging to work on something only for like the maintainer to say, no, actually, we don't want this. And so now as a maintainer, if you actually go and say like, hey, I want all of those things, now people are contributing, say, hey, if I spend the time and the energy working on them, I'm way more likely going to be actually contributing, and my ROI, like return on investment, is going to be positive. The other trick I'm using is to be very, very responsive and very reactive and make like fast decisions. And what I mean by this is whenever there's a pull request that's coming in, I try to like have it reviewed within like half an hour or an hour. And one of the very interesting things about this is if you're like within this time period, the person that has submitted the PR still have all of their environment set up, like all of their ID, all of their like things set up and everything. And so the cost of actually making a change is like super low. They're like, oh yeah, I'm just going to VS Code or Emacs or Vim or whatever, like press save, like send the pull request, and it's done. Now if you do it like 1 day, 2 days, a week later, now they actually have to like pull the repo again, like rebase, like do all of this work. And so this is a lot harder to do. And so people are going to be doing it less. And so if you want to encourage like people to contribute, like have a like super tight feedback loop. And so now like they're excited and they're going to work on the next thing and the next thing, and like now you hook them and they're going to work for you. And so this is one of the ways we can motivate people to start working on the open source projects. Now, one of the things I also want to put a caveat, like big caveat on this, is like I have 40,000 followers on Twitter. And so like when I did this, like a bunch of people like started like pouring in and like working on this. Now it's probably not going to be your experience, but you can start with like one colleague, one coworker, like a friend that you're making at this conference, and like start building up your network and give people tasks, because people are excited to like contribute. And so if you give them tasks, they're most likely going to do it. And so this is all about motivation. And one of the very interesting things about motivation is mostly like in the bigger world, like tied with money. And so one of the things is open source is not about the money, but like at some point as your open source project is going to grow and like more people are going to contribute, at some point they need to make a living, like people need to make a living out of this. So there's a lot of discussions around like money and like living wage and everything within open source. And so one thing I wanted to do with this talk is to talk about some of the ways like my project and like the efforts I've been in have been monetized. So the first one is actually my employer. So I'm working at Facebook, I'm working at Meta now. And this, like Mark Zuckerberg has always been like pro open source. And so it's been like super nice to like feel like empowered to actually work on open source. And this is like crazy because like React, we open source it, and now there's the whole conference about it. So like this is working. And the thing about this is the way like I position my work within the company is I don't work for open source. And so when I worked on Prettier, it was not to help like the broader community and everything. It was like, hey, Facebook had a problem, like people were spending way too much time doing diff reviews and were heated and those kind of things. And I wanted to solve this for Facebook. And the fact that it happened to be open source was like, yeah, this is a nice bonus, but Facebook paid me to solve the Facebook's problems. And so this was like this is always how I thought about like open source. Is like, I'm going to solve my problems first, and then there's nice incidentals about it. And so the good thing is like Mark Zuckerberg during the latest earnings made like 3 entire paragraphs about open source and like the qualities and everything. And so he mentioned at the beginning that like, yeah, we open source our infrastructure, not our products. And then the good thing is like if the open source project become like successful and mainstream, then like people are going to contribute to it, and we're going to see efficiency improvements, and then it's going to be industry standards. So like people are going to build on top of this, and now like, oh, we can just like plug it in within the company and it's going to work as well. And the last thing is like it's amazing for hiring. Like people, developers, like they want to work on open source and everything. And so if the company is doing it, now it's actually like a lot easier to hire people. And our front-end pipeline has always been like the highest, like the best pipeline within the company because of like the React ecosystem. And also like the last one is once you join the company, now if you've already been using it outside of the company, now you're going to be productive a lot like quicker and a lot faster. So this is like the meta level play around open source, and it's only going to work and be useful if the project has been massively successful in the first place. And so this is not something that's like, oh, you're going to open source something, and like 6 months later during your calibration or whatever it's called, you're going to be able to say, hey, I helped the company, but it's going to be like 5 years, 10 years down the line, where like now, if the project was successful, it's going to be useful. So this is like most of the project that I've personally worked is like Facebook is paying for my work, basically. So now this is not the only way. So the second way is donations. And so for Prettier, we set up, like there's a bunch of ways you can accept donations from the community. And we've gotten like $140,000 in lifetime donation for the project. And the way I've been thinking a lot about how to actually like give the money. And the way I settled down is we are paying 2 maintainers $1,500 a month. And we've been doing this for 2.5 years now, and it's working really well. And so if you want to help contribute to open source like as a financial way, or like if your company is doing some kind of like profit sharing or like donations to open source projects, like I don't know about the other project, but at least for Prettier, we're going to make good use of this money. Then the next one is what I call like paid hosting. And so this is the example of Excalibur, where like it's open source. You can go to excalibur.com and like use it and everything. But one thing that we've like received as feedback again and again and again is that, okay, this is an open source project. This is like fully end-to-end encrypted. But the challenge is like, if people within companies are going to write like their diagram, like it's going to be like very sensitive, like companies don't want to trust a random open source project. And so they want to have a company behind it and like a product they can actually buy and like have support and everything. And so this is where we created a company around this, and it's working really well. And so we have a plus product that costs $7 a month per person. And you can get like storage of all of your drawing, like collaboration. And we also have like specific things like this slides deck to like if you're like using the plan. So this is like one other way you can do it. And for this, we have like now a company of 10 people full-time working on this using this setup. And so this is like going to like having a successful like open source project, like you're not going to do it for the money most likely, because like there's probably like way better way to do it, but it doesn't mean that you cannot be set up for success like money-wise using this space. So this is where I originally wanted to like end this talk. And so this is like super shiny, like you're going to like do all of this stuff and you're going to be successful. But one other thing I wanted to like talk about is that a lot of the people organizing this like super like conference are really into like mental health. And you've probably seen a lot of like people mentioning like, oh, I'm a maintainer, I've burnout, and like all of those stories. And so I want to share like my story, like one of my stories around this, because this is in practice when you're like working on open source is something like, as I mentioned, like open source is all about people, and there's the good and the bad about people. And so I want to talk a bit about the dark sides of the open source. And so during the height of Black Lives Matter, like somebody wanted to like have a Black Lives Matter banner saying we sponsor the cause, we support the cause to one of the open source projects I was maintaining. And I didn't feel this was the right thing to do. And so I said, nope, I'm sorry, but I don't want to put this banner. And unfortunately, like the conversation like escalated, went sideways, and that person started attacking me on Twitter. And so I faced like a bunch of hate around this and everything. And then the thing is that they were also Facebook employees, and they ended up getting fired from the company and also posting it on Twitter. And what happened is this ended up being picked up by the news. And so there was like a CNN and like New York Times and like all of the major press like newspaper with like those headlines: Facebook fires employee in Black Lives Matter dispute. So like, and for me, like this was like very stressful, because now you got like the entire like world like basically like commenting on this and like attacking me in private. And I also got a lot of support, but this was like very stressful. And this is one of the things which is tricky, like with open source, is like this is very public. And there's also like the veil on anonymity, where like a lot of people are behind the screens, behind a nickname, and like they don't, like they wouldn't say any of those things like to my face, but they feel that they can do it on the internet. And so as your products, like open source products, are going to grow, you're going to be actually facing some of these challenges. And the thing that really helped me during this time is a lot of people that were in this situation told me, hey, I've gone through like very similar events or like steps and everything, and this is how I manage it, and like this is like advice and resources and everything, and that really helped. And this is where like the way to fail like in open source, and especially in this kind of situation, like you feel like you're alone. You feel like you're the only one facing this, and like you don't have anyone to talk to. And it can be like very depressing, and you can like spiral really fast. But I felt like I had a very strong network thanks to the open source community. And so I highly recommend, like if you're facing some of those like issues, probably not as like bad as being featured on like CNN and New York Times, but like if you're facing similar issues where like somebody trolls on your like website or like attacks you on Twitter and everything, like my recommendation is for you to like seek out to other open source projects near you, or if you can't, like find me, I'm going to like be able to help, and like really reach out to people, because like everybody that have had a successful open source project have faced some of this in their life. This is unfortunate, but like this is the reality. So now it's out of the way. Now I think we can wrap up. And so my talk is, if you want to like succeed at open source, you need to internalize that open source is about people. And there's the good, the bad, but like the motivation. And so for this, the first thing you need to do is to solve a real problem for people. If you don't have this, like you're not going to be successful. You need to market it. You need to go out there, or to find somebody that are like really excited about it, that are going to be able to like share your message across. And you need to build a team. And so there's a lot of also issues where like, oh, you have like one person actually like working on this, and like now like they're the only one. So like go ahead and like build a team. Think about like who can help over the long time. And at some point you're going to have to think about the money. And as a conclusion, you're not alone on the dark side. A lot of people can help you. So thanks everybody, and I hope you all get to be successful at open source if you want to.
Wow. Are we on now? All right. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. What a journey, right? Like, to use all of these tools and then have the guy tell you the rubric of how to be successful. Really cool. I was just backstage with good old B. Duggs, who's going to be coming up next, and he looked at me dead in my eyes, and he said, you better prepare them to know that the Beyonce of JavaScript is coming out. So, up next, the Beyonce of JavaScript, Brian Douglas, everybody. Give him a round of applause.
What's up? I just wanted to see how that would translate. All right, what's up, y'all? My name is B. Dougie, and I am super happy to be here in Miami. I'm actually from Tampa. I grew up there first 25 years of my life, and out in the Bay now, the other Bay. But today, I'm actually not talking about myself. I'm talking about visualizing open source data in React. So who's ready for this? All right, awesome, perfect. Yeah, it's gonna be a ride. A lot of slides, and they'll give us 25 minutes, so here we go. So we're in Miami. Anybody know this guy, Howard? No, probably not. Anybody like born before the 80s? Yeah, shout it out. All right, here we go. Gen X. All right, I'm actually an elder millennial, so. But growing up in Tampa, we watched Miami football. Back in the 70s, University of Miami it was a private college. It wouldn't be the the Stanford of the South is what they were trying to go for, and it was a doctor college. Had no sports, and they brought this guy Howard to do recruiting, but also coach the Miami football team. And we got booze already? Yeah, but the first championship was '83, and the way he did this, they had no recruiting, they had no scholarships, and what they did is they went to local neighborhoods around Miami. So if you've ever been outside Coral Gables, it's a little sketch, but that's where my people are. But that's where he recruited from, and he found folks who would be overlooked, because folks who couldn't make it to Oklahoma or Alabama were able to play in Miami, and since '83, they won 5 championships. So they had Michael Irvin, Warren Sapp, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, all played for Miami football. So I just want to bring that up because back when I was in Tampa as a young JavaScript engineer, I didn't know how GitHub worked. And the first thing I did when I had to solve a WebSocket issue was email the maintainer on GitHub. Because back in the day, we didn't know our emails were in the Git commits, and you could just email directly. And also, I had no idea how to use issues, so I just emailed directly. So I love this because the guy actually came back and he gave me everything I need to know about ES6, because at the time this was 2016, and also WebSockets. And the entire time he was in Thailand at a K-pop concert. So, but I bring this up because I didn't know how open source worked. I didn't know about anything. I just sort of just came up, learned some JavaScript, a little bit of Ruby, and some jQuery. I did some Ember back in the day as well. And this guy actually started my entire career in this ecosystem, and I super appreciate that. And I appreciate this too as well. Y'all know Gucci Mane? You guys up on it? All right. Gucci Mane, he's got this quote back in 2009, if you don't got sauced, then you lost. And it's literally about having the sauce. If you knew, we just saw Vajo, Chris, he was just talking about how he came up to this, he learned the sauce, and how he found to build projects and get stars and all that, et cetera. And the guy's just killing it. And I learned that from other folks that I reach out to. So shout out to Dodds, guy answered my DM as well. Ryan Florence, I would not be doing React without Ryan Florence. He gave me a free ticket to learn React training. So shout out to that. But I love this quote so much that I actually named my company after this, which is Open Sauce. And I'm gonna have a couple screenshots about Open Sauce as well. That's how I'm sort of presented the data. I already introduced myself, but if you wanted to find out more about me, oss.fy/bdougie, that's it. It's a real link. And I also want to mention, I spent almost 5 years working at GitHub. So I came up, I got the sauce, and then I started sharing the sauce with other people. So I led DevRel at GitHub for almost 5 years, pre-Microsoft acquisition, and it was a ride. But during that ride, I kept doing all this stuff in open source and hanging out with maintainers and finding out what was missing within the product. And so before I eventually quit in 2022, I reached out to this company, DigitalOcean, and was like, hey, y'all always be in my DMs asking for help for this large event that happens every year. What if we built something we could see all spam in Hacktoberfest? And we built it in about 3 months. It's a Next.js app, and this is a visualization of all contributions happening in the 30 days prior. And this is a chart I'll talk about later. But it got me thinking, I'm actually not up on React all the time. I gotta go to these conferences to find out, or read blog posts from the screen up here to find out who's working in React. Because I know we've had a lot of changes. Some of the core team that came up 10 years ago, I guess we can say 10 years now, right? 10 years ago are no longer working on the core team. Some folks work at different companies, and the entire ecosystem's really shifting. We're seeing a maturity in the ecosystem a ton. And I found that you can Google who's on the core team. And in the docs, there's a list of the core team there. So who's active, who's on it. But I know Andrew Clark gets brought up a lot because he's got a lot of really cool prolific tweets. He's got great issues and RFCs. But what else is everyone working on? So if you didn't know this, on GitHub repos, there's an Insights tab. You click it, you can see, well, on the repo itself, you see contributors, but that's actually ordered by most commits. So it doesn't really tell you who's actually writing code now. But if you go to the Insights tab, you can actually see who's writing code recently. And you get this bar chart. I was going to say cool. It's actually not that cool because it's not that descriptive. You have to be a maintainer or org owner to see more data. But there's a way to actually click in and then highlight sections of the contributor graph to find out who's contributing in different times. So here I grabbed January to April to find out what's happening in React. I think there was like a tweet, someone was panicking about like last release was like so long, what's going on with React? But you can see all the sort of beta and the alpha, or the release candidates specifically on GitHub. But in my mind, it wasn't enough. Like my job was, I would meet with open source maintainers, all the ones you've heard of, every quarter at GitHub and find out, okay, what's missing? And overwhelmingly, this came up a ton. Like, hey, we would love to see what's going on in our projects. Like everyone's building their own solution. We're all lost in the sauce, and we love something. So what we did is we moved from Hacktoberfest to building something that's a little more custom. So folks who want specifically to see context on their projects, context on other projects, it gives you an opportunity to see what's happening. So this link right here, it'll take you to a workspace that I built. And this is a bunch of React meta frameworks, React projects, and it gives you like context on who's pushing things like server components. And that's actually a question I was asking earlier this week. It's like, I don't know who's doing that stuff. Like, I got a job and some kids. I don't want to be like digging in all these issues and trying to Google and stuff like that. So wouldn't it be cool if I could just ask who's working on server components? So this gives you a list here. And then what we have here is another thing that like came up a lot when I was at GitHub, which you can get this data through the API. You kind of have to know what you're doing. You can also get through like the search API, and there's a lot of like search foo you can do with GitHub. But no one's going to remember that. Like we kind of want something like a better experience to see what's happening in our projects, but also what did I contribute? A lot of times I've talked to folks like Superbase, and they have a lot of open source contributors, but they don't have any context like what you've contributed lately, or how do we stay up until like, oh yeah, someone's like doing a great job, let's celebrate that. So going back to this chart, I like the name contributor distribution, and what this is like XY axis, and this is most recent on the left. Actually, that's right. Y'all, is that right or left? That's right. All right, here we go. On the right, that's today, and then on the left, that's obviously not today. So you can see there's a lot of distribution of projects, and then on the the y-axis, you got size of contribution. So these are all pull requests specifically. And I find this super helpful because you can see some known folks that you've seen before. And I've got a finance degree that I've never used before. Shout out to college. But I don't know anything about this. And if you take anything from this, I just want to let you know Nevo rocks, which is the name of the URL. Like this charting library, back in the day, like not even 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I was using a bunch of D3 to try to build a bunch of dashboards. And Nevo's an open source project, and it gives you a lot of bells and whistles that you can just pass in your data directly, your JSON directly. And what you were just saying before was this, it's called the scatter plot. They have a bunch of components you can just like plug and play and then pipe in your data to. And it gives you a bunch of cool options to expand and add a bunch of labels. And I didn't know I wasn't up on the vibe check, but I was going to parlay not showing the code and just show you a blog post. So if you wanted to go through like how that works, code's open source, and read the blog posts. But there's some other things that we actually approach this to as well, because a lot of times you want to find out, okay, I can see who's contributing, but like what's the distribution of contributions? Because like folks who work on like react.dev versus the actual React core project or React Native, like what's that distribution of what it looks like? So I came up through the Webpack days, and they had like this tree map where you could see like actual like what your bundle was. So this is actually directly from Nevo. It's a component, and you can get a tree map of any sort of distribution data. So here's a bunch of different organizations, and then you have the repos and the breakdown of contributors. We have a storybook as well. If you look hard enough in our pull request, you can find it. We have a link in our docs. Sorry, I should probably not speak so fast. But yeah, so we have this in docs, but I just wanted to show that, oh, did I skip past the video? Is that a video? Oh yeah, it is a video. But here you can click through and see how we sort of step through and find out deeper into the nest, into the tree of how the distribution of contributions work. So, and I have like a screenshot as well on how that works as well, if that was confusing. But I find this super interesting because a lot of times in my role at GitHub, I'd go reach out to folks because we saw a couple projects like Vite came out when I was at GitHub, and to try to see distribution of what was happening in 2021, who was making contributions. Like if you go back to the Vite contributors in 2021, like they're all rock stars moving over. Like you do the same thing for React as well. I know there's a React conference, but the opportunity to know, okay, I would love opportunity to like make this work in my project. I would love opportunity to know who I should sponsor within GitHub. And a lot of the times you don't know how this is distributed. And I'm not, like, I think the whole sponsorship and donating money to open source is really broken because it's like, sorry, I don't know what the code of conduct is, but basically, like when you take donations and you pass on their offering plate, like it doesn't always trickle down to economics, if you know what I mean, what I'm getting. So what I'm getting at is like folks who just go overlooked because they don't stand on stage and they don't tweet enough. And like the opportunity here is how do you showcase folks who are up and coming up in the game that should be highlighted, and that's a real goal. So this is like a distribution of the React core team as of today and the work and commits in the last 90 days. So Epsilon's got 40% of all commits across the React repo, but you see Rick's also up there as number 2. And the biggest difference, like Epsilon has bigger PRs, has way more commits. Ricky has more PRs and less commits. Is that good or is that bad? I'll be honest, it really doesn't matter. But what I'm really trying to say is like seeing the distribution of like who's making commits, who's not making commits. Like the deal is like, hey, it would be cool if we could just see who to recognize in the next release, in the next shout out, in the next blog post, in the next GitHub sponsorship. So that code I just showed is actually open source. That's our repo. That's actually the code itself. I imagine if y'all like doing code, you're going to go into a GitHub repo and poke around. If you find any bugs, open an issue. But this is the actual React team tree map itself. So you can see Ricky's got a ton of contributions. Sebastian's got a ton of contributions. And what's really cool is like you can now see who's coming up in the React core team, who's making contributions for adjacent projects. So this is specifically the React project itself, but you can do this with almost any other repo that's public currently on GitHub. But I wanted to, like, I knew what the previous speaker was going to be talking about, and I wanted to actually take a little sidestep into talk about the idea of stars. And like, as of today, React is the number 10 most starred project on GitHub, which I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know what that means. Because at GitHub, we tried finding top 100 projects, and I think everyone has the top 100 project star list. But that's not really good representation of who's involved in the project. Because some people are doing, like React's got a DevRel on the team. That's not a representation of Matt Carroll going out and speaking at events like this and like talking to users and customers. So like, how do you find out like what the best metric is? Mind you, 1 through 9 are all Markdown repos. So again, are we all Markdown devs at this point? That's why it doesn't matter. So stars are the best metric, and they don't actually convert into success as well. So pick it on the last speaker as well, Excalidraw. What's interesting about this chart is like, and I was looking at this because I honestly, I forgot Chris even did Excalidraw. I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. He did that thing too as well. So I pulled up this chart and like, oh, this is interesting. Because like, yeah, these are stars on the top, but what's on the bottom is forks. And what's interesting about this, because everyone looks at stars first, but no one looks at forks. And there's like actually a strong correlation, like we'll have like 0.0% of forks to stars. And the biggest like question right now is like, what happened on January 13th? Because there's a huge erection of stars right there. So anyway, what I'm getting at is, I think the first question we should ask Chris is like, what happened on January 13th? My guess is there was a release. There was not a release in a long time, so new features in the project. But yeah, tweet at me if I'm wrong. Yeah, so stars and correlate to forks. New contributors correlate to forks. What's actually interesting about this is when you look at new contributors, you can actually identify where interest comes from and where adoption comes from. So not everyone makes a contribution, but there's a lot of interest in issue comments. And like, if there's somebody who can react to issue comments, that's actually a really good metric for success eventually, is identifying things like unique issue author accounts. So I will talk about more about that later off stage. But I actually put together another dashboard for every project that was in the OSS AI grant. So AI grant is, well, it sounds what it is. You get a grant from the former CEO of GitHub and his friends to do AI stuff. And I was actually curious of all open source projects in the AI grant and found a couple of them, but Rowie is one of them. Built in Next.js, they specifically take like a Google Sheet and add AI to it. Like that's what we're doing these days. But what's interesting is like, in the last 30 days, you got 11 PRs, and 11 open is green, merged is the next percentage, and then close is less than that. But that doesn't really give me a good idea of like a count. Like a number doesn't tell me anything. But what's interesting is I can now take that contributor circle and then identify, okay, who's doing all the work in that project. And what it is like the two co-founders of the project are the ones doing like 98% of all the work. It's not a bad thing. It's not a good thing. It doesn't matter what it is, but it's just informational so that if I want to talk to Rowie about, hey, I'm stuck and I want to use this for work, I know exactly who to talk to. We've been playing around with some like dev stats, and this is statistics. So I did statistics in college. I got a C, but that doesn't matter because I learned about the rate of self-selection. So the rate of self-selection is like, in the context of open source, these are all contributions that happen outside the actual organization. So these are contributions coming from forks. So if you can take the rate of self-selection and say, oh, I think I'm gonna make a contribution to React. And if I see that that number is 0, then I'm like, oh, well, it turns out I might wanna do something adjacent to React because I probably need to get a job at a company sponsoring or supporting React contributions. I was gonna ask the poll I don't have like a little QR code, but can anybody think of like a successful open source project that has 0 outside contributions? Just yell it out. I didn't hear that. SQLite? Oh yeah, I didn't think about that one. It's called TypeScript. Yeah, and this is, to be fair, this is only in Q4 of last year. But in Q4 from what is Q4? September to December. Man, math is hard today. And I got a finance degree too. But 0 contributions outside. And that's interesting because, okay, I'm not gonna make a contribution to TypeScript tomorrow, but if I have something that's blocking me or something I wanna unblock, I gotta find somebody who can go advocate for me at Microsoft or advocate me. There's a lot of contributions from former Microsoft employees who have a strong connection. But what I'm getting at is, it's good to know what you're getting into before you go in. And shout out to Next.js. They're on the edge. So this is actually a representation, just random projects and commit velocity. This is a layer on top of Snowflake. The idea here is like seeing commits over time. And you can see VS Code, which is the #1 first-time contributor project by far, is VS Code. And the reason for that is like a lot of their extension code is actually directly in the monorepo. So that's why. But it's great for Microsoft. This is actually a chart of those same projects, but breaking out by events. And these here are 2 events from one project, which is Bun. And they had 2 large marketing events, basically. So one, they took funding, the other one was 1.0, and they were about a year apart. Again, this is just context. There's no like, there's not even a story there. This is like, hey, Bun's continue to move more work. If you really break it down, you can kind of see there's only about 2 or 3 folks doing the lion's share of all the work in Bun, which is interesting in itself. But if you're going to use Bun at work, probably go invest some time in conversation and contributions to Bun. So there's a couple other things that show up in our application, like engagement, PR commits plus issue comments. That's how we sort of identify engagement. I don't think stars should really be part of engagement, but they matter on earlier days in the project. The other thing, so taking that engagement ratio, you can take like Kubernetes, which has a strong governance infrastructure of how they operate in the project. You can see some other projects as well. So Tiger Beetle actually uses Zig. So it's not that Tiger Beetle is not high engagement, it's this niche project. So there's not as many in correlation of Zig engineers out there making contributions to Tiger Beetle and other projects. It's only going to get bigger from here for Zig, to be quite honest. Vue.js is another example I just put there as well, just for context and correlation. But I say all this because I started this conversation talking about University of Miami, and I wanted to talk about Tom Okino. And Tom probably would not like the fact that I put him on stage, because Tom's normally in the behind the scenes. And back when I was coming up, I moved to San Francisco back in 2015. And that's exactly when like the React core team, the original folks, started growing and building an entire team at Facebook. And it was actually a lot of work. There were some other folks on the team, but I'm going to point out Tom because he recently did an interview a year ago, and he was also highlighted in the React.js documentary. And what Tom did is he found folks who were overlooked, folks who were up and coming in the scene, who were building things like Webpack and building things like Babel, and helping support the ecosystem through like the Flux architecture, which eventually got the Redux folks on the core team. And I think that's like something we don't get to see all the time unless you see an earlier project come to life. And as Laurie was saying in the previous talks, well, he was highlighted in the previous talk, there's nothing as different as React coming out now. And I think it's really because we don't have the folks doing the ground game and like going to the different neighborhoods and asking folks, hey, you're doing a really cool thing. I would love to like, let me give you a platform. Let me come, like, invite you to come work at this company and build out the next level of this ecosystem. So a lot of successful open source that's happening in the last 10 years is really through company backing and large amounts of funding. So like, there's a ton of opportunity for us to like see what the next thing is or continue to build on React. So I say this because there was a tweet I saw. So we shipped this thing, we started this last week. I actually had the entire team come before React Miami to come work on this thing called Star Search. And I grew up actually born in the 80s, grew up in the 90s, and there was this thing on TV called Star Search with Epic Man, and it was like where you found the up and coming singers and like Ryan Gosling, Beyonce, Justin Timberlake, all on Star Search. And I was thinking, what would be like the Star Search for developers? Like, identify folks who are up and coming so that way we can invite them into the circle and give an opportunity to make contributions. So I saw this tweet from Adam, he was looking for specifically a Tailwind developer who has an interest in Rust. And we built a way to find that. So without further ado, I'm going to have to take off this. I'm going to move here. And I actually put a query here, and I'm going to be asking Tailwind developers that have a strong interest in Rust. And hopefully this works. Cool. Dependabot. All right, so if you guys know Dependabot, we would love for you to reach out to them and connect them with Tailwind. Now, but in all seriousness, obviously Dependabot does a bunch of contribution. It's a bot. But what we've done is we take the data that I've been showing you this entire time, we put it into LLM, and then we made it easier for you to query that data directly. So obviously there's some bugs that we're going to be clearing out of there. But yeah, I thought that would be a fun little gag as well. It keeps going. We'll just move on. Bots, am I right? All right. So I say all this and I'm winding down. I've been doing, for about 18 months now, I've been doing this podcast called The Secret Sauce. Before I left GitHub, I actually decided to buy cameras instead of paying myself a salary for the thing which is open source. And I wanted to find out with open source maintainers and open source founders and folks adjacent, like what is the secret sauce in open source? Like what's success? Because I wanted to build something that wasn't going to be the next thing that to sort of like grow a bunch of stars and build the same thing we see over and over again. I used to read this organization called the Black to Cats at GitHub, and we used to do hackathons at HBCUs. And the reason for that is that we did HBCUs, but also brought open source maintainers at Morehouse to like teach college students how to do open source. And I think it's really about lending opportunity and influence and reputation at a time where folks don't really get a lot of that. And I was talking to Brendan Burns. He co-created Kubernetes. And early day Kubernetes, they were measuring not stars and nothing else, but issues. Issue authors, if anybody who makes an issue outside the organization, they would go check and be like, oh, where's this person from? And what that turned into, and this whole conversation is there, you can go watch it later, they found Red Hat, was like, hey, they keep opening issues and asking questions. Like, because it was at Google at the time, let's go ask questions, Red Hat, what are you trying to do? And Red Hat's like sign-off of Kubernetes changed the entire industry and how we approach orchestration and, at the time, containers. So I say that it's a React event, but like that correlation exists in React. There's so many other stories of how this happens by folks just paying attention outside, looking at the contributions coming outside. So there's some other things that we will throw together. This is all available in the API right now. It'll be in the UI shortly. But things like confidence, what's the ability of like an individual who stars and forks a project? So these are stars and forks on the projects that I mentioned before. And you have the same two little cat ears. These are folks who can make a second-time contribution. I think we over-index on good first issues in this industry, and we really need to move into like what is actually consistent contribution. How do we encourage folks to continue to hang out with us and make contributions and grow an ecosystem community? So I leave you with this. I had this question like, who's working on React? It actually doesn't matter. It's like, the question is, what are you working on? So if you find me, I'd love to find out what you're working on. Tell me your cool projects, what interesting things you're doing in React, because that would be super helpful. If you're interested in like trying that same dashboard I showed you earlier, we have this URL called pizza.new. You will just be kicked into creating a workspace that will eventually look like this, where you could see all the data that you're looking for in the projects you care about. So whether you maintain a project or whether you're trying to make your first or second or fourth contribution, opportunity is there for you. I'm B. Dougie. That's what I look like on the internet. And if you don't got sauce, then you lost.
Spending all this money while you sitting around wondering why it wasn't you who came up from nothing, made it from the bottom.
Great job. Good luck. Yo, what's up, everybody? Let's give B. Dougie a round of applause. So I'm just going to be completely transparent. I'm stalling because the next speaker isn't ready yet, so I'm going to stall. She is ready. Oh, okay. Cool. Great. Fantastic. That makes it better for me. All right, so our next speaker is ready. So our next speaker is a senior developer advocate at AWS, and as I told her yesterday, I absolutely love her name. It sounds like a main character in like a detective novel series. So I just absolutely love her name. So if a few years, if I come out with my like own young adult series and make it some movies, I'll make sure I'll give her a cut of the profits. All right, so her talk is about tall poppy syndrome. It's basically how to be loud and proud about yourself in tech without coming off as braggadocious or arrogant and have people look at you a certain way. So if you could, welcome to the stage, Brooke Jameson.
Storms ain't nothing to mess with, but I can't feel a drip on the strip. It's a trip. Ladies have dress full of your quip.
Maybe this will work. All right. That was too far. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Today, we're going to talk about something very Australian called tall poppy syndrome, and we're going to talk about how to succeed in tech without being cut down. So before we dive in, a quick show of hands. How many of you have heard of tall poppy syndrome before? A couple, but not too many. So while the phrase itself is uniquely Australian, I guarantee some of the stuff we're going to talk about today is extremely real, and it's going to be pretty familiar to what you've seen out in the tech world especially. I say data and aluminium, and that's because I'm from Australia, but I moved to New York City for my job with AWS. A lot of things were different when I moved to the US, but a lot of things were the same. And one of those was tall poppy syndrome. Like people around me didn't have the word for it, but everyone was still experiencing it, whether I was talking at work or to someone in a dive bar or something like that. So, audience participation. This is Australian slang. I would like you to point to the side of the room for the definition that you think is correct. So is an esky a small handheld fan used in the outback, or is it a portable insulated container? Point to the right side of the room that you believe in. So this is a portable insulated container. I think Americans call it like a Yeti, like a cooler thing. A larrikin. Is a larrikin a mischievous but endearing person, or is a larrikin a small Australian marsupial? I love that these are so divided. I tested these out on Americans before I did them. So a larrikin is a mischievous but endearing person. You would probably see them at a pub, which is a bar. A mozzie. Is a mozzie a mosquito, or is it a children's game played with a ball? Drum roll, please. A mozzie is a mosquito. My notes for this slide are sorry, interpreters. So, is a wanker someone who is self-absorbed, obnoxious, or pretentious, or is it a unique type of tree known for its twisted branches? It is the first one, and this is like it's a low-level swear, but it has relevance to this talk, I promise. If that slide wasn't enough to tell you this, yes, I work at AWS. This is not an AWS talk. This is a side one. But I just wanted to give you a taste of how different language and idioms get used in Australia versus here. So while the term tall poppy syndrome is uniquely Australian, the underlying attitudes and behaviors that lead to it are universal across so many cultures, and it really does resonate with people widely. One of the things that I hear when I tell people about tall poppy syndrome is they have like a light bulb moment, the same one they had when they heard what imposter syndrome was. Like everyone felt imposter syndrome before, they just didn't always have a word for it. So hopefully that's what we'll get to today. So over the next 20 minutes, I'm going to unpack these tall poppy behaviors, and you can see what they look like when they rear their ugly head in the tech industry, and you'll hear some examples that will probably hit way too close to home. But more importantly, I'm going to talk about strategies that you can use to stop this, not just for yourself, but for other people in your company, people you manage and mentor, or for the next generation coming through. Because at the end of the day, like we all should be sharing each other's wins and celebrating each other's success. In the previous talk about open source, that's so much of what they're talking about, like finding people who are doing good work and being able to lift them up. This is something that everyone in tech at least should want to do. So it's just going to give us new strategies to be able to overcome this affliction in the workplace. So this is a definition. The Macquarie Dictionary is like the main dictionary in Australia, but it says a tall poppy is a person who is preeminent in a particular field or a person with great status. Australians in general have a bit of a negative view, understatement, of tall poppies, especially if they seem to get above themselves. And when this happens, they need to be cut down to size. Even that phrase, like cut down to size, is extremely common in Australia. So hence tall poppy syndrome, a desire to diminish in stature those who have attained excellence. That last part really captures the syndrome's essence. So it's a desire, whether it's conscious or not, to cut down those who stand out too much for their achievements. So the name paints a vivid picture. Think of like a field of poppies growing together, and if one shoots up and gets too tall, it's easy to just cut it down to size. So no poppy is allowed to tower over any of its peers. And this is an attitude that's deeply rooted in Australian values, things like mateship and anti-authoritarianism. We tend to be pretty uncomfortable with individualism or superiority, even if that's genuinely earned. So the renowned philosopher, Taylor Allison Swift, really summed this up well. And people throw rocks at things that shine. This is the best definition I have seen for tall poppy syndrome. And once again, she's American. She didn't have a word for this. Maybe tall poppy didn't rhyme with anything, but she really did nail the core idea. And that really perfectly connects to this academic definition from researchers in New Zealand, where people also know about tall poppy syndrome. So they say that when people's conspicuous success elevates or distinguishes them, others can be envious and try to cut them down to size. This is known as tall poppy syndrome. And this idea of conspicuous success is so relevant, especially in fields like tech, where having a personal brand or being on social media or doing live streams or podcasts is part of the job in so many places. Also, I work in DevRel. It is a big part of the job, and yet that does not save you from this, even though your job is to be conspicuously successful and tell everyone about the good things you're doing. that doesn't mean good things will happen to you necessarily in all cultures as a result. So what does tall poppy syndrome look like in tech? This slide you can tell I made myself because I put little VR goggles on the poppy. So it can be colleagues trash talking you for learning a new language, Rust or React. It can be colleagues trash talking someone for getting a tech certificate or getting a tech certificate they didn't thought they need, or colleagues undermining the success of someone going for a promotion without even going for that promotion themselves. Like they didn't want it. They just didn't want anyone else to have it either. And it's also when someone graduates from intern to junior, people can get really weird about that. Or if someone tries to give their first conference talk only to be undermined or even blocked from doing that entirely. Also corporate negging, which is a term I made up. And it's really, the thing with pickup artists is lots of them ended up working in tech. So they keep the strategies that they used in negging in other facets of their life and then apply them at work. And once you see, like once you have an idea of corporate negging, you will start to see it all the time. It's very prevalent. And in the same way, they're just trying to get a power dynamic going. They're trying to present themselves in a certain way, make you feel in a certain way so that they can get what they want, which hopefully is different in a workplace setting. And of course, the hallmark tall poppy behavior is being resistant immediately to any change, regardless of what that change is. So the impacts of all these behaviors can be really devastating in a workplace. There's decreased morale, increased stress levels, and reduced team productivity. They're really toxic patterns that we've all experienced and witnessed. And recognizing them is the first step in fixing this. So once again, has anyone ever experienced tall poppy syndrome? Let's get a pulse of the room. Point again. All right, I definitely have. Now this is where it gets a little bit uncomfortable. And before anyone answers, I want you to think about this honesty, because I 100% have done this. I have been so viscerally excited when someone whose startup was entirely funded with family and friends around, and they did all this press and PR, and then it didn't work out. And I have felt joy and glee, which is, I'm honest about it though, or a certain billionaire maybe who's very conspicuously successful launches a new thing and you just really want it to fail, allegedly. That I 100% have felt. So with this candor in mind, have you tall poppied someone else? I have to point to the right side of the room. This way, I for sure have. So don't be shy. I've already owned up to doing it myself. As I suspected, like most of us have tall poppied someone at some point. And the fact is we're all impacted by these attitudes and impulses, often without realizing how toxic they can actually be. With that awareness, we can start rewiring some of these negative impulses into a more positive and constructive mindset at work. So before recently, there wasn't really much research into this, but Dr. Ramit Balan and Women of Influence, which is a Canadian organization, did a really good study last year called The Tallest Poppy. So, shocking. They surveyed respondents across 103 countries, and 86.8% of them faced tall poppy syndrome at work. That is atrocious, so let it sink in. The study uncovered how this commonly manifests. So over 3 in 4 had their achievements downplayed or diminished. Almost 3 in 4 of respondents were left out of meetings or ignored, so they were frozen out. 7 in 10 were undermined specifically due to their success. 2/3 had their accomplishments just openly dismissed. And 2/3 had others take credit for their hard work. So when you pull the data apart by gender, it gets bleak, and it shows how disproportionately women are impacted. So all of these range from 66 to 77% of how people are being cut down in the workplace. When you look at the top drivers on why this is happening, there's some familiar phrases. So we've got jealousy, envy, sexism, and gender stereotypes. But underpinning all of this is just a lack of confidence and insecurity in those exhibiting tall poppy behaviors. So what are the impacts? It's bleak, obviously. The emotional tolls are devastating. There's sky-high stress, mental health impacts, shattered self-confidence, and rampant burnout affecting people in each case. But it's not just the individual suffering, it's also bad for business. So tall poppy syndrome poisons entire businesses through productivity impacts, eroded trust, and hemorrhaging talent. And 2/3 ended up looking for new roles due to this cultural trait. So I talked earlier about like the light bulb moment people had when they realized what imposter syndrome was, and I'm hoping you're gonna have one of those today with tall poppy syndrome, but they are different things. So they're closely related, like cousins, but not siblings. So while both can manifest as insecurity or self-doubt around accomplishments, the underlying drivers are pretty different. So tall poppy syndrome is an external phenomenon. It stems from others' jealousy and envy, prompting them to undermine your success through dismissive behaviors, things like downplaying achievements, leaving you out of discussions, and just undermining you due to your accomplishments. Imposter syndrome, in contrast, is the call is coming from inside the house. It is internal. It's you doubting yourself, questioning yourself, your own abilities and accomplishments, despite evidence showing you are a competent person. So while tall poppy behaviors come from external people cutting you down, imposter syndrome is that critical internal voice that we all struggle with at times, but we now have a name for. You can also tell I made my slides myself on this one. So it's also important to distinguish tall poppy syndrome from arrogance, as the two can sometimes be conflated. And this is where it was business relevant earlier, because talking about being tall poppied runs the huge risk of just sounding like a wanker. If you're like, oh, I am so successful, everyone hates me for it. It's really hard. And this societal reaction, so when groups are criticizing or resenting you for being the norm, that's about other people trying to cut you down. But arrogance is an individual characteristic. Once again, the call is coming from inside the house. Arrogant individuals will overestimate their own abilities and importance. They can be dismissive of other people and condescending as a result, and they're lacking that humility. So while tall poppy syndrome represents society's discomfort, all of the arrogance is from inside the house. So the irony is, even acknowledging that you face tall poppy behaviors can itself be perceived as arrogant. But that mindset is precisely what allows this whole toxic syndrome to perpetuate completely unchecked. So what can you actually do to help this? Avoiding arrogance. So express your gratitude openly. They say things like, I'm grateful for this opportunity. I'm thankful to be able to contribute to this. Thanks so much for bringing me into this meeting. I'm excited to share my opinions. Don't just think about what you can say in this situation, but make sure you're giving, especially junior people on your team, language that they can use to get themselves out of this position. If you can teach junior and entry-level people to be able to tackle this at the start of their career, they're going to have a much happier and healthier career regardless of where they end up working. So think about different key cards you can give people to get themselves out of this loop of doom. Another one is being able to recognize you didn't get there alone by really publicly acknowledging your support system. So I couldn't have done this without my mentor and team. Tag them in Slack or whatever you use internally. So also leave the ladder down for other people. It's something that, this is a bit scandalous, but when women were first allowed into the workplace, there was usually only space for one woman. So they couldn't leave the ladder down for anyone else because that would put their own position in jeopardy. And then it became this cycle of they weren't helping other people through what they needed to do. That doesn't mean it's bad. They were dealing with a lot and they were doing the absolute best they can. But as we get more progressive and we move through, the biggest thing you can do is leave the ladder down for other people. If you've done something successful, think about everyone else you can bring up with you, not just in publicly tagging them in things, but giving them skills, things they can say to do this, giving them opportunities, inspiring them to do other things. Overall, just think about how you can help other people get to where you are easier and without hopefully some of the trauma that you would have experienced. So true confidence really makes room for other people's potential instead of just dismissing it. As Kendrick said, be humble. So Embrace authenticity over arrogance to keep achieving without activating these tall poppy impulses in others. Just model the mindset that you want to see in everyone else. So how can we start dismantling tall poppy syndrome in our workplace? And remember as well, it's costing companies money to not deal with this. That's the biggest thing. People think that, oh, to be inclusive, it's just a bit woo-woo, but stuff like this, like earlier I said that 66% of people were leaving their job because they were being tall poppied. It's expensive to rehire people. It's annoying if you need to find someone, we saw in the talk before, if you need someone who knows TypeScript and Rust, it's hard. So if you're losing good people because you've perpetuated a culture, that's expensive and it hurts your bottom line in productivity as well and just overall lack of morale. So think about it, if you're not getting traction with this, bring it down to actual business value of losing people, because sometimes feelings are not enough for all leaders to make a change. So it begins with fostering an actively inclusive culture where everyone's wins are celebrated equally. Think about different ways you celebrate those wins in your company. Some people have like post-it notes on a wall, some people have signs in the elevator, some people tag people in Slack. If you don't have anything, start doing it. But if you have these actions and they're just not being used, be the one that champions people being able to say, I'm happy I did this, or I'm excited that I did this. Or if someone gets a promotion, congratulate them. If someone gets a new certificate, congratulate them. Be the first one to celebrate when someone else did a good job, because they might not have other people celebrating for them, or they might be getting like actively cut down because of this. So be the nice voice for everyone you're dealing with. Also, encourage spaces for folks to share their accomplishments across titles, experiences, and job functions. Don't just make this open to your developer team. Lots of workplace culture things end up really getting siloed down because of how the organization operates, but this only works if it works for everyone, because culture is really pervasive. So think about, for all of your front of house and back of house teams, how you can bring everyone together on this. And don't let it be a popularity contest. All positive contributions deserve recognition. Don't let it be a thing of just only the people who are already terminally online congratulating themselves online. If someone's not there yet, find a way to congratulate them that makes sense for them. Crucially, leaders must model this behavior from the top down. It will not work if it's only some of you doing it, and it will not work if it's only one level of the company, because people won't think it's real. So make sure leaders are doing the right thing and help them, like honestly, give them opportunities to congratulate people. They're busy, but like work out a system to help them find and surface things to be excited about, because that's going to help everyone to do better work. And if executives and managers don't set the example, like I said, it's not going to take root organizationally. It might work for like a quarter or 6 months, but it's not going to keep going. Overall, create more open communication, learning, and knowledge sharing. This is one of the things I love about open source as well, because you can see everyone's contributions. You know who's doing a good job, and you've got so many opportunities to congratulate them for that. The more we collaborate and cross-pollinate, the less territoriality and jealousy there is around individual achievements. So don't hoard knowledge on that, but also don't hoard success. This is an art piece I had in my house in Australia, and it is my core value in life. So be who you needed when you were younger. If you're fortunate to be in a position of leadership or management, or you're just still going, which is great, create the kind of supporting and uplifting culture that you dreamed of back then. So many people have diverse roads to tech. So many people have wild rides before they got to tech. Be the one that makes it easier for other people. So it's on all of us to model these changes that we want to see and extend your hand up to those following in your footsteps, just as you hoped people would do for you, or even better, just as they actually did for you. Think about the person who was really fundamental to those like sliding doors moments in your career that things started to work out, and figure out a way you can scale doing that for other people. So this is time to address the unfortunate reality. You will likely face tall poppy syndrome at work at some point or through your entire career, no matter how positive and inclusive your workplace claims to be or how much you try to make that in your workplace. When it happens though, regular peppy self-help things will not cut it from experience. And so another one of my values is succeeding in spite of someone still counts as succeeding. It doesn't have to be like eat, pray, love. You can just be delighted to do well when someone doesn't want you to do well. Completely legitimate. So push through the toxic opposition and it could be your own reward. Oh, this is my actual handbag. I have a prop. It says it all. So they don't build statues of critics. If you find yourself exhibiting tall poppy behaviors by tearing others down out of insecurity or envy, remember that those harsh words are going to be completely forgotten, but the impacts on your workplace and culture, that's negativity will really last. So choose instead to build something positive that transcends pettiness. At the end of the day, this is the key takeaway I want to leave you all with. So don't let others cut you down or diminish your accomplishments because of their own jealousy, envy, or insecurity around your talents. Whether it's outright undermining, dismissiveness, or covert tall poppy behaviors, resolve to rise above it with your head held high. So keep shining, keep achieving, and keep raising the bar. But also remind others around you, your teammates, your direct reports if you're a manager, your own manager, your leadership, that we all deserve to bask in the warmth of our own success without getting habitually cut down. Be that supportive voice who lifts people up, not the one wielding the shears of pettiness or envy. So uplift instead of diminish, and that's how we dismantle tall poppy syndrome together. So thank you all for joining me to explore this very Australian concept with global relevance, how to succeed in tech without being cut down unfairly due to tall poppy syndrome. Hope you now have a bit of a deeper understanding of what these toxic behaviors are, where they come from, how you can start to address them, both the external tall poppying from others and also those ingrained impulses in ourselves. If we can celebrate each other's wins, extend hands up instead of scissors, and foster a truly collaborative and inclusive environment, that's how we can keep achieving and elevating our peers without resentment or tall poppying. So the choice is ours. Spend more time in warm sunlight or indiscriminately cut down anything that shines too brightly. I know which path I am choosing to take. Thank you so much for joining me.
Hello? All right. All right. So it looks like you already know it is now lunchtime. So if you are eating here, there is a voucher that's in the little paper bag. You got it? I thought I had it on me.
I don't have the voucher on me now.
All right. So a little
But it's
voucher
in your paper bag.
Yeah, it's in the paper bag. It's $30 and you use it over there in the Emerges or in Emerge America is where you use that at.
And then we'll cover your ears. I don't want you to have to hear this. The clerk booth is running a scavenger hunt. We are giving away an OLED Steam Deck. So head on over into the expo, over to the clerk booth. They'll give you the scavenger hunt card. And then who doesn't want a free Steam Deck OLED? Thanks, y'all. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back in a bit.
Yep. See y'all.
It's now for the first time, I think maybe we weren't meant to be. I don't think the answer could be answered.
I'm Melissa Herrera from JSWORLD, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG application. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStax delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners. So we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
So out of control. My emotions get the best of me. I can't help it. Can't deny.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners, so we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners. So we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners, so we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on, and with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners, so we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners. So we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners, so we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners, so we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners. So we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners, so we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on, and with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners, so we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners. So we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
Hello. Hey everyone. I know this is not everyone who's at React Miami, but I just wanted to let you know I'm part of the Codium team, and there are 8 other sponsor booths kind of out in the expo, and we spent hundreds of dollars to get swag and various like giveaways. We're giving away Lego sets. We have this whole spread out there, so it'd be really great if you all came by, said hi, grabbed some stuff, and we'd love to give you things. So please come by. It's like if you walked in kind of to your right, there's a section for React Miami, and there's a bunch of booths there. So on behalf of me and the sponsors, it would be great to have you over there. So thanks, and enjoy the afternoon.
Hello, I am Vinayak from ResumeX. I'm a serial entrepreneur with 3 successful exits. There are dreams that you dream when you sleep, but those are not the real dreams. The real dreams are the ones that don't let you sleep. And if you have one such dream, building a product or a platform, do join us at the workshop on smart contract driven development tomorrow at Mana Common. Bring your laptops along. If you're really serious about building something that you really are dreaming about, please do join us there. There'll be 20% discount on all your development that you do using our smart contracts. And to make it a little sweeter, we have a pair of Bang & Olufsen headphones as a lucky draw there. Thank you.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back for lunch. You may be wondering why I'm standing here, and I am wondering that myself because we can't find where the MCs are. All right, so I'm actually going to be speaking after this next one, but I volunteered to introduce Una up here. So if she wants to come out real quick, she will be talking about leveraging the native platform, so how we can make use of CSS and things like that to be able to build awesome user experiences. Did I get that right? That was pretty good, considering I knew I was coming up here 5 seconds ago. All right, so if you guys can put your hands together for Una.
All right, thank you for the intro, and thank you all for coming back after lunch. Is it because you love CSS? That's right. So I'm really excited to be here today to talk about one of my favorite subjects in the world, which is making it easier to build websites, specifically by leveraging the power of the web platform. We heard a little bit from Kent this morning about this, and I'm excited to expand on that and talk about CSS and HTML, which I think are really the underdogs of web technologies. Now, if I was to ask you, what is your favorite programming language? Raise your hand if it's CSS. Not enough of you. CSS is really cool. So I wanted to, because of this problem that we have in our community, hype up CSS. And so I made a little trailer for my talk to get us all in the spirit. Enjoy.
And the masters of the universe. I am Adam,
developer
and defender of the secrets of
my code base.
This is
my app,
my fearless friend. Fabulous secret powers were revealed to me the day I held aloft my magic
CSS
and said, by the power of
the platform. My app
became the mighty battle.
My app.
And I became He-Man, the most powerful
developer
in the universe.
So this can be you, my friends. I think my voiceover career needs some work. But I'm here to talk about how CSS is getting a lot more powerful and declarative. If you've been keeping up with the changes in this space, a lot has been going on. And so this is why I truly believe that the best way to level up your developer skill set right now is to take advantage of modern UI capabilities, to learn the platform, to leverage the platform, in addition to using React and the framework of your choice. So I hope that by the end of this talk, you too will share this sentiment. And there is so much to talk about. Before we get into it, why do we even care about CSS? I think that the biggest reason for me is it allows you to actually separate logic and style. So I'm not saying don't write any JavaScript. I'm saying write it where it makes sense, where you're doing DOM manipulation or user response, but separate the styling. We shouldn't have to write styles in our JavaScript. This also means that you can reduce third-party dependencies. A lot of the features I'm going to talk about, we'll get into that a bit more, which means you also reduce maintenance costs and complexity of your application, and that makes it easier to just build things, period. So build things faster, make your life easier. There's also a lot of great accessibility hooks that come with some of these features, so you don't have to worry about creating all those states and managing all of that accessibility, which can be really complex and hard to get right. So, as I mentioned, a lot is happening in this space. In this talk, in the time I have, I'm specifically going to cover a subset of features, and those are going to be scroll-driven animations, the popover API, anchor positioning, and then if we have time, we'll do a time check, and I might talk about select, aka styling dropdowns. So we'll see. But let's get right into it with interactions. And the first of those is scroll-driven animations. Who here has heard of native scroll-driven animations? All right, I see a couple hands. Again, that looks like 10%, so hopefully it's going to blow your mind. So we now have the ability to define scroll-based timers in the web platform. And in terms of browser support, it's landed in Chromium-based browsers. It's currently available behind a flag in Firefox, and Safari has expressed positive signals for implementation. But I think this can be used as a progressive enhancement. So here's an example of what that might look like, where you might have some kind of scroll-based animation. These cards are kind of like moving up as you're scrolling through. But you can use it for a lot of different things, including progressive enhancement. Here, I just have like this block quote kind of animating in, these images animating in. You could do a lot of fun effects. This one animates both the grayscale to color and the positioning of that picture. And the way that we do this is very declarative. So take a look at this block quote as an example here. So this just animates in from the left side, and the opacity goes from 0 to 1. To do this, all we have to do is write a keyframe, like we would any other time-based animation, from and to, and then we apply the animation like we would any other CSS animation. But the difference is here where we give it an animation timeline, where in this case, the animation timeline, the scroller is the view. Next, we can set the animation range, where we say we want to go from the entry of 0 to 50%. So in this demo, it's animating over that view to the 50% point, where it hits that 2 spot. So in just a couple lines of code, no third-party library is needed. We've created a scroll-driven animation natively in the browser. Another example is this, where we're simply animating scale and opacity, and it's very similar, the same thing, where we're just animating the entry to 25%. And what I think is really cool about this API, regardless of browser support, it's a great progressive enhancement. Because for browsers that are not supported, you'll get the existing experience, which in this case is just an image appearing on the screen. For browsers that are supported, as that list continues to grow, you can get this subtly improved user experience with those little animation hooks. And also be sure that you're checking for user preferences when you're applying styles like this. So if you have a user preference for reduced motion, maybe put this into a block that doesn't have that user preference. So another thing that you can do here is create this like scroll to, oh, you know what? The API might have slightly changed. So here I was demoing, but my demo broke. Cool, cool. Thank you, demo gods. A little scroll to top button where, am I in Canary? I might be in, not Canary. Let me see if I can go into Canary real quick. Nope, I am. All right, something else happened. So here I wanted to demo animating from display none to display block. It's a cool demo. I'll share a link after, and you could check it out. It essentially creates this button. You animate not just the opacity, but also the display. And I used to use a library for this, so I'm stoked that last week my demo worked without any JavaScript. I swear it did. Some people were here and saw that demo working. You can also do cool things like overflow and scroll detection by leveraging this API. And it's this clever little hack where we can use Boolean values through CSS custom properties. So here we can set can scroll to 0 and then use an @ keyframe to actually detect the scroll and update the value of that custom property to 1 or to anything. And this is going to turn from 0 to 1 when there is scroll, because we can set this animation on the timeline and set the scroll to itself. So we can do these clever hacks where it looks like this in the end. If you have scroll, then you can style these arrows, which is super handy. Like, the way to do this with scripting is a pain. And it's also dynamic. So if I have more content here, the arrow will appear. So now I have these dynamic arrows being created with just a couple lines of CSS using these hacks. This one's called a space toggle. It's like a funky term for using custom properties in this way. When you use custom properties, you get a value and then a fallback value. So you can set another custom property to see if this thing scrolls. If this is invalid, then this line will be ignored and you'll get the fallback value. So that would be hidden for the visibility of those arrows. If it's valid, then you get visible. So all of this you can write in a couple lines of code using these cool tricks in CSS and the native web platform. No JavaScript needed. So there's other things you can do. Scrolly telling is another thing that you can do with this API. I like this one because I feel like we've all seen this effect. They usually require a lot of third-party scripts to implement. Now we're bringing this native to the platform. Also things like this was inspired by the Twitter UI. When you scroll down, the profile icon shrinks, the text moves, the background changes opacity. things move around. This can all be done in a couple of lines of code by animating each of these elements separately by using @keyframes and this scroll-driven animations API. For more about it, check out this site. Definitely take a picture if you want to learn more, because there's demos, there's code, there's lots of stuff to check out and learn more about the scroll-driven animations API. Again, I think this is an awesome progressive enhancement for your users. And on top of that, it's not just about user experience. It also can significantly improve performance when you're animating properties that don't hog the GPU. And here's an example of someone testing this on our team. Yuriko tested this by animating things like transforms and opacities versus doing this in the way that you would now with JavaScript. Scroll observers, you also have to worry about resize observers, element observers as they enter and exit the screen. And it really shows that using the native platform and using properties that can work without running on the main thread, like the transforms, like opacity, can improve performance significantly. So all the demos I showed pretty much just animated those things, and you can do a lot with it. So this is a great quote from one of the partners that we work with, from Tokopedia, who said they managed to reduce up to 80% of their lines of code when compared to using conventional JavaScript scroll events, and observed that the average CPU usage reduced from 50% to 2% while scrolling. So just another example of why it's important to follow along with stuff happening in web UI on the web platform. It's not just about user experience, it's also about significantly improving performance for your users. So with that, I also now want to talk about UI components. This is another really exciting space, and there's a lot that's changing in it. Who here has heard of the Popover API? Okay, so a few more of you than scroll-driven animations, and for good reason, because the Popover API, which includes the Popover attribute, is going stable as of this week. I think April 16th was technically the stable date for Firefox. I'm not sure if that got moved to a little bit later, but Popover is now, or will be very, very, very soon, in all stable browsers. And this feature is a powerhouse. So we can now have ads like this and popovers all over the platform. No, I'm kidding. Popover is used everywhere. Menus, pickers, dialogues is a type of popover. That's another element that you may want to use for this kind of experience. And it's super, super valuable for all that the browser provides. So in terms of what the browser actually provides, it provides promotion to the top layer, which is a separate layer that sits above the rest of the page. So you don't have to worry about fighting with Z-index anymore. You don't even need to use React portals anymore, because you can use popover or dialog to break out of the component that you're in and have something live above the rest of the page. So this saves like a whole bunch of work for you there. It also has optional light dismiss functionality, which means that if you click away from the popover, you can close the popover and then return focus to the rest of the page. You don't have to build that state in. There's also default focus management, so that when you tab into the popover, regardless of where the popover is on the page, it could be at the bottom of the DOM, the next tab stop will be within the popover. So that accessibility semantic of shifting the tab focus is already built in. You don't have to build that yourself. And then there's also keyboard accessibility that's built in. Hitting the escape key or double toggling the popover will close the popover and return focus. Another state that you don't have to manage and build yourself for this user experience. And finally, it has semantic component bindings, which connect a popover to its trigger. So yes, all of this is done with just one HTML attribute, believe it or not. Have any of you tried to build a popover? I'm sure many of you have. Yeah, raise your hand. How hard was it to do all this? I see a lot of nodding. The way that you do it with popover is this. All you have to do is add the attribute. So this is the thing that's popping over. Give it an ID, and then hook up that ID to a button that is opening the popover with popover target. That's it. All of those things. It feels like magic, because it really is just such an important missing feature. So you can do things like this, where I'm clicking and then clicking out. I could tab and then spacebar this open and then double toggle. I could tab, hit escape. You can do all those things. Another feature of popover is the ability to create manual popovers. So in this case, if I open this popover and I click outside of it, you don't get the light dismiss. You can actually create a custom button, like I am doing here, with popover target action to hide it, and then you connect that to the popover target again, using the same ID. So you really have a lot of customizable control with Popover. It's a really powerful API. And you might already be using Popovers without realizing it because GitHub has Popovers on their website. On the homepage, the new menu uses Popovers. The PR review menu also is a popover. So they're already shipping this in production using the Oddbird polyfill, which you can install here and import like this, in production, while leveraging the power of the web platform to reduce a lot of the code. We talked to the GitHub team, and they're actually really involved in this API because it's been so valuable to them, and it's really cool to see it already in production with that team. So animating popovers is a feature that is a bit of a work in progress across browsers. It is available in Chromium for now, but again, if you're using popover, animating them in and out can be a nice progressive enhancement, where that would look like this, where you're animating up and out instead of just popping up and then exiting. So the way that we do that is with a few different APIs. The first is this starting style keyword, so this feature where we would have to teach the browser how to animate this style, because when you have the popover outside of the DOM, it doesn't exist yet. So we have to tell the browser what the styles are before it appears. So here we're starting below that translate Y of 20 pixels and going up to 0, where the open state is on popover open. So all of this is when you're opening the popover, you set your starting style, the pre-styles, then you set your actual open state, so translate Y of 0 and then opacity 1. And then the exit state is the resting state of the popover on the element itself, and here we're translating it up to kind of go away. And then the final new feature is this allow discrete keyword, which lets us tell the browser that we want things like display and other properties, discrete animations, to animate on a timeline. So instead of flipping on at the first keyframe, we can animate them on a timeline, which means that we can now animate display, and that is a precursor to popover animating. So anchor positioning is more of an experimental API, but it is landing very soon in Chromium, and so I'm very excited about this because I think this one has some of the biggest implications to reducing a lot of code cruft and making our lives easier. It's landing in 1 month in Chromium stable. It's currently in Canary if you want to check it out, and I have been deep in this feature, so I'm super excited for it to land. So I just showed you a few popovers. In this case, anchoring a popover would mean that we can actually connect it to its button, but it doesn't have to be a popover that you apply anchor to. So here's an example of what we would do there. You can set this anchor name on the button, and then you can set a position anchor on the popover, and then use that anchor to actually absolutely position the anchor to that button element. So here, we're positioning the bottom of the popover, or the anchored element, to the top of the anchor, or the button, and then we're also giving it some space. So we're adding 1 rem here. And then the right is going to be positioned to the right. You can also do things like this, where you give it an explicit anchor name. So here we have this menu. It's great for menus, submenus. And then in the anchor function, use the anchor name just directly. So here we're saying that we want the left to be at the menu's left, and at the top of this menu to be at the bottom of that anchor. And you can grow and build on this. So here we have a menu, we have a submenu, and this is where it gets really exciting, because we can actually tell the browser what we want to happen when there's not enough space for this menu to be on the screen. All of this can be done declaratively in CSS. So what we can do here is set this position try block. So we have this position try bottom, where we're saying, okay, if this initial set of position, left and top being right next to the menu, if this doesn't work, if there's not enough space in the viewport here, then try this position try bottom. And here we're switching that so that it appears below the menu. So with just a few lines of code here, we have all of this functionality. We don't have to do resize observers. We don't have to do any of that in order to build this into the browser, which is cool. Who thinks that's cool? There's more cool stuff. So another feature is called position try order, where you can actually tell the browser how you want it to order the list of those fallbacks. So you can have a full list of fallbacks where I just had one in that example, but you could have more. And you can position to multiple anchors. So here we're using 2 different anchors to set the top and left position versus the bottom right position. I've given them names, 1 and 2. And here I have top left calling the first one and the bottom right calling the second one. So you can create little diagrams and other cool things in CSS by leveraging multiple anchors and the anchor positioning API. Another cool feature of this API is called inset area, and this is a new positioning algorithm for anchoring specifically. Only works with anchor positioning right now, but it lets you more declaratively say where you want things to be placed. So I made a tool to kind of help understand how this all works, but instead of having to do top anchor bottom, you can now say inset area top, or inset area left, or inset area bottom, and it very clearly positions your anchor in that space. If you want it to span multiple blocks, this sort of works like a 9-column grid. You would use the span dash prefix for start at the bottom and then span to the left, or start at the bottom and span to the right. And there is a logical property equivalent if you're building a website that works across languages. You can do start at the block end and then span to the inline end. So same thing will work with any of these features. If you want to just copy and paste the code while you're using this. Anchortool.com, this is the first of many pieces of teaching Anchor that I will put on the site, but it was really fun to experiment with this inset area. I love it. So here we can rewrite this to be a lot more clear. Inset area, top, span left, and it's done for you. To build on top of the coolness, there's also these new keywords like flip inline, flip block, and flip block, flip inline, so you don't even have to write the fallback try positions. You can let the browser automatically determine them for you. So in this case, we've created this popover, which again does not have to be a popover, it could be any element, and we have it positioned the bottom of it to the top of the button, and then what we're doing is position try options flip block. So here, as this is resizing, we don't even have to write what the fallback is. The browser knows to flip it in the block direction. And you could write this even shorter. I wanted to show justify self because there's also a new anchor center property for justification. But you don't need this if you use inset area, inset area top, inset area bottom. 2 lines of code, you can get all of this functionality with Anchor. No third-party dependencies, no additional scripting, no resize observers, scroll observers, or any of that. It's pretty cool. Thanks for whoever clapped over there. With that, we see this all the time. We see this all over the web platform. I've built this before, and it sucks to build. So making this a part of the native platform, I think, will make a lot of people's lives easier, including myself. So when you combine these features, you could do popover with anchor positioning and CSS trigonometric functions and make really cool menus like this where we can combine trigonometry in CSS and use translations and calc to position things on a grid. And this is where I think that people don't realize CSS is so complex. It is a programming language that gives you a lot of functionality and features. And it helps you create things like this with no JavaScript, building this with CSS so that it anchors to its parent, so that it works across all platforms and all frameworks, as long as the browser support is there, and it's getting there pretty quickly. So it's pretty cool. One thing to note about popover is that there is no default semantic role. So while it does provide some of those accessibility constraints, like the tabbing and other connections, you would still need to give it some semantics. So you can give it the menu role if it's a menu, or a tooltip if it's a tooltip, or if it's a dialogue and you want to inert the rest of the page and have the user focus on that dialogue interaction, then you wouldn't use popover, you'd use the dialogue element, which is also getting a bunch of updates to work more declaratively. And if it's a selection, then you'd use the select element, which is also something that's getting a lot of cool updates. So next for popovers and dialogues is this concept called invoke target, which lets you declaratively use invokers in HTML to trigger open those things, like the popover open, the popover target would also work with an invoke target for things like dialogue. You could also use that for popover once that's landed. It's currently also in all browsers in the TP or the Canary versions or nightly. And then interest target, which is like what we see on Wikipedia, where you want to hover over or show focus on a link to then pop over that tooltip, like a hover card, but also let that work on links and other things. This is a really, really tricky accessibility pattern to figure out, and we want to make this easier as a browser. So a lot of other cool stuff coming for anchoring. Like one is the ability to style that little arrow called a tether. Also to like slide things in and shift things in the viewport instead of just swapping it to the next area. So this will be coming in the next level of anchoring. And I said I would time check. I think I have a tiny bit of time to talk about select. So I do want to talk about this. It is future stuff coming to the browser, but it is currently in Canary if you wanted to play with it. All the demos that I'm going to show are in Canary if you wanted to start exploring them. But yes, this means that stylable, accessible dropdowns are next to the browser. And I built a bunch of demos. Here's one from GitHub. What I think is interesting here is when I click on the first option, create a merge commit, you can make it look different. It can say merge pull request instead of create merge commit. This is just HTML and CSS. I'll show you how in a second. You can also do things like this, where the Airbnb select is really cool, and it is also responsive. You currently can't do any of this with a select, but you can really get customized with the customizable select, the next version of select that's coming to the browser. You could do things as simple as just like styling a background or a checkbox, or this Gmail select where it shows just the icon when you click on it, or selecting flags in a country select that is just, I wrote a tweet in 2017 that was like, it's 2017, why can we still not style selects? I'm like, it's 2014, why can we still not style selects? And the code behind the scenes looks like this, where we have a button. The selected option is a new element that mimics the HTML from inside the options. Data list is another element that exists now, but not for select. It doesn't render right now. But if you wrap your options in a data list, you could then apply this arbitrary content, like these images. And another benefit of reusing select for this is that in unsupported browsers, the browser will just ignore those lines of code, so you get a fallback that works like a normal select. So you can progressively enhance with this and get that enhanced user experience while providing your users a semantic select dropdown for them to use and access. So I think that's cool. I'm going to quickly wrap this. I get a lot of questions about my slides sometimes. So one other thing is that my deck is actually built with no JavaScript whatsoever. And this was like a fun challenge that I tried myself last year, and I just really liked this deck, so I kept going with it. But this is just vanilla CSS and HTML. I put some iframes in there, but you don't really have to. And the way that this is built is with these style blocks, so you can make style blocks content editable. So here I could change the background of my body, so I could do like background, I don't know, pink, or hot pink, or I could do like a gradient. But this is all dynamic code, no JavaScript. Look, Ma, no JavaScript. I'm doing some scroll snap stuff. There's a lot of cool scroll stuff in the browser too, just using arrow keys, scrolling through. And I'm using access key to navigate this presentation. So I could just do, Control Option 1, go to the start, Control Option 2, go to different places in my presentation. We could do like a choose your own adventure next time. I think that would be fun, because there's so much to talk about. But one thing that I want to leave you all with, other than a love for CSS and HTML, is that CSS and HTML work in every framework. So if at your company you're not only using React, if you're working with a larger code base or you're trying to integrate, this is something you don't have to worry about creating one type of component for. It'll work in every framework. There's no dependencies. The browser is the dependency. Your users are already using a browser. So good on you, no additional dependencies. Which is why I think it's so important to follow along with these things, leverage the power of the browser, reduce complexity to improve your velocity, and stay in the know. So this is how you can follow along. Web.dev and developer.chrome.com are two places that our team writes about what is new in the browser. Web.dev for things that have gone stable, and developer.chrome.com for things that are more experimental, like anchor and select. But there's a ton happening in this space. Thank you again for making it after lunch. It's so exciting to be here, and I appreciate your time.
What's up, everybody? That was such a good talk. So anybody here now love CSS? Hands raised. All right, she got some converters. All right, good. All right, so we want to make a couple of special announcements before we continue on to the next speaker. So just a reminder, tomorrow, the day 2 of React Miami is going to be at a different venue. It's going to be in downtown Miami at Mana Common. So it will not be here. So if you show up here, you will probably be alone.
I'll be with them. And then, you know, we'd love for you guys to take some time, head over to eMerge and hit the sponsor booths. You can find the sponsor booths at 1019 and 1123. Clerk might be over there, as I had stated earlier, and check out the booth. Let me know if it sucks or not. And then we have a third one. Also, thanks to Clerk. I don't know, such great people over there. We sponsor in the after party tonight. Expect it to be absolutely ridiculous, but also tame for the most part. Don't look at me. And then, Will, please introduce our new speaker.
All right, thank you. All right, so who here loves tech acronyms? Raise your hands. Yes. Boy, do I have the talk for you. All right, so we have senior software engineer from Netflix, Ben Bodu, and he's going to talk about 50 shades of React rendering in Next.js. All the acronyms.
All right, so you all saw me earlier, and now I'm actually going to give my actual talk now. All right, so I'm excited to be back here. I was here 2 years ago talking about transitioning from Enzyme over to React testing library. And now I'm here talking about Next.js this time. Because when React first came out, it had this really cool feature in that it wasn't attached directly to the DOM. You had your own UI building, and then it resulted or flushed to the DOM. And it also included another thing, which was to be able to render to a string. So Next.js took that capability in order to build its initial server-side rendering. It's isomorphic framework where you can use the same code to render on the client as you do on the server. So actually, how many people here developing Next.js have been using it? Okay, about half. Awesome, awesome. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna run through a demo app that I have built and look through all the different ways that you can render with it. So I'm gonna go here and build it, and it's gonna be building JavaScript, building CSS, as well as building some static assets, which I'll be talking about later. But in the meantime, let me get you all to stand up. So I know Kent already made you do it this morning. We're gonna do it again. I've already seen some yawns, right? And your stomach is digesting your food, so the blood is leaving your brain. So I want to make sure that you can pay attention. Here we go. So we're gonna do 10 squats again, just like that. You guys got it? Oh, we're gonna do it all together. Okay. So some people were too excited. All right. So here, let's do it. Ready? And since this is React, it's JavaScript. Let's do it 0 based, okay? So we're gonna start at 0. Here we go. And we're gonna go to 9, remember that. Okay, here we go, ready? 0, that was weird. 1, 2, great squats. 3, 4, that's halfway, yeah. 5, 6, we're almost there. 7, 8, 9, and oh, I got some of you! I got some of you! Ha-ha! Yes, off by 1 error. Look at that. All right, thank you so much for that. So let me formally introduce myself. My name is Ben Albuquerque. I'm a Christian, a husband, and a father. Here's my family. That's my wife, Rashida. We've been married a little over 13 years or so. And our oldest daughter, Simone, she turned 10, so we were at a Disney cruise to celebrate her 10th birthday. Highly recommended, by the way. Our middle daughter, Avery, she is 7, and our son, Asher, there, he's 5, and we live right outside of Houston, Texas, there, okay? And Asher is wearing a Rockets shirt because we're huge Rockets fans, basketball fans, I am. I would really love to go to the Miami Heat game today, but I have to leave early in the morning, and I'm not quite sure if you all will win today. But anyway, let's keep going. I am, like he mentioned, a software engineer at Netflix. I work on the TV UI, that you all love to use, I'm sure. So if you have, that was totally on me, all right? And I'm also a Google developer expert here. But you didn't come to hear more about me. You came to learn more about rendering in Next.js here. So let us go back to our app. So it has built all of the things. It's built some static pages as well, which will make sense. So let's go ahead and start this demo app and start looking into how it works. So here it is right here. It's a simple blog page. Basically, it's one of the starter templates from Next, actually. And I repurposed it for this demonstration here. And there was the home page, and then there's just a bunch of blog posts here. All right, so let's start with the first type of rendering, which is client-side rendering, also known as CSR. And in this case, the page HTML is generated on the browser for every request. So we're getting new HTML every time the browser executes here. So let me go down to client-side rendering here. And you can see there, let me reload it again, that it took a while for the page to load, right? So we're getting all of the data. We get back an initial HTML page, which I'll show right here. We have this initial page here in the bottom right. Let's skip through all of those font tags there. And our initial HTML is just this P tag that says loading. That's the only thing that's sent off, and then everything renders on the client there. So one nice part about it, I guess, is that the server response time is really fast because all it is just an HTML file with the word loading. So here, it took 8 milliseconds, which is actually really fast to have a response there. But as we saw, it took a while for the page to actually load. And there was no caching going on here because it's unique to every render. So if I refresh the page, again, it's loading for some amount of time, and then there's this loading recommendations, and those stories can load in. So every render is unique, as I was saying. So if, let's say, this isn't backed by CMS because I didn't want to spend that much time working on it, but the blog posts are on the file system. So let's say I go in and make a change there to it, and if I refresh and everything works appropriately, we'll see that the name of the title of it changed, which right now doesn't seem all that magical, but it'll make sense in a little bit. Okay, so that is client-side rendering. If you are familiar with Create React App, we were talking about that earlier. Basically, all of the initial versions of how you built a React app worked client-side. You shipped an empty HTML page, and bam, everything happened on the client. So you can use Next.js to build a client-side rendered app. It's typically not the way that you would do it, but it's possible. And as a result, the benefits of doing that are that each render is unique. It has dynamic content if you needed it to be based on the query parameters or cookies or anything along those lines there. I mentioned the fast server response there, but it has poor SEO, right? Because the HTML has basically nothing in there. And in addition to SEO being poor, there's also SMO being poor, and that's social media optimization, where if you share something on Twitter or you share something in Slack, you get that rich content like images and those kind of things, descriptions. You would miss all of that because your HTML is blank there. So we could use this for the blog posts, but I would suggest that it wouldn't be the best experience, especially because SEO is important. But for things like highly interactive user experience, like let's say Figma, you're building everything in the browser, designing everything in the browser, you don't really care about SEO, it's very user specific. Perfect example for that. Okay, so that was CSR. Let's talk about SSR, or server-side rendering. which is how we built websites from the very beginning. Everything is rendered on the server, and then HTML comes back. So, and it's for every request, again, the server is generating the HTML. So let's see how that could work. Server-side rendering here. So what you didn't even realize, potentially, is that since the server is doing the rendering, it actually takes some time for the server to respond because it has to retrieve whatever data it needs to, then it has to generate the HTML, and then it has to return, right? So I run this again multiple times. We can see here that it took a while. It took over 3 seconds for it to respond, which means that the user doesn't see anything for 3 seconds, which is not ideal. However, if I go in and we look at the HTML here at the bottom, we can see that it has all of the content for the page here. So that's great for SEO because the content is in there, right? It's rendered on the server. And we can look at the headers and see that there's nothing cached. It's set explicitly to never cache on my machine so that every time I go to the URL, it's going to request the HTML from the server there. But one thing that's interesting, though, is that even though it is server rendered, right, the recommendations are pulled in still on the client. So you can have a hybrid page, potentially, that renders the initial stuff that's important on the server, but then does the rest of it on the client that could be deferred there. So again, now let's say this thing is CMS backed or somehow the content of the blog post is changing. Let's put it as question marks this time. Server-side rendering works out well because we're getting the data each time we're making a request. So now we got the question marks there. So again, maybe, makes sense. Why wouldn't it change? But we'll see an example of why that makes sense when we go to the next one. So the advantages of server-side rendering, right? So the content, again, can be driven by the user information or the query parameters or what have you there. And also, it renders really fast in the browser because the HTML is already in the document. But the result of that is that the server response is really slow because it was rendered on the server. But then the positive of that is that it's SEO friendly because all the HTML is there. So you get this kind of back and forth benefit, disadvantage based upon the same thing happening. So again, I probably wouldn't server-side render the blog post. There's nothing really unique in the blog post itself that I would want to make to the individual user. But good candidates for server-side rendering are things that are highly user-specific and that you would want to render on the server. So you can think of like checkout page or search results, those sorts of things are really good candidates for server rendering. And if you want to know how to do server rendering in Next.js, just look at the docs on get server-side props. You determine what information you need, and then it'll render out the page from there. Okay, so then we have static site generation. I'll let you all catch your breaths, and I'll take a break real quick. Okay, so static site generation, also known as SSG, is where now things change a little bit. So static site generation existed back in the times of Jekyll, if anybody ever used that to do a static site build, what have you, but it became really popular in React with Gatsby, where you would build your whole entire site, it would be statically rendered, so it would be super fast. Because the HTML isn't generated on the fly at request time, it's actually built way in the beginning at build time. So if you remember, right, we built the HTML during this time at build time. There was stuff that was happening. So let's go into the app now and look at static site generation. So bam, it loaded up really, really fast. Let me refresh that again. It was so fast you couldn't even tell, right? So it responded in 7 milliseconds there, which is super fast to have an entire page come back. So it was fast like client-side rendering, but in this case, the whole HTML is actually here in the server response. So what's happening is that the next server is still running, the web server is running, but it's going to the file system, getting the HTML file that's on the file system, and just passing that back quickly. And then on top of that, what happens is that it provides a cache control header, which basically is forever. It's like 10 years or something like that. You won't even have your computer for 10 years. So it's definitely forever, right? So it is pulling from its file system cache. It's telling your computer to cache it. And then if you have a CDN in front of your website, then that will cache it as well. And that's now cached for everybody. So the advantage of static site generation is that everybody is getting the exact same HTML, so that it can be really, really fast. You don't have to worry about it being different for every user and things like that. But the one problem, actually, you can already see it. Remember, we changed this blog post to have the question marks there, but it hasn't shown up yet. And this will become apparent in that at the bottom of every blog post, I list the time in which the HTML was rendered. And if we see here, it is at 1:37, that's when it was, and it's now 1:51. So it was 14 minutes ago that this was generated when I ran that build step. So it hasn't changed since then. So if I go in and try to make a change, let's change it from question marks to ellipses, let's say, and then go and change it. It's still the old way. But the recommendation still loaded on the client. So at least we still have that, but this content hasn't changed there. So why would you want to use static site generation? I've already explained a little bit of it, but really it's huge for SEO and performance. So because the HTML is in the page, again, that's great for SEO and SMO, and it's also highly cacheable. So if you have a page that's going to be the same for everybody in the world, right, then you can cache it for everybody in the world, and it's super, super fast there. But the disadvantage and the challenge with statically generated pages is that it's common for everybody. So if you need it to be different for people for various reasons, then it's really difficult, i.e. like not possible because it's the same version for everyone. And depending on how many pages you have to generate, it could result in slow build times. So say it takes, let's say, half a second, quarter of a second to generate a page, but you have 1,000 of them, 1,000 blog posts because you're really prolific, or 1,000 product pages, for instance, it's going to take some time every time you're building the app there. So there were workarounds on how to deal with the unique or updating code. For instance, let's say somebody made a change in the CMS. There would be a webhook that would happen, let's say in GitHub, and it would know that change was made. Then it would create a new build, run the build again, put that in a PR. If the PR passed, then it could automatically merge that PR, and that's how you would get the sense of the code changing. So there's a lot of things that have to happen in that situation, which makes things really difficult, but it was kind of possible. But good candidates for these are actually blog posts. So my whole website, benmvp.com, shameless plug, is statically generated. So the content's never going to change unless I change some code and rebuild it. So static is great for blog posts. It's also great for marketing landing pages, splash pages, your acquisition pages, those sorts of things that really aren't changing that frequently as well there. So if you want to know how to use statically generated pages, those two functions in your page component, get static paths, get static props, will help with that. And I also included the fallback property here because that'll dictate what happens when someone goes to a page that may or may not exist. So I've got a link there. When you get the slides, you'll totally be able to understand and know how to implement it. Okay, so let's see. We talked about client-side rendering, CSR. We talked about server-side rendering, SSR. Just talked about static site generation, SSG. Now we've got a fourth version of rendering, incremental static regeneration. Very fancy words that I know individually, but putting them together was quite interesting. Also known as ISR, okay? So what happens in this case is it's very similar to static site generation. The difference is that the HTML can get regenerated by the server after a timeout happens. So let's check that one out. There. So we hit the page, I'll load it again, and it loaded super fast again, just like static site generation. So here, returned in 6 milliseconds, even faster. And just to prove to you, I'll scroll down and we'll see in the HTML that all of the content is there again, right? So that was there. So then what exactly is the difference? Well, what happens is in this cache control header. So now instead of the max age being 10 years, i.e. forever, it's 15 seconds. And that's something that I set, but it's 15 seconds. So what that means is that the next time someone hits requests the page, if it's after 15 seconds, then the server will regenerate a new page there. So we'll see that in action. But just before that, here is the time in which it was generated there. So let's hit the page again. It was super fast again. We can look at the headers, and it's the same 15 milliseconds. But one thing to note is this stale right here. And that's next telling us that it now knows in the background that it has to regenerate a new page there. So if I go here, let's just make it commas, I guess. Commas. And if I reload the page here, okay, I've now changed it to be commas. So I have to wait the 15 seconds. Let's pretend in the CMS we're making changes. I keep talking so that 15 seconds will pass, right? And then I load the page there. Now the commas show up, right? So it's an opportunity. It's still not user specific, but it's an opportunity for us to update our content on a cadence. So maybe it's 15 seconds like it's here, or maybe it's 5 minutes or 3 hours or a day. It kind of depends on how often your data is going to change and how often you want it to hit your server. Because the shorter the timeout, the faster it'll reflect the change, but it's the more often that your server is going to have to do the re-rendering. Because that's the advantage of static site generation, is that your server never has to run and make that data request again. So let's talk through the advantages again and disadvantages. So just like static site generation, it's SEO friendly. All the HTML is there. You still get the fast load times because it's been pre-rendered at build time. But then we get this extra thing, which is it allows for frequent updates because you set the timeout. And you set that timeout with this revalidate property inside of get static props. Basically, you add one additional property, and then you get the automatic cache timeout there. But you saw when we requested it and the timeout passed, we got that stale response. So that first person who hits it after the timeout is going to get the stale cache, and then everybody else gets the new stuff. Well, there's another fallback value called blocking that'll change that to work more like server-side rendering. So check that out as well. But it has the same drawbacks as static site generation. So great candidates for this are anything that's driven by a headless CMS, basically, because that's not going to change every time. It's going to change on some cadence, and then you can have it update that way. Okay, so those are the 4 of them, right? So you can have your site. It's not like how Gatsby used to be, where it had to be all static, or when we're doing a PHP app and it has to be all server-side rendered, right? We have this opportunity to have any given page can be rendered any different way. So it's based upon what the page needs to do and not how the architecture is, which is really nice there. So I have some examples of what kind of pages you would want to use different strategies, in my opinion, but of course depends on what the page is going to do, where it's getting its data there. But there's one more thing, actually. So all before this, I was talking about what's called the pages router, which is what Next had always been using. But as of Next 13, I don't know, maybe 18 months ago, they introduced the app router, which is a different way to build out pages. And it's more optimized, and it makes it technically easier to build more sophisticated things there. So I could go in and show the app router page, but it's going to look very similar to ISR based upon what this the blog posts do. But the main difference is that it allows us to do layouts and to do error handling and to do loading a lot easier. So all of these user experience things that we would have, it would be more complicated to build. It really helps with that there. So it kind of is more of a developer experience type thing versus a rendering type thing. But it does include streaming and things like that. So there's some optimizations that happen there. But the disadvantage is that the components are more complex. I can't remember who earlier today was talking about that with Next and React, but now you have to declare things as client components versus server components. And as a result of the streaming, now your web server has to be more complex and things like that. And it's a higher learning curve, to be honest, going to non-Next to Next. But there's a lot of benefits there. Cool. So here, I have a bunch of resources here. The first one is the GitHub repo that shows all of this code. I wanted to focus more on the experiences than the actual line-by-line code, but you can totally look at the examples there. I tried to leave helpful comments, and then links to all of the different documentations for all of the different features there. So yeah, I just wanted to be able to show everything here. Hopefully, if you've done Next before, you have seen something new. If you hadn't used Next before, hopefully this will be a nice pitch for you to use Next.js here. And thank you again for being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Oh, there we go. Hey, y'all. How are we liking it so far? I know there's people walking out. I'm going to give it another try. How are we liking it so far? Thank you. Thank you. That's all I asked for. I really appreciate it. When Will's up here, don't clap, don't scream at all. Try and make him feel really uncomfortable. So our next speaker is Katerina Porshniva, We worked together backstage to make sure I didn't butcher her name. You're welcome. She is an engineer from the Ukraine with 10 years of experience in UI development and design, currently leading an engineer team at Buffer. She's passionate about accessible web design systems and making complex things simple. I could use that. Apart from work, she is active in the tech community, organizes board game nights, and is known as a coffee snob. I'd like to see some of these board games. She's going to be talking to you today about something that I think in the React world we could all do better at, which is building accessible forms in React. She's getting set up right now, so in the meantime, I'm going to keep blabbering to you guys. So what are you guys getting into tonight? Are we going to the after party? Are we leaving? What are we doing? After party? Forgot the rest of you. He's coming with me. Is this everybody's first time in Miami? Yeah? Show of hands? Are we liking it? Keep the hands up if we're liking it? I saw hands go down. I was like, damn, that sucks. It's better than coming to Philadelphia. Trust me, that's where I'm from. It's terrible out there. You ready? All right, let me shut up. Katarina, everybody. Everybody give them a round of applause.
Hi, all. Oh, is it working? Can you hear me? Are you ready to talk about forms and accessibility? Yeah, okay. But first let's do a sound check. I'm gonna have a lot of screen reader demos, so let's make sure it works.
Accessibility.
Is the sound good? All great? Cool, then let's start. So accessibility is all about ensuring equal access for people with disabilities. And you likely are familiar with accessibility features in public spaces, such as curb cuts, ramps, elevators, and sliding doors. They help to remove barriers for people with disabilities. But similarly to how curbs can be challenging for somebody using a wheelchair, some of the features of our digital products can create barriers for people using assistive technology, like a screen reader, voice control, switch device, or braille keyboard. And one of the most common examples are different types of forms, be it creating an account or logging in, buying and paying for things, searching, sending messages, and more. Often the only thing standing between the user and their goal is a form. Which is exactly what I want to focus on today. This talk will be a practical guide on how we can build forms accessibly. We'll use this sign-up form as an example, and I'll walk you through implementing various accessibility features in it. We'll start from the things that are really simple and move to more advanced topics as we go. But first, let me introduce myself. Hello, my name is Katerina. I'm Ukrainian, living in Estonia. I work at a company called Buffer as an engineering manager leading the front-end direction. And without further ado, let's get started because we have quite a lot of ground to cover. And I want to start by going through some of the foundations of web accessibility. So on the web, everything starts with HTML. It describes our page structure and its contents. But on its own, HTML is just a long piece of text. It doesn't do anything. So in order to display something, browser needs to parse it. So it transforms it into a DOM tree, which then gets rendered into the visual UI that you can see and interact with. However, it doesn't end there. In parallel to this process, it also builds an accessibility tree, which contains all important accessibility information about elements on the page, which then gets exposed to assistive technology via a special API from the browser. But it's a lot easier to understand when looking at the example. For this HTML page, accessibility tree will look something like this. Note that not everything present in HTML is included within the accessibility tree. Some of the things that we used for styling are omitted that don't contain any important accessibility information. Each element within the accessibility tree has its role, which describes what kind of element it is, what is its purpose, and an accessible name, which identifies it on the page. In case of the button, it is inferred from its content. Additionally, it can contain a lot of other attributes that describe it further or communicate its current state. You can actually see all of this information within the DevTools. You can inspect both individual accessibility parameters of elements on the page, or you can see the full page accessibility tree. And it's super useful for debugging or finding problems within the application. Now, this accessibility tree gets exposed to assistive technology, like a screen reader, and will be used to navigate the page. Let's see what that might look like.
Page, web content. Heading level 1, hello. Waving hand, image. Main. Let's learn about accessibility. Start, button.
As you can see, or rather here in this case, screen reader announces information straight from the accessibility tree. It uses accessible role and name to announce elements on the page. Well, in this example, we navigated the page sequentially. Screen reader users have a lot of shortcuts to navigate it by headings, interactive elements, links, and so on. And this is exactly why using semantic HTML is so important. While we could make anything in HTML look like a button with some additional CSS, it won't give out any information about what kind of element it is to somebody who cannot see all of the visual cues. Therefore, when we use semantic HTML elements like element button here, we can convey meaning behind our code, additionally to getting a lot of built-in behaviors for free. And there's more than 100 different HTML elements that we can use that come with built-in semantics, different roles, states, and other attributes. And by using them, we can make our code more meaningful and more accessible. Now that we understood a little bit more how accessibility and assistive technology works in the context of web, let's get back to forms. And let's talk about labeling first. Because imagine filling a form like this. It seems confusing, right? Unfortunately, this is the experience for a lot of people using assistive technology. And therefore, it's important that we label our inputs properly. Our sign-up from before used placeholders to describe inputs. Well, this is a very common practice, and you can see a lot of UIs doing that. It has several important accessibility concerns. First of all, they are a lighter shade of gray, so they are less legible. But also, they disappear as soon as you start typing. So it might be harder for people with cognitive disabilities to keep track of inputs, especially in long forms. But also, they all have low support in assistive technology, so likely can be completely ignored by screen readers. Therefore, it's better to have a clear, visible label near the input. So let's see how we can implement it. There's a label element that we can use, and when positioned near, it will already visually convey the information. But if we go and navigate via screen reader, we'll hear.
Edit text, blank.
So you can see it doesn't really pick up this label. To understand why, let's look into the accessibility tree. Currently, our text input doesn't have any accessible name. And it's because screen reader doesn't recognize that this label belongs to this input. So to fix this, we need to explicitly connect label element and input element together using for and ID attribute. In case of React, we use HTML4. Now, contents of the label will be used as an accessible name for the input, and therefore will be used to announce the element on the page.
Username, edit text.
Perfect. Now, with labels, our form is already a lot more accessible. While we should generally strive to have clear and visible labels all the time, there are still a lot of cases within the UIs where we might not want to display a label, or the purpose of the control is really evident from the context. So let's do a little detour and talk how we can implement hidden labels as well. And search box is a really good example of that. So let's see how we can implement it. First of all, what we can do is we can just position labels similarly as we did before, but we could hide it from the visual UI. If you would use something like display none, it will actually hide this element from accessibility tree as well. Therefore, we can use a technique called visually hidden. It is a CSS class that we can add that under the hood kind of shrinks this element and hides it out of the viewport without taking up any space. And it is a really common technique that we can use in a lot of different cases where we might want to hide something from the visual UI. However, it will still be within accessibility tree, so it can be used to announce this element on the page. It also can be really handy in React to create a component for specifically this purpose, something like visually hidden. And this component needs to support polymorphism with something like an as prop. So you can customize the semantic element it is rendered as to have better semantic support. And there are a lot of really good use cases for it. For example, implementing accessible icon buttons where you can hide label within the button using visually hidden. But now, if we actually look in our code, we have a label like word text twice. So what if we could use our button, our search button, as a label for our input? To understand how to do that, we need to learn about ARIA. ARIA stands for Accessible Rich Internet Applications. And we just learned that in HTML, a lot of the elements come with built-in semantics. And for modern user interfaces, we often need more flexibility. And this is exactly what ARIA is for. It is a spec that defines a lot of additional attributes that we can use to complement native HTML with. We can set different roles, states, and other properties to improve how they are perceived by assistive technology. For example, using the role attribute, we can set an accessible role on the elements. Divs, by default, are a generic container, so they don't provide any meaningful semantics. But by setting a role of the button, it will be represented as a button within the accessibility tree. However, important to note that ARIA doesn't change behavior or appearance in any way. So we can treat ARIA as a promise. We are promising to the user that this is supposed to behave like a button, and it should behave as such, and it's important to fulfill that promise. In order to do that, we would usually write a lot of JavaScript CSS, and HTML. And as you can see, it actually takes quite a lot to build a button. So in most of the cases, we should prefer native semantic HTML elements, and they generally have better support in assistive technology. However, where ARIA roles shine is implementing interactive patterns that don't exist in native HTML, like feeds, tooltips, tab lists, switch, combo boxes, and so on. And ARIA helps to provide semantics, but you would need to implement behavior yourself. Additionally to roles, there's a lot of different ARIA attributes. They're all prefixed with ARIA-something, and in our case, we can use ARIA labeled by to use non-label element in order to provide accessible name for our input. So we can connect it again by ID here, and in that case, contents of the button will be used as an accessible name for the input, and will be announced like this.
Search text field, blank.
Yay, it works. Now, additionally to ARIA labeled by, it actually can use another ARIA attribute called ARIA label. I intentionally put it last on purpose because to me, among the three options that we just discussed, it is the worst out of the three. We can set ARIA label on the input and will override its accessible name here. However, while ARIA label is generally quite useful, we need to understand that it also has some accessibility downsides. For example, it won't get translated if the browser translation feature is on. But also, I find that we as developers, often with the best possible intentions, tend to overuse ARIA label in many cases. For example, here, it is just not necessary, because button contents are already providing an accessible name. But in some cases, it actually can be quite harmful, like here. Because, for example, users who use voice control, they need to speak out names of the interactive controls on the page in order to activate them. And because visible name in settings, they will say something like click settings, but because accessible name is overridden, the button won't take effect. It brings me to the first and really important rule of ARIA that is called no ARIA is better than bad ARIA. So when you're utilizing any ARIA attributes, make sure that you're not harming the experience of the users in the process. Now we just learned how to provide visible labels, but also hidden labels for our inputs. And let's talk how we can guide users even further by providing different hints and instructions. We usually would display these somewhere underneath the control, like here. To implement it, we can place the text underneath. However, there is a gotcha. A lot of the screen readers have what is known as form mode. As soon as they encounter a form, they change their navigation strategy and start prioritizing interactive controls. Therefore, text nodes, like here, might be completely overlooked by the screen readers. But there is a better way. We can use an accessible description. When we talked about accessibility tree, I said that they can have accessible role and name. But also, a lot of the elements can have an accessible description, which is empty by default. We can set it using another ARIA attribute called ARIA described by. Here we can, again, using ID, set an ID to our span element and connect it to our input. And this will set accessible description in the accessibility tree, and usually it is announced after a pause, like this.
Username, edit text, must be between 3 and 20 characters long.
As you have noticed already through several examples, when implementing accessibility features, we often need to use IDs in order to connect different elements together. But IDs also need to be unique on the page, and therefore it can be sometimes a little bit challenging to come up always with the new IDs. To make it easier, React has this really handy hook called useID, so you can just use it in order to generate unique IDs, like so, and then connect different elements together within your HTML. Now that we've learned how to provide hints and instructions using accessible description, let's talk about how to mark required and optional fields in an accessible way as well. For example, in our sign-up form here, we have 3 required and 2 optional fields. And by clearly indicating which is which, we can guide users through the process more smoothly and decrease the chance of mistakes. The most common way to mark required fields is use this red asterisk symbol near the label. Let's see how we can implement it accessibly. First, we can just add an asterisk in the label, but if we navigate there using the screen rule here,
Username star, edit text.
as you can see, it actually pronounces the symbols, and it is the case with many elements that we might use for decoration, like different icons and separators. Therefore, we need a way to hide it from the accessibility tree. And yes, there's another ARIA attributes for that we can use called ARIA hidden. Everything that is positioned within something with area hidden, attribute set to true, will be hidden within the accessibility tree. But now we have the visual cue, the red asterisk. We also need a way to provide semantic cue as well. We can do that, for example, by using required attribute in HTML. However, together with the semantic cue, it will also introduce the native HTML validation, which might not always might be what we want, because it sometimes can be not very flexible and might behave inconsistently in different browsers. So in most cases, you might want to implement your own validation instead. So we are kind of in a situation where we want to have the semantic cue, but we don't want to have the associated behavior. To do that, we can use another ARIA attribute called area required. It will set required within the accessibility tree, but the validation won't be triggered, and will be announced like so.
Username, required edit text.
So now we've marked required fields, and while this is a common approach, you might also want to consider marking optional fields instead. This way, the form can be perceived as less threatening, but if you do that, I still recommend you leave a semantic area required attribute on the required fields. Now we've just turned off the default HTML validation, so let's talk about how we can implement our own validation and error messages within the forms. Because the way that we validate user input and display errors can have tremendous impact on the user experience as well. But before diving into implementation specifics, let's consider a few important aspects. First of all, we generally use color quite a lot in the user interfaces to differentiate between different states. Red for errors, green for success messages, and so on. However, different people perceive color differently. And therefore, to avoid this color trap, it is best to use also additional way to convey this information. And for example, adding an icon would already make it a lot more universal. Now getting back to our form. Another pattern that I often see is that if the user input is incomplete or incorrect, the submit button is made disabled. I would recommend to avoid doing that, because disabled buttons cannot be navigated into via keyboard and create a dead end for the user and prevent them from understanding what exactly is missing or incorrect. So it's usually better to keep the button enabled, but validate user input when the form is submitted. Now let's see how we can implement these input level error messages. So right now, to indicate that this input has some invalid data, we are using this red border and display an icon. But similarly to how we have the visual cue, we again need to provide a semantic cue as well. To do that, we can use another ARIA attribute called area invalid. And when set to true, the screen will actually announce that this input has some invalid data. One neat trick that I really like to use is that we can actually use all of these ARIA attributes for styling as well. I like this approach because, first of all, it's easier. You don't need to add additional CSS class. But also it is really reliable, and make sure that all of your semantic cues and visual cues are always in sync. Now we marked our input as invalid, but we also need a way to communicate the error message as well. We can use the same approach as we did with hints before. We can set an ID and add it to our accessible description. Area described by can actually accept multiple IDs, and then will concatenate the contents when announcing to the user, like this.
Username, required invalid edit text. This username is taken.
In addition to displaying inline error messages near individual fields, especially in longer forms like ours, it is a good idea to display an error summary for the whole form. But here we also need to consider an experience for somebody who cannot see the UI. So as a sighted user, I click the submit button and I see a lot of these red things flashing at me from the screen. But for folks who cannot see all of these visual cues, we need to find a different way of notifying them of the changes. And which brings me to another really important and powerful feature of ARIA called live regions. It allows us to specify certain places within the page as live. And then these areas will be watched. And no matter where the screen reader is currently positioned, when something changes within that region, it will get notified, and therefore can announce this change to the user. We can set it with area live attributes, which support several settings. It can be polite, meaning that it will wait for whatever it was saying at the moment before announcing the change, or it can be assertive, meaning that it will interrupt the speech for the announcement. And this is a very powerful feature to communicate different notifications, statuses, errors, which is exactly what we need. To use it, we can just set area live to assertive, And then as the user submits the form without losing current focus, they will receive notification like this. Like this. Oh, not like this. I think everything just went down and my laptop, I need to, it died. Yeah. So that happened, yeah. Now it has this loading screen and kind of loads everything. Yeah, it's my laptop that turned off for some reason. Okay, let me find where we were and I will restart it. Oh my God, it opens all of the windows I had. Okay. We were here. I think so, yes. Let's try again. Okay, where we were, like this. Okay. Oh, now audio disconnected. Can we turn the audio on?
Sign up button. Sign up failed. Username and email fields are invalid.
You heard that, right? Okay, okay. I'll just put the volume on. Yeah. Cool. So instead of setting area live directly, we can also use a role alert that will, under the hood, set it implicitly for us. We can use the same approach to communicate success statuses as well, so it doesn't need to be errors only. So you can, again, set role alert, and the user will be notified. Now what we implemented is submit validation. But in some cases, we want to provide faster feedback to the users. So let's talk how we can implement instant validation as well. For example, for our username field, we might want to provide feedback instantaneously as the user inputs different usernames into the field. To do that, we can actually utilize the same approach. We can just set a role alert to our input level error message, and therefore when something would change, it will get announced to the user. We can use the same approach for less important information. For example, character count, like here. So we are updating, but in that case, it is not as important, therefore we can set area live to polite instead. Or use a role status, which will achieve the same purpose. Live regions are really powerful and really useful. However, also many notifications can create a lot of disruptions and create confusing experience to the users. Therefore, we need to be careful when we utilize these. Now we've covered quite a lot of ground on the forms already, so let's look how all of these things work together in a demo. And let's hope my computer doesn't die this time.
Username, required edit text. Username is too short. A-M-B-E-R-E-H. This username is taken. 2. Username is available. Email address, required menu pop-up edit text email. Display name, required menu pop-up edit text. Katerina Koshniva, window. Website, edit text URL. About you, edit text. Sign up, button. Sign up failed. Email field is invalid. About you, website, Katerina Kosh, email address, k.koshniva@gmail.com, window. About you, sign up, button. Account created. Check your email for confirmation.
Yay, it worked. Before wrapping up, let's also go over a few ways that we can test whether our implementations are accessible. First of all, there are a few automated accessibility testing tools. We can use XDevTools. Lighthouse also has some accessibility violation checks. There's also really useful ESLint plugins called ESLint JS6 Ally that can check for a lot of different violations in how you use your roles or other attributes in your JS6. However, there's only so much that we can validate automatically. Another way that I really like that can also serve as a really gradual way to introduce accessibility as part of your workflows is when you're doing automated testing. So if you're writing unit or integration tests, let's say with testing library, you can push yourself to use more semantic selectors and matchers instead. So instead of reaching for something like test IDs or get by text, you can use semantic selectors like get by label tags that will already check that the label is correctly bound to the input within the accessibility tree. Or we can use get by role, which works not only for native HTML elements, but also for all the accessible roles like alert that we use to communicate errors. We can also use accessible matchers. So for example, we can check that elements are required using to be required, which goes into accessibility tree and checks that it is set there semantically. Or we can, in the same way, we can check that something is invalid. Oh, it happened again. Okay. It's restarting. Yeah, that probably happens when you have more than 100 slides, I guess. Yeah, please stall a little bit. Yes, thank you. You came to the rescue.
Somebody name out a Dan. Name it. Bet. That's too much effort. Cross. What's that? The what? Gangnam Style? All right, what else? You good? All right.
Thank you. There's a little bit left, so I hope we won't have any interruptions. So we can also check that there's some invalid data, or if it is valid. Okay. Or if it is valid. We can also make sure that elements have an accessible description that, for example, we use for hints or for errors. And generally, if you think about it, your test runner, similar to the screen reader, cannot see the UI. So by pushing yourself to find semantic ways of testing your logic, you can identify gaps, but also learn a lot more about accessibility. Other frameworks like Playwright support similar syntax as well. It's also great to test things with a screen reader. So if you have a Mac or an iPhone, VoiceOver comes built in. On Windows, you can use NVDA or JAWS, and also there's a talkback on Android. I know that if you haven't used screen reader before, it can be quite intimidating and confusing. So there is this really good video series on YouTube by Rob Dodson that covers quick guides to different screen readers. And naturally, as you, as developer, would use screen reader very differently to actual person with disability would. So if you have an opportunity to engage with users of your product with disabilities, I really recommend you do. It's something that we do at Buffer quite a lot, and it has been really insightful for the whole team. But if you cannot do that, there's also services like Fable that can connect you with people with disabilities, and they can provide useful feedback on what needs improvement within the UI. As the last thing, I want to note that accessibility is not something that's black and white. And by learning more and doing small incremental improvements, we can make progress and move towards a more accessible and inclusive web for everyone. And by this QR code, you can find more additional information, like different links and links to different screen reader guides and everything I covered, plus PDF version of my slides. And thank you so much. I'm sorry for all of the interruptions, but I hope you still found this useful.
Let's give it up. Great talk about accessibility and battery power. We learned several different things. So real quick before I introduce the next speaker, remember we have our sponsor booths. They're in the Emerge Americas over there to our right around the corner. Make sure you visit our sponsors at booths 1019 and 1123 is where our sponsor booths are. So we actually have a break coming up after this talk. So take some time on your break and grab some friends and go over there and check out our sponsors. All right, so our next speaker is going to talk about over-engineering. Is anyone familiar with over-engineering here? Okay, all right. So he's going to talk about over-engineering with the thoughts of how to, keep everything good for the future. A fun fact about him. So does anyone remember, right, we all have Netflix subscriptions, right? All right, so people, y'all know that they used to, mail it in the mail. Like, you would get a disc, and then you would watch it, and then you would send it back, and then they would send you another one. That's how I watched Lost, by the way, which was, insane. I waited in the mail to watch Lost, which is kind of crazy. Now I can, binge watch it on my couch. But anyway, our speaker has been with Netflix since they were mailing discs. So he has a lot of experience. He's a staff software engineer at Netflix. And give it up for Tony Casparro.
Try it one more time. Hey, all right. Can you all hear me? Everybody okay? Thank you all for having me. I am Tony Casparro. I've been at Netflix for a super long time, half my marriage actually. And I'm here to talk about two things today, engineering and product. I think a lot about building products, what's meaningful, what can actually get delivered, and what's the engineering behind it. And so I'm going to combine both in the talk today and hopefully make it interesting with a bunch of examples for you. The first one is a game called Robo Rally. Has anyone ever heard of this game? Really? Okay, great. This was invented back in 1992 by a guy named Richard Garfield. And he had this idea, and he said, I want to make a game that has a board game. It's got metal pieces, it's got tokens and dice and all these different things. And he brought it to a bunch of different manufacturers and said, I want to build this game. And everyone said, it's too complicated. You're putting too much on the board at once. There's too many things happening. We can't create it for you. You have to come up with a simpler product that we can put out there. We want to work with you, make something simpler that we can actually deliver. So he came up with this idea called Magic the Gathering in 6 months. Magic the Gathering then went on to be the first billion-dollar game in Hasbro's history, with millions and millions of players all around the world. And it came from forcing him to say, don't overbuild. Come up with a better, smaller solution, and we'll put that out there. He eventually did get to build Robo Rally with his profits, but it was not the ultimate player that he thought it would be. So in this case, he delivered. He did not over-engineer. He pointed it right the way. Another example, not in the product space, I promise that we'll actually get to code in just a second. This other example is about my dad who lives in Oxnard. Over there, they had this big, big swath of land. And the plan was to build this huge, huge development. It would have a shopping mall, booths, all kinds of fairs and stuff like that, have streams and rivers and boats and all kinds of things like that. And so they started developing it. They had the big plan, they had the big architecture, they paved this massive, massive area and put all the infrastructure and groundwork in place. And 18 years later, it looks exactly the same. And I drive by it every single time I visit my dad, and every single time it reminds me, be careful about how big you reach to start and never amount to actually delivering anything. And so in this case, nothing delivered, plenty of over-engineering. One more non-code example is Netflix. According to my sources, and I've been debating on this, according to my sources, the reason it's called Netflix is because Reed eventually, or had the idea, it was going to eventually involve streaming. I will have this streaming to people's computers one day, but I can't pull it off to now. I could start working with all these manufacturers and providers and whatnot, but I need to come up with a simpler idea first. Let's throw some DVDs in the mail, we'll build our business, and eventually we'll create, 18 years later, one of the most dominant streaming engines in the world, on every single device on the planet with plenty of support for everything, but this is not where he started. And so he delivered without over-engineering. So let's go to a practical example, one that actually happened to me. And I've been through a lot of different architecting in my time, but this one is specific to something I recently worked on. And I want to preface this by saying none of the libraries I'm about to mention are bad libraries, but everything has a time and place on when you want to use it. And so we had this site. It was a pretty simple site. It's about 8 pages long. It was for servicing information about our servers and our architecture. And so we started using Redux. Let's bring in some data. We need to use it in different spots. Redux seems like a good choice. Okay, a little time went on. Okay, we actually need Redux Thunk now. We need to do some asynchronous actions, pull some stuff on the fly. That'll make it a little more responsive. We'll go there. Okay, well, now we need something to do the coordination. We have middleware. So the middleware will, by the way, this is from like 5 years ago, so things have gotten better. But we need some middleware. The middleware will help us orchestrate so that different things can have different actions and respond to different places. Okay, now we're pulling in too much data. Now we need a normalizer. Now, if you're not familiar with normalizing, it's the idea that data can be replicated many different times of the same object, so store it in one single object memory and point to it instead of replicating it over and over again and taking up a lot of memory in your application. But now that you've normalized it, we had to use, and this is all true, we had to use reselectors to get the data out of the normalizer. When I want to use it, we had to pull it back out. And it turned out the performance on that was so slow, we had to use a real library called reselector so that we could get this stuff out in an efficient manner. And so without showing too much, here is the diagram I had to memorize so that I knew how to edit our application. Now keep in mind, this is an application of 8 pages. It's not that complex. It shouldn't be that complex. And this is what I had to know when I first started for the program. So my job has primarily been taking things and making them more simple. So I took this, and we honed it down to here. Obviously, we threw out a bunch of things. We didn't need any more. We've moved to component architecture, hooks, getting rid of Redux. That makes things a lot easier. But it could have been this way at the start. We could have made a simpler application. And so the start of the talk is basically, why do we do these things? Why do we end up in a place where we end up with a product we go like, oh, I don't even want to go in there. It's going to be so complex, I don't even want to look at it. And here's what happens. First, we're thinking about future needs. We think, oh, you know what? This is going to happen in the future. I'm going to actually build a server here, and it's going to talk to this microarchitecture over here, and all these different things. And we're trying to anticipate future needs that never actually arise. With that application I just talked about, the person who wrote it said, well, we're actually going to have like 30 pages, and we're going to have all kinds of different users and all that. And that just never came up. For 4 years, it's been an application that's 8 pages, and it just is very cumbersome to work with. The second one is very common, and I follow this one, which is premature generalization. Essentially, hey, I think this is going to be really useful in the future, so let me generalize it, make it kind of robust so we can use it later on. And it ends up never getting used again. You move to a different library, and you spend all this time prematurely generalizing something that just doesn't get used that way. And the third one is a fear factor. If I don't do it now, how much is it going to cost me in the future? I better do it right now, because I'm in the code right now, and I'm going to make that choice. The problem is, there's a probability factor here. If I do that today, it's going to cost me X amount of time. But in the future, maybe it's only 25% probable I'll have to do it. And you need to weigh that probability with the time it will cost you. There's a funny diagram I really like, especially when bringing on new engineers, which is about how complex your code is when you start coding. So obviously, it's very simple. You're just getting into the basics. Let me move some things around. And I absolutely went through this myself. I went through a time where I was gang of 4 pattern. I've got abstractions and interfaces and flywheels and whatnot. And you think you're so clever. And then later on, you're like, oh, it doesn't have to be that way. Simplicity is a good thing. We can keep it simple and build great applications. So let me offer my consideration for a better path forward. One is building small with leverage. By the way, those are just notes on the screen for me, not for you, just a reminder of what to talk about. So building small with leverage really means don't build like a big architecture with a lot of different pieces unless you absolutely need it. Build with the smallest approachable pattern that will get you to where you want to be. And the leverage part is about pivoting. If I build something strongly typed to this one type of object, I'm going to get in trouble really fast. Think about using generics. Think about instead of parameters for functions where you say parameter 1, 2, or 3, passing in an object. If you think you might need it, just give yourself a little flexibility for that. Availability to pivot going forward. 2, avoiding pre-optimization. Now, I put a quote up here from my friend at Microsoft because even at that level, at the 100,000 or whatever employees they have, he just has said this quote on Twitter the other day, which is that pre-optimization is a mind killer. It will lead them into all kinds of paths where they're sitting in meetings for months trying to figure out what to build, what's the most optimal way, when what they should do is put code on the ground with a small implementation and try it out. And so he just said that, and I really liked it. I have a little note in there about pioneers and settlers. If you ever looked up the pioneer settlers, and there's a third one about software development, it's really, really interesting. And the idea is that sometimes you're going in to just try something out. You're going off into the wild, wild west. You don't know what's out there. You're just going to try a little bit. And there's a separate phase for we know it works. We know it's a great idea. Now is when we build the foundation, and now is when we grow it from there. The third one is about delivering and iterating. Obviously, it's an important one because if you just talk and talk and talk, or you build a big microarchitecture and never actually leads anything, you could end up in a bad spot. I have an example from my own history here where we built a product. It was for order processing. And we built for 6 months on this really, really interesting way of doing order processing. And it was perfect, and it was great, and it had flexibility and sustainability, and it could grow and everything, and we were beating the market. And all of that work, all of that designing it, and perfection of making the perfect software solution was ultimately thrown out. We had nothing to compete with anymore. We were gone. And that was the end of that code. So without throwing everything out, what kind of future-proofing is valuable, though? One is tests. I have a side project where I do stuff with Magic the Gathering cards, which I absolutely love, and I do a parsing engine for reading the cards. And it's been evolving over 13 years now. And those tests save me every single time I go in to iterate and change something, because I will know if I have broken something. So tests, not 100% code coverage, but strictly targeted tests are really, really valuable. I think 100% code coverage is a lovely dream, but not, once again, the most valuable thing you'll need right now. And the second one is clean code and comments. So comments are for you and your future self, which you will thank yourself for every time. They are super easy to write, and they are not a waste of time, in my opinion. So as a final thought for wrapping this all up, favor shipping over perfection. That Shopatron, oops, I said their name. That example of that software company I worked for, they favored perfection. It did not get them anywhere, and they were ultimately beaten out. So ship your product, get feedback, iterate, build small, and focus. 2 is don't overcompensate for future needs. If you don't need it right now, don't build for it. You can think about it, but if you waste that time engineering and building something that's way too big and complex, you might end up not needing it or just throwing it out in general. And the third one is that simplicity is beautiful. I put this picture of a Magic card, which I think is beautiful up there. The card game itself was beautiful. It allowed itself to pivot and to have 30 years going on of Magic the Gathering. And it is a great example of building with a great amount of pivoting and simplicity. So that is me. Thank you very much.
How long is break? 30 minutes? I'm a little late. Yeah, so we have about a 30-minute break. So try and come back, get into your seats in about 30 minutes or so, and we'll see you in a bit. I love you all.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners, so we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on, and with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive Gen AI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners, so we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive Gen AI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners, so we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners. So we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set
Check,
higher
check,
than
check,
ever
check,
before,
check.
with
1,
platforms
2,
evolving
1,
and
2,
becoming more
3, 4,
complex.
5,
It can be
6,
challenging
7,
to
8.
keep up with the demand.
1, 2, check,
Content-heavy
check.
websites and apps suffer
Check,
from
check.
slow loading times,
Check.
poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our
Here we go.
integrated
1,
digital
2,
asset manager.
3,
Serve
4,
a global
5,
audience with
6,
built-in personalization
7, 8.
and localization features.
Check, check.
Then, in one
1,
click,
2.
publish on all
1, 2.
channels.
Uno,
It's
dos.
time to
Uno,
empower
dos.
your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
1, 2. Like that? Oh. I'm not understanding what I'm supposed to be doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh. This is ridiculous. Check, 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 check. Are you guys good or no?
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive Gen AI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners. So we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStacks, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We're here to help you create apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production and deliver real-time data, high performance, and accurate responses to your RAG applications. We offer a one-stop generative AI stack with everything needed for a faster and easier path to production for relevant and responsive GenAI apps. DataStacks delivers a retrieval-augmented generation developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners, so we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite tech stack and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using our integrated digital asset manager. Serve your global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Expectations for engaging content have been set higher than ever before. With platforms evolving and becoming more complex, it can be challenging to keep up with the demand. Content-heavy websites and apps suffer from slow loading times, poor security, and especially lack truly personalized user experiences. Each team must be individually empowered to face their work head-on. And with Storyblock CMS, you can now meet these expectations. Finally, teams can create without limits. Headless architecture gives you the flexibility to work with your favorite and easily integrate with any future technology. Develop faster, reduce maintenance efforts, and future-proof your tech stack. Content creators have the power to create independently with a point-and-click visual editor. Simply use the components provided by developers to create content in a quick and collaborative way. With Storyblock, there's no need for additional applications. Define workflows, open up discussions, and collaborate directly on the page. Organize and edit all of your assets using an integrated digital asset manager. Serve a global audience with built-in personalization and localization features. Then, in one click, publish on all channels. It's time to empower your teams to stand out amongst the crowd. Start your journey to modern content with Storyblock.
Here.
Parmesan. That's the Parmesan.
Water thing that's in the empty. I don't know, you need a water from somewhere. You just gotta use the dumpster thing. Like, mad thirsty. Oh, no problem. Thank you, sir.
I will get way
okay.
This thing is sick. Is this what people are winning?
Yeah.
It was.
It's mine now. No, I bought. It's one of those. One for me, one for
One
them.
for them?
Yeah.
We got a neon sign at the booth, and I was like, one for you guys, one for me.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna take a quick Polaroid.
I'm in.
With these folks. Yeah.
I've been taking them all the whole time with these.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I'll tell you what. You got a longer arm.
I got it.
So
I can hit you with a nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Wingspan of a champion.
You're just gonna have to kind of eyeball. Yeah. Open up, eyeball.
As I do.
That kind of thing.
Do you want to do it before we start the talk, or after I announce you? All right. Thank you so much. So I actually want to do it now before I even announce you.
All right.
So everybody, I'm going to use my really long arms, and we're going to take a pick together.
All right,
So
but you're
you can say whatever you want. I'm going to say we say 1, 2, 3 Taylor Swift because the next is about Taylor Swift. But like, say what you want. Say cheese if you'd like. That's make a lot of noise. All right. 3, 2. Taylor Swift. I hope that went well. It probably didn't. He's gonna see like a little bit of my finger.
It's okay. Well, no, that's awesome.
No, it's great.
It's awesome.
It's great. It's great. Awesome. Let me get out the info because I want to give you your just desserts. All right. So me and him have been following each other for literally ever, and we just had a conversation for the first time in person. Isn't that so great, the power of Twitter? All right. Rabasa? I've been doing so good today with these names. I'll tell you what. Okay, so Carter Rabasa is up next. He's the head of developer relations at DataStax. Carter leads the developer relations team at DataStax. In his free time, he organizes the Seattle JS meetup, the Cascadia JS conference, which I've heard only great things about, by the way, and is a geek dad to 2 great kids and a Labradoodle named Otto. Today he's going to be talking about Taylor Swift and the democratization of AI for developers. So if everybody could, I know it's right after the break, I know you have some energy, give it up for Carter.
All right. What is going on, everyone? I'm super excited to be here. Super excited to talk to you all about Taylor Swift and what on earth she has to do with AI. And I'm just gonna be patient. I'm gonna wait for the AV guys to get our slides up. All right, there we go. So man, democratization, that is a mouthful, but it's the best word I could think of. Look, if any of you out there think that the universe does not work in mysterious ways, I want you to tell me how I pitched a talk about Taylor Swift 2 months ago, and today her new album just dropped. Just take a second to think about that. Like, how's the universe not completely crazy and mysterious? I mean, no, of course, it's not random. We're friends. We coordinated it. She's sweet. Thank you, Taylor. So, yeah, as Dimitri said, I'm Carter. My pronouns are he, him. I've got a job at DataStax, but separate from that, like, I have become a very huge generative AI nerd. But that is literally as of 3 to 4 months ago. Prior to 3 to 4 months ago, I had never touched AI, never touched OpenAI. I'd heard of ChatGPT. I thought it was kind of maybe a fad or something. And frankly, I don't know how many of you in the audience think that AI is kind of a fad, but maybe by the end of the talk, you'll feel slightly different. I hail from Seattle, Washington, full stack JavaScript developer, love JavaScript, love Node, love TypeScript, been doing it forever. I'm on social media. I'd ask you to follow me on Twitter, but I don't know, man, I think Twitter is like, kind of like, I talk to more and more people. I'm like, hey, are you on Twitter? And they're like, no. And I'm like, that's a smart decision. Good for you. But I'm old, so like, you know, I would still be on like live, you know, I don't know, like MySpace or something. It was still around. Anyway, and as Dom mentioned, when I'm not data stacksing, I'm Cascadia JSing. So if any of you don't have plans for later in June, we're going to have an awesome 2-day JavaScript conference in Seattle, Washington. It's a beautiful time of the year to come visit. Definitely feel free to check it out. It's going to be really, really fun. But what I want to talk to you about now is the democratization of AI. But before we talk about AI, I want to kind of go take a stroll through memory lane and just talk about the democratization of tech. So, you know, I don't know, I've got a lot of gray in my beard. I've just been in this industry for a really long time. And when you've been around long enough, you sort of see the same things happen over and over and over again. And me getting into AI, it kind of reminds me of stuff that's happened to me in my past. So I'm going to take you back all the way to 2002. I think some of you were maybe just born, but I was just out of college. I got my first job as a developer at this company based in Washington, D.C., because that's where I'm from. And we had we kind of landed one of the most amazing contracts in the world for a small little dev shop. We were contracted to build one of the first large-scale SMS applications in the world. So for those of you who are NFL nerds, for those of you who watched this Super Bowl, at halftime, everyone in America, in the United States of America, was prompted to vote for who they thought the MVP of the Super Bowl was by using their cell phone. This is like before iPhones existed, and just sending a text message to a phone number with like the name of whoever they thought the MVP was. And we were just a bunch of we were like 5 developers working at a small company, and we had to build the application that was going to receive all of this data, process the results, and sort of generate the answers that we would then send back to Fox, the broadcaster, so they could create some beautiful graphic for the game. And I'm completely not exaggerating. This is exactly what it looked like. Sorry, let me pay this off a little bit. So we were, dude, there's no cloud, there's no AWS. Are you kidding me? We were like in an office staring at servers, like absolutely sweating bullets that like our lives were gonna end, right? Like this thing was gonna fall over, things were gonna collapse, our careers are gonna be ruined. Like I couldn't enjoy the game, right? Because we're tailing our like Apache logs and our Tomcat logs, just waiting for like some 500 error to happen. So my point is that like, that's what it looked and felt like as a developer in 2002 to build like an SMS voting application. And you might be asking, Carter, what is this story relevant to? Why do you care? Why are you telling us this? Well, because then you can fast forward 10 years, and this is a picture of my colleague at the time, John Gottfried. I used to work at a company called Twilio. Anyone in the crowd heard of Twilio? Okay, awesome. When I joined, like, you know, nobody had heard of Twilio. I joined in 2012, and no one had heard of Twilio. But John and I worked at Twilio. This picture is from JSConf. I believe it was the one in 2012, obviously, but I think it was in Arizona. And John is demoing Twilio. And John, moreover than that, he's demoing a game of Pac-Man where you could call into a phone number and use the keys on your phone to like literally make the Pac-Man go up, left, up, down, left, and right. And he wrote it in, I don't know, like 8 lines of code. And John didn't have any stress about like, oh my God, is this gonna work? Oh my God, is my server gonna melt, right? Because over the course of 10 years, Twilio took something that was complicated, brittle, hard to understand, hard to use. It required like doing telephony and SMS wasn't just a technical problem, it was like a business development problem, like you had to sign contracts and make deposits. Like Twilio took all of that and democratized it. They made it so that any developer globally around the world could sign up for a free account, use an easy-to-use RESTful API, use helper libraries in all of their languages, and they could just do it, right? So that's an example of how like tech just keeps getting democratized over and over and over again. And then, it keeps going, right? Like you live long enough and you just see it happen over and over again, right? AWS has made it like completely turnkey to deploy code to the cloud that is just, whatever, like super duper scalable, super reliable. I mean, at this point, AWS is almost like, it's almost like so many people have built even more easier to use things like on top of AWS, right? But same with Stripe with payments, like Google Maps. Can you imagine if someone had told me when I was a teenager that like you would be able to have like build apps that like effortlessly like included geolocation and real-time maps and traffic data? Like I just would have told you that that was science fiction, right? But they built it and they made it available as APIs to developers. Same with Alexa. I mean, the idea that like you could learn a little bit of XML markup and you could build like natural language voice powered applications, like at one point would have been considered completely absurd, but like now we just take it for granted. It's this thing that it keeps happening, and all of us as developers benefit from this. So this is a picture of Netflix offering $1 million to anybody that could build a recommendation algorithm that was better than what they already had. Like, think about that. This is 2006, so a very well-funded company with, really brilliant engineers was like hitting some kind of wall, and they're like, "Shit, we give up. Like, let's just offer a prize to somebody or a group of somebodies who could figure out a better way for us to like make smart, relevant recommendations to like the people watching movies." And that's what they needed to do. And like if you go back to this time frame, the only companies or the only products that like had what today we would consider like laughably like basic recommendation engines were like legitimate large-scale tech companies with massive engineering teams and engineering organizations like building their own proprietary in-house solutions to solve these problems. And this is back in 2006. But today, in the same way that we've seen this democratization of tech happen over and over, we're now seeing this democratization of AI. And look, let's not kid ourselves. It all started with OpenAI, right? Like OpenAI, people will tell you like, hey, people have been working on machine learning and AI like for decades. Congratulations. OpenAI democratized it. OpenAI made it available to everyone, like as a nice RESTful API with Python clients and JavaScript clients, and they made it well documented, and they democratized it. They made it available for all developers to try and play with. Like that is the difference between research and actually shipping products. But it didn't end with OpenAI. Like a lot of these products that you're seeing on this chart, like there is a completely new tool chain being built right now in the AI space that is taking different parts of what it takes to construct AI applications and sort of owning that narrow bit of the use case and making it easier and easier and easier for developers to construct these things. So nowadays, if you're building like real AI or generative AI applications, you're gonna touch a lot of these different parts of the AI toolchain, and you're gonna have a lot of choice, right? You're gonna have lots of choices in LLMs, lots of choices in orchestration. And this is a good thing. Like this competition between all of these vendors is gonna create better products for developers to use, and frankly, cheaper products. So anyway, a little bit of, that's the historical preamble, but like what on earth does this have to do with Taylor Swift? That's a very good question. So I joined DataStax at the end of November, however long ago that was. I still feel very new. In developer relations, like one of the things that I really try to do is figure out, like, look, like we're a database company, right? Databases, you can kind of do anything with a database. So like one of the things that's fun about DevRel is like, what are some fun things that we can build that like illustrate how our technologies work and how our technology works with other technologies, but it's fun. It's like stuff that people can relate to. It's just, and anyway, so like I have young kids, And I think in a random like meeting, I suggested like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we built a Taylor Swift chatbot, right? If you're old enough, you kind of remember like old web page. This is before social media. Like people would construct really elaborate fan web pages that were like almost encyclopedias for like their favorite band or their favorite actor or actress or whatever. So I was kind of thinking like, what's the chatbot equivalent of like a Taylor Swift fan site? I just thought that this would be something that people would relate to and that people would get a kick out of. And unbeknownst to me, someone on the team said like, Carter, that's an unbelievably brilliant idea. Guess what? Taylor Swift's birthday is in 1 week. Can we build it and ship it in 1 week? And then we'll launch it on her birthday? And I like completely lost, I mean, I was silent, I was visibly silent, but like I like kind of lost my mind like on the inside because like I couldn't, because everyone was staring at me and they were expecting me like, yeah, you said this is pretty easy, like we can just ship this in a week, right? And I started to kind of get really scared and lose my mind. But anyway, me and other folks at the company, we put our heads together and sure enough, in a week, we shipped Swifty GPT. And it took us, and you can kind of look at the commit, it's all on GitHub, and you can look at the commits. Like the bulk of it was built and shipped within a week. And I really, like for the remainder of the talk, I just want to walk you through like how we did it. And if you leave this talk with anything, I want you to leave with the idea that AI isn't as hard as you think it is. It's really, really easy to do really simple things. And for sure, I know that this is a silly example, but it's actually closer to what you'll build in real life than you think. And the tooling just keeps getting better and better. So in order to talk about what I'm building, I need to talk about something called retrieval augmented generation. Raise your hand if you not only know what this acronym means, but you've actually like built applications that use it. Awesome, thank you so much. So like 95% of you didn't raise your hands. And that makes me that makes my heart glow, because otherwise this talk would have been a huge waste of time. So let's talk about retrieval augmented generation. And I don't want to like dig into like what the stupid acronym means. I just want to dig into like what each word means. So let's talk about generation. So I'm going to switch over. By the way, I hate slides, so I'm happy to be in code. I want to switch over to generation. So I've got my this is a Next.js application, so it should be very familiar to most of you here. And this is the Taylor Swift application. But I'm going to start to cripple my Taylor Swift application because I want to go through retrieval augmented generation one step at a time so that by the end of it, I hope that you have an understanding of like why RAG is useful and why it's interesting. So I'm going to, I hope everybody can see this for the most part. Here in this call, this is the call to OpenAI. And what's most important about the call to OpenAI is the passing of this template parameter. Right now, this template parameter has like all these instructions that I'll go into in a little bit. Sorry, I'm gonna go ahead and hide the side. All these instructions for OpenAI, but I'm going to get rid of them. I'm basically going to give OpenAI like almost like no information about what kind of application I'm building or what it's for, and you'll see why in a second. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and Next.js should have just reloaded, hot reloaded. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this page. So I'm going to ask a question that should have like a factual answer that is correct. Who is she dating? Does anyone know the answer to this question? Who Taylor Swift is dating? No? Okay, I do. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, okay. So look, what has happened is I have crippled my application. This is now just ChatGPT. In fact, I can kind of prove it. Like, who are you? Oops, no question mark. That's okay. You know, hey, basically the response is like, I'm just ChatGPT, Carter. So great. Like I've written, you know, I've got a bunch of like Next.js code that is effectively just returning the responses of raw ChatGPT. But this is useful to know. Like if you ever want to wrap ChatGPT, like provide your own custom UI, you can do it with just a few lines of code around your application. But that's pretty boring. So that brings me to the next thing that I want to talk to you about, which is augmentation. Right? So that's generation. That's just ChatGPT or any LLM doing what it does. So let's talk about augmentation. What does that mean? Well, first of all, none of these things are like in dictionaries or like, everyone has their own opinions. To me, augmentation is this thing right here. It's the prompt. It's me telling the LLM, it's me telling it who it is, what its purpose is, and giving it instructions. So in this case, I'm saying you are an AI assistant who is a Taylor Swift superfan. Use the below context to augment what you know about Taylor Swift. Now there's this thing down here, there's the reference to this thing called context. I'm actually going to temporarily null out the context, and I think you'll see why in a second. But we're going to keep everything else. So like I'm telling the LLM it's a super fan. I'm telling it that it knows everything about Taylor Swift. I'm telling it not to talk about certain things, right? If the context doesn't include the information you need to answer based on your existing knowledge, and don't mention the source of your information. So I am training this LLM to provide the kind of answers that I want it to provide for my users. So this is what I consider augmentation to be. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. And let's go ask the exact same questions. Who is she dating? Let's see what the answer is. So see now the LLM knows a bunch of things. It knows several things. It knows that when I said she, I'm talking about Taylor Swift. And it knows that because I gave it that information in the prompt. However, it erroneously thinks that Taylor Swift is dating British actor Joe Alwyn. I don't know who that guy is, but I wonder if he kind of feels shitty right now. He had quite a catch. I don't know what happened. And the reason that this is that OpenAI and every LLM you use, no matter what anybody tells you, is trained on data that has an end date. Even today, if you use ChatGPT, you can hook it up to things like Bing or other sources in order to get updated information, but that's actually, what you're seeing is RAG. What you're seeing is this retrieval augmented generation technique. When you interact with LLMs without this augmentation of external data, it simply cannot know anything that it wasn't trained on. So, but it's not totally useless. Like, who are you? So, and it's gonna say something, nice about being a Taylor Swift superfan. Interesting. Oh well, I don't know why it didn't answer more accurately, but that's one of the non-deterministic things about building chatbots. Anyway, but still, like this is not what we want, and this is not what we built. So going back to here, and you can go a long way with augmentation, by the way, right? I mean, like the fact that OpenAI and like Llama 3 and like these LLMs have scraped the entirety of the internet and indexed it and understand it. Like, there's a lot of value that developers can build just using a little bit of prompt engineering and a little bit of augmentation. But in this case, like I am trying very specifically to build a chatbot that knows everything about Taylor Swift. And in the real world, I want you to visualize like an iceberg, that classic picture of an iceberg where, there's like a little bit of iceberg above the water, but then there's this massive thing underneath. Like that's like the data in the world. Like the data that can be indexed and like crawled by OpenAI or Google is that little bit of the iceberg above the water. All the data that exists, like in terms of scale, is below the water. This is like the data that's just inside of your companies or inside of your enterprises, or it just isn't crawlable or isn't indexable. Like this is the data that you all have some level of access to depending on where you work or what you do, and this is the data that you can use to build like these better AI experiences. So let's talk about retrieval. So here in this, this load file, what I'm doing is I am going to scrape all of these web pages. And I'm going to scrape these web pages, and I'm going to use Puppeteer to load the content from the web pages. And then I'm going to use a tool called LangChain to sort of like load all of the content from these web pages into a pipeline. And then I'm going to take this textual content and I'm going to break it up into chunks. You can see right here, this is me using LangChain to basically specify that I want each chunk to be 512 characters long, and I want there to be 100 characters of overlap in between the chunks. Like, this stuff might seem confusing and arbitrary, but like the more coding that you do in this space, there's a method to the madness, right? Like, you don't want to take an entire web page and try to generate a vector embedding for it. You want to break it up into chunks. Once I've broken up these web pages into chunks, I'm going to run them through an LLM. In this case, I'm going to use OpenAI, and I'm going to use their text embedding 3 small model. The easiest way for me to sort of describe like these vector embeddings, just imagine taking the word dog and taking the word cat, running them through a large language model, and generating 2 points that are very close to each other. And then imagine taking the word truck, running it through the exact same language model, and it will generate a point that is far away from cat and dog. That's what large language models do. Like, large language models don't care what letters there are, or like, you know, large language models understand the meaning of the words that you pass them, and they generate these really, really long arrays of floating point values that represent points in this n-dimensional space, and concepts and words and sentences that are similar get clustered, and then things that are very dissimilar are very far apart. And I'll show you exactly how this is useful right now. So I'm going to, once we have taken all the content of these web pages, broken them up into chunks, used OpenAI to generate vector embeddings for these chunks, we store them in something called a vector database. So I work at JSWORLD. We have a vector database called AstraDB. And I can go over here, and this is what the portal for AstraDB looks like. So I've got a database called SwiftyGPT. I've got a collection called Swiftopedia, and in that collection, I have all of these documents, and they're just JSON documents. AstraDB is like it's a NoSQL database, so you can store like unstructured data in it. So, you know, this is all the content that we're storing, and you can see here, this is all the content that's being broken apart, and then these are the vectors that are being generated for each of these chunks. So I'm going to go back to my code, and I'm going to fix it. I'm going to sort of like put it back together the way it was originally, which means I'm going to get rid of this nulling of doc context. So the UI part of it is the reason I'm using Next.js is that this UI is actually built on top of Vercel's AI SDK. You can actually use the Vercel AI SDK with other frameworks besides Next, but it's very convenient to use Next. And when you enter a message into the chatbot, it is going to get turned into a vector, and then that vector is going to get passed into this route. The route is going to be used to query our vector database right here. So we're going to execute a find on our vector database, passing the vector, and we're going to look for the top 10 documents that match. So let's go ahead and run our app, and if it answers correctly, I'd love some applause, because live demoing is hard. So who is she dating? Yes! So the reason this worked is that my question was converted into a vector. We did a vector search to retrieve the chunks that matched closest to the question that I asked, and within those chunks were basically the contents to the answer to the question. So if you go here to this prompt, all of that context gets injected right here and passed to OpenAI. And the funny thing is, it's kind of like a big tangle of words, to be honest, and it's kind of magical how OpenAI can tease that apart and like come up with like a real logical answer. So that's pretty much it. Like, I hope that you all have a sort of a clear understanding of like what retrieval augmented generation is, and I hope that you understand like that it's something that you can totally do, and you can totally do it today. Here are some resources for you and for JavaScript devs in the audience. AstraDB comes with a really awesome TypeScript client. We actually launched integration with Vercel just this week. Like I think just a couple of days ago. So now if you're a Vercel user, inside of the Vercel experience, you can create databases and you can wire them up to your Vercel or your Next.js projects, and all of the environment variables for those projects will get preloaded with the API keys that you need to use to connect to AstroDB. And besides the TypeScript client, for those of you in the audience that are already using Mongoose as a client, as an ORM for your applications, our AstroDB is fully compatible with Mongoose. You just need to sort of edit a little configuration when you initialize your client. Anyway, that's all my time. I just want to thank Michelle and all the organizers from React Miami. Can we give them a huge round of applause? They're just so amazing. I was telling folks last night at the party that part of my joy as an organizer is to meet amazing people and then to see what those amazing people go on to do. And I remember meeting Michelle like just a few years ago before this conference ever existed. And it's just a real joy to my heart to see what she and all the other organizers have done. So, you know, that's it for me. Happy hacking, everybody, and thank you so much.
All right, everyone, what's up, what's up, what's up? All right, are we ready for our next speaker? Wait, I had a question, though. Nobody knew who Taylor Swift was dating? Like, I mean, I know I'm from Kansas City, and, like, I have a reason to know, but nobody knew? That I just thought that was, like, wild. Anyway, all right, so our next speaker is one of those people when you meet them and you talk to them, you feel like you all have been friends forever. Like, that's how I felt the first time that I met our next speaker. He's from Argentina, and he's a big football fan. And his talk is going to be about pushing boundaries to the edge. So I'm going to give a big football-style welcome to our next speaker, Fagundo Giuliani!
One more time, we're gonna celebrate.
If you didn't get the reference, it was a Messi, Messi celebration. Sorry. Cool, so hello everyone. Before starting, I want to try something. I want to make the people, I want to make the people that is outside feel that they are missing something big. So what I will ask you is if at the count of 3 you can scream, shout, clap, I don't know, celebrate whatever you want, make some noise so the people is coming to the room and we have a full room here. So do you agree? Are we okay? Cool. So 1, 2, 3. Two people. Okay, cool. Amazing. Okay, so we are talking about the edge today. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Fagundo Giuliani. I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina. You can follow me on Twitter, Fagundo Zurdo. I'm a solutions engineer manager at Storyblok. Storyblok is a headless content management system that, we can talk about that later, or you can find our booth outside. I'm also one of the organizers of React Buenos Aires, the biggest React developer community in Argentina. So if you are around, come and say hi, because we are organizing monthly meetups there. I'm also one of the organizers of Dev Summit Art, or Argentina. That's another developer community. And I was planning to name this talk Living on the Edge. Do you know what is this? Aerosmith song? You recognize it? No. Okay, cool. Do you know who they are? No. Yeah? The guy from the right is called? Okay, yeah, I understand why when I proposed the talk to other conferences, it was not successful. I mean, the guy is The Edge, you know, I mean, the guitar player from U2. But I thought, or I saw that that had a lot of 90s vibes. But you know what else has a 90s vibe? This website, spacejam.com. If you go and visit that website, that's still alive. This is not the LeBron James version. I mean, Michael Jordan's like 90s, you know. The cool thing, well, besides that this website is still up and running, this website, if you visit it, basically what you are doing is requesting the web page to a web server, which is a computer, and the computer sends the files to you, and you load them in your browser, and ta-da. That's how the websites worked in the 90s, and they still work like that. They still work like that. They are actual computers, like the laptops that you have right now. Actually, this is a real picture from a web server from Europe, from the first web servers that we had when internet was created. And basically, that's how the internet works. You request something to another computer, and the other computer sends that to you, as easy as it is. But it has some issues, let's say, in that way. The thing is, what happens when you have multiple people requesting the same resources or different resources to the same computer at the same time? You can imagine that you will have an overloaded computer. And not only that, what happens when the computer is located in a particular place of the world and you live very far from there? I mean, it will take a lot of time to load or to request that information and get it back to you on your browser. Imagine that I live in Argentina. Whenever I'm sending a request that I want to load a page that is hosted on a web server in Miami, it doesn't take like 9 hours like my flight took to come to here, but kind of, I mean, you get the idea. Like it will take more time than the time that it takes for me to browse a website where the web server is way closer to my home. So with this idea in mind, or considering these issues, let's say, a new concept was developed by smart people some years ago, which is the Content Delivery Network. Content Delivery Network is a group of geographically distributed servers with the idea of speeding up the delivery of web content to, to different users closer to they are. So a CDN is a network of computers that are delivering static assets as files, as JavaScript files, CSS files, images, HTML files. So this network has servers all around the world. So whenever you are requesting the resources, or you want to load a web page to this network, your request will travel to the closest node of this network, and you will get the information from there. These web servers are improved to deliver faster the content that they are managing, which is, again, these assets that we are managing and these files, so you can get them faster, more performant, and actually you are reducing the bandwidth that is needed, because all the requests, instead of going to the same web server, you have them distributed on different servers across the globe. You also will have better performance because of this, and I mean, what we discussed about the distance that the request has to travel. And also will be more secure, because the information that you are getting is not coming from the computer that is plugged, and if you unplug it, your website is dead, as we saw on the first example, but you will have the same content replicated in different places of the world. This is not a paid advertisement, but it can be if I get the proper benefits, let's say. Juguetes Perdidos is a craft beer from Argentina. From my point of view, the best beer that we have in our country. If you are around, I can take you to the brewery. It's amazing. They do some barrel-aged beers that they are super strong, but it's really interesting. I really love them. And I have a friend, as I said, I live in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and the brewery is there, very close to my house, by the way, like 15 minutes by car. I have a friend, Pablo. He moved to the beautiful city of Barcelona, but Barcelona doesn't have Juguetes Perdidos. That's the thing. And he missed the best beer in the world. The guys from Juguetes Perdidos, what they did, they created a distribution network in Spain, so you can go to several places in Spain, Barcelona, between those places, and you can get the Juguetes Perdidos beer. So basically, you have to think about this analogy. The beer is being brewed in Argentina, is being transferred to Spain, and you can go to Spain and get the beer. We mentioned the static content that the CDNs have. What's the analogy? The analogy basically is that, as I said, the CDN has different nodes around the globe, and you go to the node and you get the content from there. But what's the thing? The thing is, as I mentioned before, they are static assets. That means that if I request something that is not generated or that is dynamic, that node that I'm requesting the content to, they won't be allowed to send the information to me. So we need to go through a static site generation process. Probably if you use a framework like Gatsby, Next.js, 11t in the past, or I mean those frameworks offer the possibility of generating content statically, or even the JAMstack concept that was developed a few years ago, like generating static content that you can distribute across the globe using CDNs. You are probably familiar with this if you use this technique in the past. You can also see, or you can also identify the issue, and the issue is that the CDNs deliver static content. So what happens when I want to deliver content that was not previously generated, or the static assets that are conforming, let's say, my website were not previously generated? So what happens is that your request travel to the origin server, which is the dynamic server or the data center that is generating the static assets that are after they are generated, they are distributed to the different nodes of the network, cached and improved and everything to be ready for you to consume them. So if you are requesting something, a file or some content that was not previously generated, your request has to travel to the origin server again, and it will be like taking a plane to Buenos Aires to get the beer from Juguetes Perdidos instead of going to the distribution center that I mentioned before. With this, again, issue or problem in mind, we are introducing the concept that I wanted to introduce, which is the edge, something that was developed or created, let's say, a few years ago. And the edge is basically a distributed network or architecture or again, a network of web servers where the client data is processed as close as the origination source. Sorry, I'm not native English. You know, these words are like, man. So the source as possible. So as I mentioned, we have a request coming from a user or a client. They want something that was not previously generated. We have to somehow process that request and data. We are trying to do that as close as possible to where the request is coming from. So as you can see, with the edge, now we have the same possibilities that we have with the CDN, a network, but instead of having these nodes that are distributing static content, we also have computers that are, they have the capability of analyzing the data and generating dynamic content or dynamic information based on the requests that our users are sending. As I said, this is not a paid advertisement, but it can be if I get the proper benefits. As you can see, I like beer. I like to drink beer. Okay, this is another example or another analogy. We have Heineken. I imagine that you know this brand, right? Wherever you are or you live, you have Heineken on your supermarket. So Heineken, probably you already know this, but the Heineken that you buy in your country was not produced or manufactured in Amsterdam, where the original brewery is. Heineken sends the receipt to different countries or different places in the world. They create the beer there, and you get the beer from the closer or closest, let's say, brewery that is following the Heineken receipt from your house or your country. So for instance, in Argentina, we are producing Heineken, so the Heineken that I drink in Argentina is not the same Heineken, or it's not technically the same Heineken that I'm drinking in Amsterdam if I visit the brewery. So we are brewing Heineken in different parts of the world. You got the analogy now. Okay, so sorry, just a joke. But yeah, just wanted to mention that, again, we are with the edge, we are producing content, we are like analyzing or evaluating the request in different parts of the world and in different locations of our network, let's say, instead of depending on only one origin server that is generating the content, the HTML content or the static files that we are going to use for our website. One thing that I wanted to mention, the edge is not exactly the same as serverless. Probably if you are familiar with the concept of serverless, you can link those concepts. But in this case, it's like, I mean, when you are creating a serverless function, let's say, you have to somehow define in which region of the world that serverless function is going to run. So in this case, the edge would be like a combination between a CDN, because of the different nodes of the network that we have and the availability across the globe, and a serverless function because, again, you are running server code and server logic on different places of the world without having to maintain a web server or having a DevOps that is taking care of those tasks and etc. What are some of the benefits that we can get from the edge network? Let's say we will have better performance as we do with the CDNs. We will have more security because, again, we are not hitting our web server or our origin server with all the requests, and so we don't know which is the origin server, let's say. We will have some real-time insights based on the processing of the data from the users and customers. And then it will be easy to scale because it's basically deploying a function to the edge and having it on different places of the world available to run and to analyze the requests that are coming to our application or website. Some of the use cases that we can implement using the edge, or that the edge is ideal for, are personalization. Let's say that we want to analyze certain aspects of the visitor of our website, and based on that we want to deliver certain content or the other. That evaluation can be done on the edge. We can apply geolocation. Let's say that, I mean, something that it happens very frequently to me is that I go to a website, let's say Amazon.com, I browse and I said like, I don't know, in December, oh no, this is a nice code for you. And in December in Argentina, it's hot as super hot, let's say. So, I mean, with geolocation, you can implement some personalization based on where the person is browsing from. You can implement techniques of A/B testing, try different landing pages for your website or different strategies that you are trying to implement. And you can implement security protocols. You can analyze the authentication and authorization of your users closer, again, to the visitor that is going to your website. As this is a React conference, while this concept is kind of related to the hosting providers that we are using, we need a framework that support that functionality. I will mention a couple of them, probably pretty popular. One of them is Next.js. Next.js brings us the possibility of using the edge or getting the advantages of the edge using edge functions, which are serverless scripts that execute server-side rendering code and can be distributed on different regions. Again, as I said, the serverless, probably you have to pick a particular region to run the code. With the edge, you can run the code on different regions based on where the people is browsing from. One thing to keep in mind is that the edge runtime, which is what Vercel uses to manage these edge functions, is built on top of, I mean, the edge runtime is used by the edge functions, and this edge runtime is built on top of the V8 engine, which is following the web standard APIs, that has a limit number of APIs that you can use. So if you are creating an application that is running server code, you probably won't have the same functionalities or the same possibilities than running a Node.js server. So that's something that you have to consider. The documentation on the website is clear on what's supported and what is not. So you can take a look about that. To show you an example, this is how an edge function looks like on using Next.js and deploying to Vercel. You can evaluate the request coming from a user, and based on that, you can execute a particular code. In this case, it's just saying hello. But you can, for instance, receive some information from the request, like a user ID, and you can get information related to that user. You can execute that code, again, without having to maintain a proper web server and running on different regions of the world. Another concept that Next.js introduces the middleware. The middleware is basically an intermediate tier that executes custom logic before every request is processed. So you will get all the requests coming to your server. Let's say whenever a request is sent to the server, that request will be evaluated, and based on the logic that you are defining, you can do one thing or the other. So this is an example on how a middleware can be configured using Next.js. So this is one of the examples that I was mentioning before about security and authorization. You can get certain information from the user, and based on that information, you can confirm if that user is subscribed or not, and you can show some gated content. You can run this code, again, over the Edge platform, and you don't need to set up a proper web server to run this, and you will run this evaluation whenever a new request is hitting your server. This is another example, another middleware that we are implementing some kind of an A/B testing logic. So if a certain feature flag that we are setting on the client side, let's say on the browser, a cookie or a certain logic that we are executing, if that is true, is positive, we are showing a particular page. If not, we show the regular page that we want. So in that way, we can do an evaluation of different types of the content that we want to deliver to the users. The other React-based framework that I was planning to mention is Remix. This is code that was created for a Remix route, where you can create a route that that runs for the request for a particular URL and a page handler, let's say. In this particular case, this is a to-do list. So you can see a list of to-dos that was previously created, or you have the possibility of creating one. This is the code that will run on the client side. If you're working on React, you're pretty familiar with this notation probably. But then we have a server-side code that can be executed, some actions that Remix offer us or provide us. One is, the function with the name action, which means that you can execute a code on the server and do a certain action or task. In this case, we are using the action function to create the new to-dos. And then we have the loader functions that will help you to load information and content that you are going to use on your page. So these two screenshots that I showed are related to the same route, let's say, that we are managing on a Remix page. Remix was created as they say that it's an edge-first framework, and they are using what they call the next generation edge, which is setting different levels of dynamism on a per route basis. So you can define per page if you want to run on the Edge runtime or on a Node.js server, in the case that you need some APIs or some functionalities that the Edge runtime is not supporting, or if you want to use a different runtime like Dino. Depending on what type of logic are you going to execute on the server, you can evaluate which runtime you want to use for that particular route. Speaking about Remix, as I said before, the possibilities that you will have to manage the Edge runtime or Edge functions, let's say, will depend on the hosting provider that you are using to host your application. You can create a Remix website, and you can host it on Vercel, for instance, and Vercel will offer you a library with functionalities to manage the Edge functionality on your Remix website. And the same will happen with different hosting providers that are available on the market. And Netlify is another provider. They have what they call the Edge functions. In this case, instead of having the Edge runtime, Netlify is based on the Dino runtime, so that's something that you have to consider at the moment of coding your website or your Edge functions, let's say. We have Cloudflare. Cloudflare have the workers. This is the concept that Netlify and Vercel kind of used at the moment of creating the new Edge concept. So they based on the workers that Cloudflare kind of previously developed. So that's something that you can also evaluate and take a look at. And I wanted to also mention Fly.io. They are introducing another concept, which is a platform as a service, where you can run full stack applications with even a database. This is kind of even edgier than the edge, let's say, because that's something that you need to evaluate. I mean, a database is managing critical information, so you have to evaluate if your use case will be supported by a platform like this. Of course, I mean, the same with the edge, like you need to evaluate what are the use cases that you are going to support with your website, with your platform, to see if the edge provides you the functionalities that you are looking for and the use cases that you are going to experiment. It's not that you can implement anything on the edge and it's going to work magically for any use case or any project. But from my point of view, the edge is here. It's the future. It's something that we have to keep an eye on. It's something that we have to continue seeing how it evolves, how we can use it for our web projects, how it can help us to make our web projects more performant, easier to deploy, better for the end user. At the end of the day, that's what we are trying to create, right? A great experience for our users, and they don't really know what we are using in the background. So that's something that I'm kind of looking forward to see how the edge evolves and how it helps us to create better projects in the future. So from my point of view, the edge is here because, as we can see, frameworks, hosting providers, they are already supporting the edge, but it's also the future because we can see that more possibilities will appear. Speaking about the edge is here and the present, if you want to know how the other edge is in the present, he's pretty old, but he's still rocking, so I mean, I encourage you to go to a U2 concert if you have the chance. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Great job. Vargas, right? Yeah. And I've only heard it I was like, I hope it's so. Oh. I always double check because I feel like I talk into it and nothing ever comes out. Good to go? You might be taking another monitor. Yeah. No? Good to go? Great. All right, everybody. Fagundo, what a guy. I literally have known him the entire time I've been in this industry, and he always brings a smile to my face. So next we've got Sylvia Vargas. She is the DevRel lead at Ingest. I've had the pleasure of working with her personally, an absolute gem. She runs the developer relations team at Ingest. She's a front-end developer, a tech writer, and an educator. Aside from tech, she loves books, pierogi, pigeons, and plants. That's a lot of peas. Today she's going to be talking about background jobs 101, building reliable apps with Ingest, and trust me, you're going to love this one. Sylvia, take it away.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. This is a Background Jobs 101 talk. It is a very gentle introduction, but so if you don't know anything about background jobs, you know, that's completely fine. And if you do know a lot, then you can support me by laughing at my jokes. You're doing great. Thank you. So, yes, so as Dom just introduced me, my name is Sylvia Vargas. There's a W, don't freak out, that's just Polish language for you. So I was wondering what information would be relatable for this very fine audience today. So I came up with a little game. So I will say a fact about me, and if we have that in common, you can make a noise. So let's do a warm-up. Are you ready? Okay, so I'm very happy to be here. Okay, so second, I love pierogi. It's gonna get more and more obscure. So I have a pigeon family living on my balcony. Okay, just two. Thank you. Let's talk later. Some of you may know me because I worked on this page called React Docs. So the new ones. So that's the docs. Oh, there's someone. So previously I was I was working at StackBlitz. They are actually one of the sponsors today, so you could go and say hi to them at the booth. They are really nice people. And I recently joined Ingest as a developer relations lead. So you see, I told you it's going to get more obscure. But here's another fact for you. I really love working on side projects. No? No one? OK. So it's all joy and fun because you don't have to worry about all the business needs. You can just focus on the user experience. And more often than not, you are your own and only user, so you will always be happy. But this is not the case with the real-world production applications. In the real product development, what the user sees is usually just the tip of the iceberg. So most software is way more complicated than, and also scarier, than we think because of all the business requirements. So let's look at an actual real-life scenario. Now, I would say, you can close your eyes and imagine, but I know how that's going to end, so maybe without closing eyes. You're working at a hot new restaurant booking app, like startup. The app is Next.js because, everyone who works there is a hipster. And your boss asks you how long it will take you to build a sign-up flow. So you get the list of requirements from the product manager. You look at it with an iced latte in your hand. Let's see. So you need to securely authenticate the user. You need to add the user to the database. You need to add the user to the mailing list, and then send a welcome email. OK, so building this today is so much easier than it would have been, let's say, 5 years ago, because you have Clerk for auth, you have Supabase for a database, MailChimp for a mailing list, Resend for email. So I guess your job is done, and maybe this is the end of the presentation. But no, you take, you take the very big sip of your iced latte, and you can go back to playing Word or I don't know, reading one of the 1,000 mega threads of Dan Abramov about RSC. And this is the code. You would create a user in the database. You would send a welcome email, and then you are adding the user to the mailing list. So this is all looking very simple, and we like simple. I wouldn't say developers are lazy, but we all like uncomplicated life. And so building applications using third-party services is smart and makes your life easier. We all like that. So where's the sting? Well, the downside here is that now we have created a distributed application. Dum-dum. So a lot of our infrastructure, we actually have no control over whatsoever. So for example, sometimes even on a good day, services can be slow. Sending an email can take half a second. So now we have a problem. We have blocking code in the critical path of the request. As a result, we are making our API slower, and in other words, our user is wasting time. User experience shouldn't suffer because of the business requirements. So how are we doing so far? Is it fast? Well, no. But is it reliable? Also no. So now let's add a little bit more stress. So imagine that as you're adding a user to a mailing list, a service goes down. And now you need to manage retries. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And what if something fails permanently? So now you have to log these errors into a logging service. And also, why not figure out a recovery system? So now the estimation for building this very simple feature goes from a few days to a few weeks. And you also need to set up a lot of infrastructure and a lot of processes. And now, actually, sometimes partial failures can actually be really bad. So you've added the user to the database, but let's say you haven't sent them the email. So now we have 3 scenarios. First, you can just ignore the error, which means that the user is not on the mailing list. Second, even worse, you can show the error to the user, and maybe it will lead to the lost customer. And third, the worst of all, are you ready? The user will actually try to sign up again. So let's assume that we are in the third scenario. The user gets the error and tries to sign up again. But now we are actually getting the db.user.create erroring out because there's a duplicate. So good luck recovering from that. But this is the mess, actually, we are in, right? So the app actually takes forever to work. It takes me forever to build. I will be slower at my work because now I have to deal with all the support backlog. And we are still not even dealing or touching the persistent failures. So everyone is unhappy. I am unhappy. My boss is unhappy. I am losing sleep. Everyone is stressed. But there's a solution. We can make our code faster and more reliable. So let's move the non-blocking tasks to background jobs. This means that the tasks that are synchronous will become async. Now, in order to schedule async tasks, we would typically reach for a queue. Queues are great in data-intensive processes that don't need to run on the main thread because they execute asynchronously. In lay terms, you can think about queues working like this. You know that once you add something to the queue, it will reach the destination one by one. And what's happening in the queue does not impact other parts of the infrastructure. So the delivery is guaranteed. But what happens when the actually message reaches the consumer is up to you. So the drawback here is that once you take something from the queue, the rest is on you, and the queuing service just doesn't care. So this means that the queues were great when your application is simple. But when it grows in complexity, when you get successful, or when it's distributed, you all of a sudden need to worry about a whole wealth of additional infrastructure you need to build. Like, for example, concurrency, because you want to be able to control how many steps are executed at one time. State persistence, because now that you are dealing with a complex application, you will have to share state across different queues and also different functions. And then error handling, because what if actually another service provider has an outage? So now you need to include retries for failures and timeouts. So this is already a lot of work, and I'm already tired with this slide. But there's a better solution. And that's durable workflow, which combines durable execution and flow control. So durable execution is similar to message queues. You will see the similarities. So instead of having to decouple your reliability infrastructure from your application, you can define it all as a part of your code. Durable execution is now actually a very trendy paradigm, which is fitting for this very trendy conference. And in this talk, I will be mostly talking about ingest, but there are also other providers. In fact, Cloudflare just announced the other day that they will be releasing durable workflows. And fortunately, the good news here is that Cloudflare's API is the same as ingest. So you can actually just go ahead and play with it right now. OK, so anyway, let's move non-blocking tasks to background jobs. So first, you would add ingest to the project. Ingest is a reliability layer for your app. With ingest, you would define functions or workflows using its SDK right in your own code base, and then serve them through an HTTP endpoint in your application. So then ingest will take care of reliably same problem as Fagundo had earlier, executing functions asynchronously, right? So it will reliably execute the functions. And so there's also a dashboard and where you can monitor and debug and manage all the jobs. You will see that later. And so this is how our app looks right now. And we're going to add the reliability layer, which is ingest. So first, we are going to wrap this function in ingest.create function. As you see, we are providing an event name. So later when the user signs up, we will trigger an event with this name. And this will tell ingest to execute this specific function. So this is how it works in our code. We are creating the function, we are providing the event name, and then we are invoking our existing MailChimp code from before. And so now we will do the same for the other function. And here we are using the same event name, if you can see that. And that's because we want these two functions to fire at the same time when the user signs up. And this pattern is usually called fanout. And so now, when a user clicks on the button, we will send the event to ingest. So this is how it looks in the code. Instead of invoking these functions directly, we will trigger an event in ingest. And so, like I mentioned before, we expose our functions to ingest via an endpoint. Ingest will then use this endpoint to execute the specific functions where the time is right, or when the event was triggered. And this is the endpoint. Ingest will use it to download the function definitions and to execute them. So now here we can see the complete flow. So ingest calls the correct functions at the precise time you want. And then on the dashboard, you will see that you'll get a notification that there was an event trigger, and in turn, it called two functions. You will see that they completed and when. So now, what happens when there is a failure? Let's look at that. So ingest invokes a function, and it fails with an error code. So then ingest will retry it and retry it and retry it until it actually finally succeeds. And you don't have to worry about that. Moreover, you will also get a detailed log of what happened. I know that I'm going to be real with you right now. I know that this is difficult to believe, but sometimes the errors are persistent, not because of service outages or shortages, but because there are bugs in our own code. I mean, in those cases, you can actually easily debug it with ingest console, and I will show you that later. So once you fix your function, you can recover by retriggering the failed events. So we wanted to make our app faster, and we moved the non-blocking tasks from the user's critical path to background jobs. But also, we got reliability as a nice addition. So now we actually have access to this great infrastructure. So let's see what else we can do with this infra that we have in place. So this is our app right now. And I didn't tell you yet, but ingest actually allows you to schedule tasks in the future and orchestrate multi-step processes. So let's look at the send email function. Here we are just sending a welcome email, but it is always nice to increase user retention. So we could send our users an activation email drip campaign in the first week. So how would we go about that? So first, let's create an ingest function, which will react to the same event. So far, we have been talking about the fan-out pattern, where you have multiple functions firing up on the same event. However, many tasks require sequential progression. And so here we are building a drip campaign, so it is actually quite convenient that we express the whole timeline as a procedural code. So we will use ingest steps within that function. Here we are using ingest step.run. So in this way, the code will get automatically retried if it fails. But the code that actually runs correctly, successfully, will not be retried again. And then you will see that in action in a bit. So first, we are sending a welcome email, and this is the same part as we did before. Then ingest will pause execution of this function for 4 days. And for this, we are using step.sleep. From like a programmer perspective, it looks similar to just putting set timeout, but actually in the background, ingest handles the scheduling for you. So that means that your serverless function does not run for 4 days, so you don't have to sell your kidney to pay your AWS bill, which is nice. And then the last step is the final email with tips. So if there's a failure on one of the steps, ingest will know that the other steps worked and will only retry that one step until it finally works. So now we have actually built a successful drip campaign, and we can do better. So imagine that someone has already signed up and immediately made a booking. So it doesn't actually make sense for that person to receive the same email as someone who didn't finalize the booking. So maybe, just maybe, they need different tips or different CTAs. Our campaign then could be actually dynamic and based on user actions. So let's do it. First, we are going to delete code because this is something we like to do. So we are deleting these last two steps. And elsewhere in our app, when a user completes a booking, there's an event sent that's called booking.created, just like user.signup that you saw before. So now we can use this event to determine the course of action. Here we are waiting for 4 days to see if this event will happen. Next, we will now use the booking event to determine the course of action. And if the booking was successful, we will reward this person with power user tips. And, well, if they need 4 days to make a booking, maybe they need some, basic tips. And, this is honestly so much fun, that's why I stopped there. You could go wild and create a lot of emails with a lot of tips. And speaking of tips, this is just the tip of an iceberg. We are talking here about sending emails, but ingest is not a tool for sending emails. There are numerous use cases that go beyond just marketing campaign. So you can build complex payment flows or LM prompt chaining or multi-step data transformations. And basically you can think about it as whenever you need to have a bunch of stuff happen in response to a given event, you could just consider ingest. So for example, SoundCloud uses ingest to streamline generating dynamic videos. Here, Aomni uses ingest in AI-driven sales flows. Or you also have Resend that, the email sending platform that actually we also saw in my example here today. They use ingest to verify email domains with serverless workflows. So ingest works in a cloud. It is framework agnostic and also language agnostic. In this example today, we saw a lot of type safety and also TypeScript. But in addition to TypeScript, we also have SDKs for Python and Go. And the fun thing here is that you can actually mix and match them and invoke functions written in one language in another. And also, our SDK spec is open source, so if you're looking to contribute, we are definitely looking for collaborators. And then there's also local dev server, which doesn't require you to log in, and I'm actually gonna show you how that works. I was so worried about the screen mirroring hell that I just made a recording, because we all know how that goes. Okay, so what we see here is that I made a little app for booking dinner. And so first we are starting the ingest dev server. And so this is the app, the dev server. And so now we are making a successful booking. And we are able to see that this function ran and all the data, all the details on when it ran, when it completed, what exactly happened. So this is nice, especially if everything goes as planned, but then, as we discovered earlier, that's not always the case. So now we're gonna make a booking that actually fails. It failed. And so now we see that there's a function that failed. We see the data, and then, sorry. And then you can actually, oh, it stopped, okay. And so then, so you have the data, and then you can actually see what happened. So you see the error that is bugging out. But also, so it is also pointing exactly where the problem is, and also you see that this function is to be retried again and again. So now we know, what hurts our application, so we can, go to the specific place in our code and discover that we're not very good at coding. And so, yeah. So, one second, yes. So, I spoke here a lot about ingest, but actually this talk is not only about ingest. When building real-world production applications, reliability is really important. Not only does it keep your users happy, but also your team becomes more productive. And you, as a developer, you are less backed down by maintenance or operations. But achieving reliability is hard. If you ever had to build a reliable system at scale, you know the amount of iteration and infrastructure work that goes into that. And in this example, we use ingest as a reliability layer. But whether or not you want to use third-party solutions, sooner or later, you will end up needing one, especially if you are successful. So reliability is like security. You can think about it like security. It's really hard to add afterwards. So baking it early on into your architectural choices actually maybe is a good idea. So in times like this, you know, when engineering budgets and headcounts are being cut, we, as individual engineers, need to do more with less. So as, you know, just as you're probably outsourcing your mailing list or email sending to cloud vendors, it is worth asking yourself, do you really want to be in the business of operating your own queues? And Matthew Drucker here, the CTO of SoundCloud, thinks you shouldn't. So now, you know, that begs the question, if this is the case, why are so many people using queues still? Well, so queues have been around since the 90s. And, you know, when something, you know, is familiar, it feels cozy, and we are used to that, even if it's not the coziest solution. But you deserve, you know, coziness. So to go back to the beginning of the talk, I really like to work on the side projects because I can focus on the user needs and not on all the daunting things like reliability. In 2024, you deserve fun and joy in your day jobs too. And so thank you so much. Let's be friends. Reach out to me, DM me, talk to me. Yes, thank you.
Hello, hello, everybody. All right, we're nearing the end of the day. So just a couple of announcements. So remember, tomorrow, day 2 of the conference is in downtown Miami at Manna Common. So it will not be here. So again, if you come here tomorrow, you will be alone. So, and anybody else who might have went to the wrong place. But tomorrow, also, you know, if you haven't been here before, we do like developer health activities because it's good to be active, you know, even when you're traveling. So we're doing pickup basketball tomorrow at the Underline. You can Google that. It's in downtown Miami as well. And also make sure you go to the Emerges to visit our sponsor booths. They're giving away stuff. They're doing demos. So go to the Emerges and visit our sponsor booths as well. All right, so now I'm going to introduce our next speaker, and I'm really hoping that he doesn't go viral again, because the last time he gave a talk, everybody was photoshopping his slide on Twitter with the Next.js use client thing or use server thing, and they were going crazy. I seen this one, somebody was like, oh, now you can write Morse code in React. So I'm hoping that he doesn't go viral this time. But yeah, I'm sure he has a great talk planned. So everybody, welcome to the stage, Sam Selikoff.
Thanks. Thank you very much. I liked going viral last year. It was fun. Okay, everyone can see. Cool. So my talk is called Incomplete React, and it's completely different from my talk last year. I'm just wanting to kind of hack a little bit, show off some new APIs, but kind of let me set the stage first. So why is it called Incomplete React? Well, my talk last year was at NextConf, and it was focused on a lot of the new APIs we've gotten in React and some that have come to Next. But At this point, a lot of what's happened in React in the framework space, in Remix, whether you're using Next, whether you're not using either of them, we've gotten a lot of these new back-end primitives, right? And for a long time in React, we thought of it as a front-end library. It's really, that's its job, that's what it was introduced to solve. And we got these great primitives over, let's say, the last 10 years that give us all of these amazing libraries in the ecosystem today that let us do things like render a modal dialog just by rendering a component. And that was really hard a long time ago. React added things like create portal and context that give us these incredible APIs that us app developers can use just by rendering components. And I think that's the strongest thing that React has going for it. And this, again, works regardless of which frameworks you're using or kind of which particular setup you have. But it's always been focused on the front end. And now with things like server components and server actions and some newer things coming to React like use form state, use form status, maybe you've heard of use action state. The stage is kind of set for us to have this similar level of abstraction and these similar easy-to-use components that span both the front end and the back end. So again, we have a lot of folks who use Remix in here. We have folks who use Next. We have folks who are using React in a Create React app and an SPA. Regardless of what you think about everything going on along the framework line, this, I just wanted to kind of write some code with my friends who all use React and see kind of what primitives we can get that will make React really a full stack library instead of just a front-end library and see what kind of abstractions that we can end up with. So let's just take a look at some of these new ones. And I have a simple app here. This is a Next app, but I have Prisma wired up. And so if you haven't used Prisma before, it's just a little ORM. It gives you a little data layer, and I have one little model here. It's a post model. It has a title and a string. That's a string, and a content that's a string. And I have an SQLite database. So here we're at the home page. Let's go ahead and fetch all of the posts in the database. And you can see over here in Prisma Studio, I don't have any. So let's actually create one first. We're going to create a new post first because we wouldn't want to show an empty database. So let's create a new post. And let's see, this is working. So how do we do that? We do this with a form, and we have an input for the title, and we have a button that submits it called Create Post. So we've got our little form here. Of course, if we do this, nothing happens right now. But one of these new APIs that has come to React, and again has come to the frameworks as well, is action, this action prop. And so this can take in a server action because I'm using Next. Again, not really about the specifics here, but this is kind of where we've moved as a community in terms of how to kind of create data across the network here. And so all these kind of server-driven paradigms use something very similar to this. So what does an action look like? Well, let's come here and just create a new file, and we can use the use server directive to let us know that this is going to run on the server. And we'll just export an async function called create post. And so let's just log something right here, hi, and let's import create post. Just like this. And if I hit create and we look at our logs, we can see that running on the server. So that's pretty cool. And Prisma is pretty awesome. We have a little Prisma DB helper. I have my post wired up. That comes from the schema, and I can just call create. So let's go ahead and create a post with title, welcome to Miami, something like that. And we'll await that because that's an async function. And so right now we're just going to hard code that, but if I hit create and we come over and look, then we've created some data. So let's actually get the title from the form. Actions give the form data as an argument right here. So over here, this guy's actually going to get a form data. This is type form data. And so our title can be form data.get title. This is an interface that's straight from the browser. I'm sure a lot of you have used this, but this is kind of how we work with it. And so now we can just pass it in right here, just like that. And now if we say post 2 and hit create, then we come over here and we see that's in our database. Pretty cool. So now we have the data in our database. Let's go ahead and fetch the data in our page and display it. We're going to await the DB. And this is going to find many. This is just Prisma's way to get all the posts. So this is going to give us a post object here. And then right down here, let's have a little divider. And let's map over each post. And we will render a div with a key. And we'll say post.title, something like that. Pretty cool. Now, this is pretty easy, but there's a lot of wiring it takes to just kind of go through this over and over again. And because those of us in the JavaScript ecosystem like to use the tools that we like to use, there's not a lot that we have shared across front-end and back-end setups where we can make assumptions about the shape of our data, the name of our models, the foreign key constraints that link a model to its relationships. And so you end up with a lot of abstractions like this that have become a lot easier to use than they were. And now they embrace, all of the power of the server and let us block on route navigations and create things in a protected environment without having to think about all sorts of back and forth and client-side caches and all sorts of things like that. But it's still a lot of wiring to get something like this going, right? And I used to be a Rails developer. I still write some Rails, actually. But if you've never used a framework like Rails, and I really think of Rails as a framework because it has a lot more opinions about how you're supposed to set things up. And those constraints, while they can feel limiting, and in fact, some of those constraints are what cause people to leave more opinionated frameworks like Rails to find things that would let them do things that they couldn't do within those constraints. They bought you quite a lot of power. And one of the best parts, in my opinion, of Rails is active model and the entire model layer, which makes a lot of assumptions about how you model your domain, which database tables you set up, how you name them and their fields, how you relate them with foreign keys. And one of the benefits of all that knowledge being built into Rails is this little form for helper. So when you make a form for something like an article, which is similar to our post here, Rails gives you a form with, used to be called form for. I'm aging myself, although I guess the gray in my beard does that these days. Form with, form for, form with model article, and then you just render a form text field and a title. You render a text area for the body and a submit. And that is all you do. And you basically get not only what we just made, you get a lot more because Rails knows that on your database level, the title is required, but the body is optional. And so if you tried to save this, set aside client-side validation for now, if you tried to save this and your database rejected it, you'll get an error message showing up in your HTML. And this is just the surface. If you had an article that had many comments, you can actually use, there's APIs that cover all that stuff. And you can accept nested attributes. It can basically build that graph for you altogether. So I was thinking about this when I was kind of playing around with some of these new APIs. Like, this is a server component, right? This is really cool because this is a page in our application, but we now have async server components that we can get from something like a Prisma. Prisma could ship a component that was like a table, a model table that takes in a model name, and it just knows how to find them all. Or we could, when we use these server actions, we could have something like a form for, a form with, and pass it a model. But again, going back to why people were nudged away from some of these more opinionated server-side frameworks is that they can't do everything that we can do with like the full power of React on the client, right? So you want us to get closer to this sort of API but not give up all the stuff that we've gotten from the composability and the primitives and the ecosystem that we've gotten in React. So this is cool. I'm rendering an input, but you know, maybe I want to go and style this now, or I want to use one of these front-end libraries to do a little bit more. I actually have Radix themes installed right here, so I can replace this p tag with a heading. And you know, this is one of these cool like design system component type things. I can just give it a few sizes, or I can use the default. They also have an input, so they have something called a text field from Radix themes. And I can have like a slot in it, or I can just render a text field. And it's going to be nice, and it's going to have my accent color from my theme. I can add a little bit of margin to the top. And I can also do a text area, right? And maybe we'll say this is going to be the content, and this is going to be the title. And this button is pretty ugly. Let's bring in the button from Radix themes. Looks a little bit better. And this is cool. You know, they have all these variants. We can make it like soft if we wanted to. And it respects all these colors. And this is cool because now, you know, we can write another new post with lorem ipsum, hit save, and our form is still working. Oh, it looks like the content didn't work. Let's go ahead and update this. We will get the data is going to be both the title and the content, like that. Let's try that again. Refresh, test 333. Oh, data is right. I did that so it would be easier. I actually love pair programming at conferences. It's kind of like a meetup. I used to do this all the time. Do you guys remember meetups? It was like a thing we used to do. 3, 3, 3. Boom, there we go. So this is neat. Like, we have something here that's pretty cool. And you could imagine wrapping this up into something even more reusable. Let's actually make this. This can be a form from Radix UI. They have a form here. But that requires some client functionality, and they have some extra stuff here for the client feature. So let's actually create a create post form. And I'm going to grab this. Sometimes I like to just do this, copy it all, return just this, because then I get my imports, you know. Remove the async, clean up the imports, boom, we got a create post form. Let's go here, create post form. Oh, I got to name it. Create post form. Every time I try to use those refactoring things in VS Code, they never work. But I always like the idea of them. And this is now client component. So this is working. We can organize those imports, get rid of that. Let's try it again. Let's see, what should we write an article about? Why the Dobermans are choosing to side with Kenny. Why are the Dobermans choosing to side with Kenny? This is, I guess, a little inside baseball if you weren't at Dax's party. Because they knew he needed backup. That's my take anyways. Let's create that post. Come over here, refresh. Okay, so that's working. That's pretty cool. So now we have this little create post form. And the cool thing about Prisma is that it generates all these types from the schema. So right here, you can look and squint at our create post form. You can see, you know, we have a title, and it knows it should render this. It has content. Maybe it should render a text area because it's longer. You could use, if you look at DB, something like db.post.fields, this is basically a typed list introspected from the schema. And so you could imagine making this, the step from getting here to form 4, a form with and Rails, it's a lot more reasonable now. It's a lot easier to understand how you could iterate over those fields and build that up. So that's kind of just trying to give you an idea with actually building this out, how this could be something, what would it look like for Prisma to ship with something that gives us this create server action. It knows how to wire up these forms, but it doesn't take away the composability and the flexibility we like when it comes to really customizing and tweaking the front end, you know? So that's kind of that basic part. I want to show you some of these new APIs. Does anyone have any questions so far? Again, let's just make, it's like 5 p.m., it's React Miami. Great question. How can we make the page update when we submit the form? So this is a Next app. They have their own mechanism for this, but every framework really has a kind of different answer for this. There are some new caching functions coming to React, but this way that we would do this, let me show you, but the general idea is whether you are using a framework that does more aggressive caching or less, or one that just chooses not to re-render parent parts of the layout because you make a data change here, this is kind of something that you have to think about everywhere. So the way you would do this in Next is in our create post action, we know that the db.post has changed. And so what we can do is call revalidate tag. And this is an idea called surrogate keys, which comes up a lot in back-end systems. How do you know to kind of expire cache or re-render something? This is something we can make up ourselves. And so let's call this post.all. This is like a standard way you would see a surrogate key named for a model. And again, this could come from Prisma because Prisma knows we have a post and it knows which operations mutate the posts. So if we just call revalidate post, that will revalidate the post tag, but we haven't marked our home page here, new post, with a tag yet. Well, actually, that seemed to work. Surprisingly. Did I call revalidate? Yeah, tag. Refresh. Test. Let's test again. This is also what's fun about live coding. I thought that that was going to cache. Maybe not because I haven't deployed this or there's no, in development, it's just reloading. But if this was in a parent layout, let's put this in a parent layout. Let's put this in a parent layout. So let's move this up to the layout. And let's say we had it right here. Div. Let's grab the posts up here. And we're going to make this an async function. And let's grab the DB. And it doesn't like that. Async function right there. There we go. And I'm going to comment them out here. And I'll grab these from here. And let's put them in the layout. I'll put them below before, just like we did. Okay. Let's put them in this container. So there we have all of the posts. And let's try, why should you come to React Miami? To drink spicy margaritas, of course. So let's create. Why is that re-rendering? You know, I have some other code in here, but I don't think it's actually, it's not cached. Yeah, but this layout shouldn't be re-rendering. I didn't think it would have. Let me just check really quick. Revalidate tag from next cache, use server. But it's not even using it. Because there is something that we can do. So if I refresh that and I say 222, 222, see, that doesn't rerun it. What was that? Maybe it's because I wrapped it in this capital. Let's try this lowercase form. Use client, action, button type submit. Maybe it's something with that capital form that was doing it. Oh, there we go. Now it's not. Is that correct now? Oh, it's because I don't have the revalidate tag. Let me put it back, save that. 444, 444. It's showing up for some reason. Anyways, the way this is I'm surprised. I do have a version down here. So the way that this is supposed to work is here in the layout. Next has something called unstable cache. And this lets you mark any code with a tag. And so what you can do is you can say const find all posts. And this will actually kind of break it, and it will show you when it doesn't work anymore. Const find all posts is going to be an async function, and it's going to return this. But we wrap it in unstable cache. So bring unstable cache up here. This is how we do it. Const find all posts. And here we can return db post find many. And now we can get the posts. Let posts equals await find all posts. And unstable cache, now, if we try this again, now it stops completely. And I believe that this would be the behavior by default if we had shipped it and kind of like did a production build. So now you're like, we have this initial problem. And actually, if we refresh, we don't see anything new at all. So another new one, test. We don't see it. We don't see it because in the next model, they want you to really tell the system whenever you have changed anything. And so unstable cache takes in another argument right here, which is an array of these same keys, these surrogate keys. So now I can say post all, and we can give it to tags as well, which is kind of another part where you have to do this right now. But if we mark this as a post all key, there we see the new ones are showing up. Lorem ipsum, another new one, and we hit save. Then we bust that cache, and it knows to re-render. But the cool thing about this is, again, this could be a function that comes from this lib alongside our create. The create knows to invalidate this. If we edit this, it would know how to invalidate specific models. And since we're running low on time here, I just want to jump ahead and show you some of the other things that we can do now. Let's go to V2. This is just oh, I have that in my root layout now. Let me comment this out. So this is a little bit further along, and if we look at this page, once we're in posts, we're rendering something that's just a Prisma model, and it takes in a model name. And what Prisma model does is it does a lot of similar to what we just saw. It finds all of the models, and this is coming from the lib right here. So this find all is cached. It takes a model name. These are hard coded right now, but again, you can imagine parameterizing all this. And if we look at this model, we also have we have a link going to each post in detail. And we can click into this. We can see the post. Let's look at the post page. And this is on the slug right here. This just renders the post content and title, and we can hit edit. And if we hit edit and we look, we're going to see a Prisma form. And this takes in a model name and the actual model, which we're finding using this, all server components and server actions. I think you can even introspect what the model name is from the model that you pass in. But if you pass that into a Prisma model, or sorry, a Prisma form, you either render an edit or a create based on if the model exists or not. Here it doesn't exist, so let's go to edit. And this really is just a few more things on top of what we were already looking at. It's a form, and it's a form field and label from the radix library. And if I delete this title and I try to save it, we have a little latency, and we actually get back an error from the server. And if we look inside the lib at update, you should be able to see a lot of the same stuff we did. We have the form data, except now we're using Zod, and we just try to parse it. And if we don't, then we return the errors in the form. And what's really cool about this radix stuff is the form has this server invalid flag, and they have this form message. Whoops. They have this form message that uses like the validations API in the browser, and you can say basically if it's in an invalid state or not. This is the kind of thing you could do on the client, but I have no client validations just to demonstrate how you can use server-side validations and have it all wired up. And then this use form state is how you actually kind of get this information from your server. Action, we don't have enough time to walk through this right now, but this is going to change very soon. These two hooks are kind of coming together as use action state, but it's the same idea. And I'll post all this code so you can look at it. But this basically gives us a form here where we can save this, and we can also delete it. And when we delete it, we can show, again, a radix modal. So just because we have a really nice API from something like a Prisma form doesn't mean we don't have to give up, the radix dialogues or any of the rich UI components we have. We can delete these, and we can redirect and revalidate the list. So that was really the point of the talk, is just to get folks thinking, wouldn't it be cool if we have some opinionated setups where I can define a schema, and I can define a new model, and out of the box I have something very simple to use that comes with a lot of functionality, but it decomposes in a way that still gives me escape hatches to customize it and bring rich UI functionality in where I want it, just like we've been doing with our UI libraries in the front end. And all of these things could be generated from your schema, provided you're using the tools that know enough about each other. So that's kind of the things I'm thinking about most these days when it comes to server components, server actions, the hooks that give us the pending state and the return value. We've spent a lot of time trying to work, I feel like, towards the high part, the ceiling of our apps and the richness of the UI. But in doing so, the floor where we're starting out on together has kind of fallen a little bit compared to where, again, a lot of more conventional opinionated frameworks like Rails start. And so I think now that we have these primitives, we can start to raise that floor, and I'm really curious to see kind of how these abstractions develop over the next 3 to 5 years. So yeah, that's my talk. Thanks.
Yeah, you can come out and put your stuff. Woo!
I like that.
Yeah.
A little bit more of that.
Let's go first.
You go first.
Okay. Whew. All right. So the next speakers, we have actually a group of speakers. So it'll be 2 of them.
It's just 2. It's not a group.
Yeah. I mean, that's a group, all right?
It's a pair.
Milli Vanilli was a group, and it was 2 of them.
I'm ungrouping us.
All right, so one of our speakers, for years, I was jealous of his name because I thought it was actually David K. Piano. And I was like, dang, my mom named me William Johnson. So I was like really jealous. But then I found out backstage that his last name is actually David Khorshid, which is still better than William Johnson, but not as cool as David K. Piano.
State machine, state machine, state machine. It worked. I always knew it would. So is that your introduction of David?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then we have, so I would have introduced him as the king of state machines, and then I was going to introduce Jenny as the queen of state machines, but my group mate screwed it up. So, you know, I'm just going to go with this instead. She told me not to read what was on the website, but I'm going to read it. Jenny Chung is the head of operations and developer relations at Stately AI. Jenny also dedicates her time to co-organizing Orlando.js, dedicates her time to meetups, and is a passionate advocate for community, imparting valuable insights on mental awareness, state machines, and various collaborative tools. When she's not engaging with users or gracing the stage, you can spot Jenny at your favorite local donut shop, savoring the simple joys of life. If you have a donut, please donate it to Jenny. She'll take it. I'll take one as well. To the king and queen of state machines, please give a round of applause.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Well, hello everyone. Thank you for having us at React Miami. I'm Jenny, lover of donuts. This is David, state machine guy. So before we start, I'd love to give a round of applause to the organizers and the sponsors to make this conference happen. So thank you so much.
Yeah, seriously, is this on? Yeah? All right, this is the most FOMO-inducing conference that I've been at. And I'm here and I have FOMO. Like, that's how good this is. All right. What are we talking about? Can I talk about state machines?
No, we're
Okay,
at a React conference. We should probably talk about React.
All right. So we are going to talk about React and how good it is. All right.
All right, so what's what?
What? Okay, so I have to explain this a little bit. React is really awesome, and I'm going to tell you how awesome it is. So we're going to talk about the weird and awesome things about React. Because we're at React Miami, we should learn a little bit about React.
And I hear React is this awesome framework.
It's a library, actually. Actually, yeah. I don't know. So people can't actually, you know, I accidentally said it was a framework earlier. It's, well, okay, if you look at the docs, it says library, right? So React is a library.
Okay. I can go with that. So if React is a library, then that means Remix and Next.js are their frameworks.
Yes, but a lot of the times they're called meta frameworks for some reason. So, which makes you question, like, what is the framework? Is it React? I don't know, but yeah.
Okay, so then if React is a framework, Next is a meta framework by Vercel.
Yes.
Then React is a Vercel framework by Meta?
Yes, you're getting it. Okay, good. Some people think it's the same thing, you know. These people are very uninformed and we should teach them. This is a junior developer, you might know him. But anyway, so you know what, let me just clarify this, okay? React is a library that acts sort of like a framework.
Okay, so then React is a framework that thinks it's a library?
I mean, that's also valid. But overall, React is just JavaScript. Who's heard that before? React is definitely just JavaScript, except for all the parts that aren't JavaScript, like JSX, Babel, Webpack, hooks, server components, like those weird directive things.
Okay, I would hope that a JavaScript framework is just JavaScript.
Yeah, React.
So people actually say that it's just JavaScript?
Yeah, no, seriously, people say that online. You know, here's Tyler McInnes. He said it's just JavaScript. And people online are always right.
But people literally say anything online. Like Sarah Josner says that your mom is JavaScript.
You know, maybe my mom is JavaScript. Maybe we're all JavaScript, you know? Who knows?
Okay, well, anyways, let's start actually building an app.
Yeah.
I will start with npm install React.
Yeah, or I mean, you could use yarn add React. There's pnpm add React. If you're a hipster, you could use bun. So they allow anything in JSON now, believe it or not.
Well, I'm just gonna npm install React to make it easier.
Okay, you also have to install a few other things. Okay, and I think that's it. I think that's how you
Is that it?
No, actually. So if you go to the React docs, it actually tells you that it recommends that you use a framework, right? So there's, you know, a couple frameworks that we could use, such as Remix, and these are the men of Utah. That's how you know it's remix. And then the Men in Black, they're the ones who made Next. So.
You're telling me, in order to learn React, I need to learn a framework?
Yeah, so actually, if you go to their docs and you want to use it without a framework, they actually have a really long explanation about like why you really can't use it without a framework. So I guess if you're learning React, it's going to be a little bit difficult. So, yeah.
Okay. Actually, wait, hold on. I found that you can actually use Vite.
Yeah.
And it works without a framework.
You could just use Vite, yeah. So React, the documentation, it sort of just hides that. I mean, if you look here, it's like all the way at the bottom. And that's a common theme with their docs, I'll show you later. But at the bottom, you could use Vite. And it's just yarn create Vite your app. With the template, you could use React or the other frameworks like Vue, Svelte, etc. So it's pretty cool. If you want to get started, if you want to learn, this is the easiest way.
Okay, great. I'm going to start with making a React component.
Okay. Where did you learn this from?
From the React docs.
Wait, like these docs?
Yeah, those ones.
No. So these docs are not the actual docs. Or like they're the old docs, but it says,
Okay, these docs then. I just found this.
Okay. I mean, it's okay. It's not the most up-to-date docs, but they worked really hard on it though.
Okay. Well then, what about Dan Abramov's tweets? Does that work?
Yes. These are the real React docs.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
All right. So let's write a React component.
And this is much better.
Good.
Yeah.
But why don't we use classes anymore?
You know what? I don't know. So classes in React were actually really, really awkward. There was like component did mounts, component should update component this and that. Like obviously it's a React.component. I don't know why they start with components like for all the methods, but I mean React developers, we have no class anymore. We're just using I don't mean to, we're just not classy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You or them.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah. So yeah, if you don't want to use JSX, then you could also just write it this way. This is just JavaScript, by the way. But yeah, absolutely.
Does anyone do it like this?
No. No one ever does this.
Okay, I feel like we're moving further and further away than just JavaScript.
Yeah. And yeah, I have no idea where that tagline really came from, but React, let's admit it, it's just really not just JavaScript. So yeah. But you know what, regardless, you might think JSX, which definitely not JavaScript, it's actually pretty awesome, especially if you get used to it. Like it looks like HTML, feels like HTML, it's familiar,
Okay, well, I ran into something weird here. It shows 0.
Oh yeah, that's one of the weird things about JSX. Okay, you actually have to put this Boolean here, like triple equals 0 to show the items. Or you could do this double exclamation mark. If you're using TypeScript, you could have a little bit more fun with the exclamation marks. Yeah.
Items as item. That reminds me of Jacobs by Mark Jacobs by Mark Jacobs.
Yeah. You'd be surprised. You see this a lot in React code bases. Okay, so pop quiz here. What's wrong with this code?
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, well, we're missing a key. Yeah? It's a huge, I know, it's really easy to overlook, and the for loop is a little bit of an issue too, so yeah, you could pretty much do this.
Okay, so if I do this instead, will it work?
Yeah, I mean, React is still gonna yell at you about the whole key thing, so you have to add something there.
All right, so I will just add whatever key then.
I mean, you can, and actually this is a bad idea. So just use IDs, or use an index, I guess. But this will at least make React stop yelling at you, so that's pretty nice.
This seems like React is all about functional programming then.
Yeah, now that you're using map instead of for loops, but by functional programming, if you mean use functions, unlearn half of JavaScript, and also learn TypeScript, which Some famous YouTubers will tell you is not optional anymore, then yeah, it's pretty much functional programming.
Okay. Well, okay, let's start talking about the React hooks.
Yeah, okay. So, pop quiz, and this is sort of I keep giving you pop quizzes. This is a math quiz, okay? Let's say we set counts to count plus 60, and then count plus 8, and then count plus 1. What's the answer?
I'm not going to say that.
No. Why don't you ask the audience? What's the answer? Who said 69? It's 1. All right, so what do we do instead?
Well, it seems like to fix this, I should probably put a function inside the set count, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you have to do that because set count is asynchronous. So that count is still going to be the same, and it's not like queued up until after the component renders, and then it's going to re-render with the counts. So
can I do this for sets and maps too?
Okay, so this one's actually a little bit weird, even though sets and maps are just JavaScript. This set will actually be the same instance, so that's actually not going to work. You can't really do this, but I have an alternative. If you put it in an array and then you just put the set in an array, you know what? I thought this was a good idea, so it hurts that they're laughing, but it's okay. You could use sets and maps this way.
Well, it doesn't seem that React really plays nice with maps and sets.
Yeah.
Even though this is JavaScript.
Yeah, I know. It's like JavaScript, 75% of JavaScript, But you know what? Let me talk about useState a little bit. It's just a really good hook, and it's really simple if you need to. Look at this. One line of code, useState. It's great.
But every time I use useState, I feel like I use 8.
Yeah. This is more of an edge case. This isn't every app. You don't really see this that often.
Really?
Yeah.
What about this?
Okay.
And this. And this.
Okay. Thankfully, we have a solution, okay? It's called useReducer. It's wonderful.
Okay, well, that's wonderful. Why doesn't everyone use it?
Because no one likes useReducer, okay? Nobody. And it's not that it's bad, it's just that it reminds people of these red ducks over here.
Wait, red ducks or redux?
Redux, same thing. Okay. But you know what? Here is really how simple useReducer can be. You have these useDates, and then you have useReducer, and really you only need one hook to do this. So honestly, in cases like this, useReducer might help you literally reduce the number of states.
Okay, so I guess, let's see. I can probably use useReducer for a simple toggle, similar to this?
Yeah, this is a really, really simple. useState is even more complicated than this. But for some reason, people just don't like useReducer.
So why does the React community not use Redux anymore?
You know what? I don't really know, and also that's false. There's a lot of people using Redux still, either because they have to, or because they're like, hey, this is actually good. Because Redux used to be a lot of boilerplates and weird conventions and things like that, but it eventually came back with Mark Erickson, and we have Redux Toolkit, which is actually pretty awesome, so you should try it out.
All right, let's see. Next we have use context for states that rarely change.
So use context is actually really useful. You do have to add this weird null as any because TypeScript is weird about that. Or you could put the exact type of whatever you expect to put in use context. But yeah, it is for more of a global state thing, but not really for all states. It's just a nice way to share state.
Okay, so can I use it for things like?
Yeah, just state that rarely changes, like a theme.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about to see whether or not Ken Wheeler is drunk?
Yeah, that rarely changes, so
Okay.
But honestly, you should really think of use context as a dependency injection thing rather than a global state thing.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. All right, and also, when you use it as dependency injection, you end up having something that looks like this. You have a lot of providers, which are fine.
Do you live like this?
Honestly, this is pretty normal for React code bases. There's actually nothing wrong with this, believe it or not.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But you know what? It's actually a lot better than what we've had before.
What is that?
Okay, so these are higher order components, and these were actually really popular before context. You know, do you remember HOCs? Because Ken Wheeler sure does. Or, sorry, Ken C. Dodds. I'm so sorry, yeah. Yeah, Downshift used HOCs, and that was a nightmare. This entire thing is a button. But you know what? Let me tell you something else. Use context is actually really cool. Did you know that it can be called conditionally? So if you have some condition, you could, you know, either use context or return null. It's pretty cool.
Okay, but if it's just JavaScript, I thought you could call any hook conditionally.
No, so you actually can't call hooks you can't call most hooks conditionally, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay. Well, other libraries were able to figure it out, like Solid and Vue.
Okay,
what
but
happened?
This is because of the rule of hooks, you know. And I know it's weird. I know the rules of hooks are weird. But really it's because of just the technical limitations of using hooks and basically how they work. So.
Okay. Okay. So I need to recap.
Okay.
When you're using a local state with simple updates, you want to use useState.
Yeah.
Global states with simple updates, you want to use context.
Yeah.
And then we have local state with actual logic as use reducer.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do for global logic and actual logic?
I don't know. Actually, you have your choice. You have plenty of choices here. And I mean, the sad thing is that React, not the same thing, they actually were so close to having a solution for this called use sync external store. Unfortunately, you know, it's not really that common. It's like if people hate use reducer, they sort of hate this one more, but it's actually a really, really useful hook. But you know what, let's move on from states. Okay?
All right, we'll talk about your favorite hook.
Favorite hook, it's use effect, yeah. So use effect is actually, you know, pretty weird. You know, if you do weird things like setting accounts inside of use effect, then you get a lot of changes. And you end up with this.
Don't the docs warn against that?
All right, so you'd be surprised. The old docs, so you would have to scroll all the way to the bottom until the first mention of a dependency array. And it was a tip. It wasn't even like the core API. It was a tip. You could optimize performance by skipping effects. And then that's where they introduced the dependency array. Later, they updated the docs, but React hooks were introduced in 2018, and the official docs were released in 2023. So yeah, React sort of works in like a 5-year cycle. You know, it's just how it works.
So if I want to fetch data inside a use effect, what happens?
So this one, you know, it will just keep running and running, and then you owe Amazon $1 million.
Wait, what if I'm using Vercel?
Yeah, they'll come after you too. They'll get your money. And that's because we forgot the dependency array.
Okay. What if I wrote it this way to prevent being called more than once? Can this avoid the problem?
Sort of, but then you have another weird thing, which is effects execute twice on mount in strict mode, which is just really, really weird. So, yeah. And so, I mean, maybe you could just disable strict mode, but only if you need to, because life is short.
All right, let's continue to talk about the other hooks like useRef.
All right, so useRef is really cool because if you want to do something and you don't want React to know about it, you could just use ref. So it's a really great hook for that. And so in React 18 and below, for some silly reason, you have to like pass this component, the function component, into forward ref. There were some limitations where you couldn't use this as an actual prop on the custom components, but for some weird reason in React 19, it just will magically work. I don't know, they were able to figure it out after 5 years. Yeah, and so there's also use memo and use callback, which are also important hooks where if you're re-rendering everything, which is basically how React works, it's probably okay, but the moment where it's not okay, that's when, you know, React, you have to use memo, use callback, or react.memo, which is actually really useful, except there's a lot of footguns here because let's say you have default options and you want to pass that into a component and you're spreading over here, that is going to update every single time. like for example, if you do this, every single time you render the parent, that's a new object. That's a state new object. State.new, that's our company. So doing some sly advertising in there. So you have to basically pass every single prop in there for it to work. Otherwise, use memo is pretty much useless. And another place that it's useless is for event handlers. So if you've ever tried to do this, this is one of the most confusing things. You have on change on a value whenever that value changes, but ESLint will yell at you because you're forgetting that on change. So you have to pass the on change into the dependency array, but if that has some upstream updates too, then you're going to just keep calling this use effect because on change is going to just keep on changing and keep affecting things that make the component re-render. So the best thing to do is just to tell ESLint to shut up. Yeah. And so actually, Kenzie Dodds talked a lot about this too, where basically if you have an event handler, and you try to put it in use callback, just don't do it. So a great way to remember this is if you can put it, if you're asking if you should put in an event handler and use callback, you can't.
Oh, Kent is awesome.
Kent is great.
Okay, wait, so all of this use memo and use callback stuff, it's a little bit confusing. I thought React is supposed to be fast by default, so like, why do we have to make it slow?
Well, you know what? Thankfully in React 19, React Forget is coming up, and that's going to let you just completely not use those, hopefully not use those use callback, use memo, all of those weird optimizations that you had to do.
Why forget?
I forgot.
No, forget.
Yeah, it's called actually, okay. So React has these projects or experiments that they do. I think that's it. So they have like Flight, Fizz, Fiber, Fabric, Float, and all these other things. And forget is one of those ideas. So that's why it's called that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's head on to the other hooks, like use debug value.
Oh, yeah, so use debug value, no one ever uses it, so. But let's see, there's use ID, really useful for accessibility. Use imperative handle, underrated, everyone hates it, no one uses it. We have use insertion effect and use layout effect as if we didn't have enough use effect hooks. And then we have use transition and use deferred value because a while ago React had this whole concurrent mode thing, but then they killed it for concurrence features, okay, which you'll probably never use anyway. And then we have use form state and use form status, which will never get confusing. And we have use.
Use what?
No, use what is our talk. This is just use. It's really useful for stuff.
Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room.
Oh, you mean RSCs. So RSCs are also a little bit weird. You have this random string that somehow tells the component. I mean, you heard Sam talk about it in the last talk, or actually you didn't because you were locked outside for some reason. But we have use server and use clients and use whatever that sort of say, hey, this component should actually, I think, like render or run on the server versus the client, and it makes things a lot better. I still don't get it, but yeah. So.
Okay, so do I just put use client on top of my component and it should run?
You would think that, but this actually will make React complain because even though it's a client component, it runs on the server first, so it's not fully a client component. So it's going to yell and be like, what the hell is a window? So.
Why can't I just check to see if it's defined and then use it?
So, I mean, this is fine, but you know, things like Next.js will actually yell at you because the width does not match, like the server width does not match the client width. You have like whatever number it is versus IDK. It's not going to be happy about that. But there's actually two different strategies for that. So you could use state and use effect, and basically this is going to show 0, and then use effect's only going to run on the client. So when the client renders this, it's going to like just flash from 0 to whatever the actual width is. But there's also another thing you could do, which is use sync external store. Really awesome hook. And so TK Dodo talked about this. I really recommend you read this. But with use sync external store, you have no sub, and then you have this window.innerWidth over here. This is what the client sees. This is like telling you this is a snapshot from the client, and this is the snapshot from the server. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, but why no sub?
No sub is because usync external store uses pub sub mechanism.
Ooh, pub subs. I like those.
Yeah, pub subs are great. So if you're new to Miami, go visit the Publix, get a pub sub. They're actually pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, so in the React docs.
Yeah, so the React docs, I mean, server components are actually pretty good. If you're using Next.js, they're stable. So
Wait. They say that they're not stable in the React docs.
Yeah, but I don't know. Next.js, they have a lot of money, so they could just do whatever they want and call them stable. Yeah, so no one really supports React components. But I mean, other than that, listen, React is awesome, okay? And no one ever got fired for choosing React.
Wait, unless they use the use secret DOM do not use or you'll get fired.
Forgot about that. Yeah, people have gotten fired for using React, as it turns out. But also, honestly, React is still being improved. There's a lot of discussion, a lot of development. It's great.
Even though the latest release was in 2022?
Okay. Yeah, but honestly, it's constantly being updated. And besides, React is really, really popular, especially compared to all of the other frameworks. The numbers here, they don't lie.
They are lying because those are version numbers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, React jumped from 0. Whatever to 15. There were a lot of breaking changes, I guess, so they had to really, really bump that number up.
Hold on, this is probably the graph that you're looking for.
Yes, okay, here we go. So, as you could see, there's React, okay? And you could see how React is much, much more popular. This is a downloads graph, so it's showing how React is more popular than Vue and Angular, which is the x-axis. Yeah. But you know what? Here's some hot takes because we have 14 seconds left. Oh, that's negative 14 seconds. Okay. First of all, don't worry about the cutting edge React stuff. You know, you don't have to be chasing every new shiny feature of React. It's probably 5 years away anyway, and it might get canceled. That's what React likes to do for some reason. And also, don't worry about silly things. We get so caught up in like, you know, dependency arrays, hooks. Should we use memos? Should we put things in context? If you've been around a while and you've used React back when there were class components, you probably remember this. And we don't talk about this anymore. So just imagine how much time was wasted just arguing about that. So, you know, React is a very popular framework for a reason.
Okay, that's great to know.
Yeah.
Well, I hope that you all enjoyed this talk, and I hope that in the end you realize that you should learn at your own pace, okay? You are not going to operate at the same capacity as the person next to you. So you do what you can, and remember that when you're learning new things, it can be a little bit weird at first, okay? So embrace all the weird, all the funny, all the awesome things, whether in life or when you're learning React. And yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, React Miami.
Oh, thank you. You can keep it if you want. We should have made them. Thanks. Oh, was it?
Well, that's that.
Yeah, that is day one of React Miami. Let's give a big round of applause for all of our speakers today.
I also just want to say, like, as a crowd, y'all have been so engaged and phenomenal and, like, packed the room every time, so thanks. Because I wasn't that funny, and I heard you guys chuckle a little bit, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal crowd. So, as we close out today, just want to also thank our sponsors, because without the sponsors also wouldn't make it happen. So I'm going to do earlier and just read them off. We have Beeps, Versailles, aka Triangle Crew, Bundle IQ, Convex.
I thought you were going to say Clerk. I was going to let you say it.
All right, Century, Codium, Burntum, DataStack, City Tech, Storyblock, and I don't know if anybody got kids, like Storyblocks. I always think about that when I hear that name.
Nobody
anyway.
has 6 kids like you.
Stacksblix, and then Off Zero by Okta, Monogram, and Resumix.
Thank you all so much for sponsoring this conference, Clerk. So a couple of reminders. Tomorrow, not here. I know we keep saying it. Some of you are going to show up here. You can't be mad at me. So tomorrow, not here. Cross down in downtown Miami. Right after this, around 7:30 is going to be the after party. Hope to see you there. And then you wanted to talk about basketball tomorrow at 8 a.m.?
Yeah, so part of our developer health activities, we're doing pickup basketball. There's also someone running. I don't have them as details on the running in the morning. Please, you can check the Discord. There's a channel specifically for that if you're like, want to get a run in the morning. But at the underlying, we'll be playing basketball, and that'll also be in the Discord as well. And also for tomorrow, if you don't know where it is, it's on your badge. So it'll have the address. So that way you have no excuse to show up here tomorrow. And also, finally, we want to thank the people who brought this together. We want to thank the team behind React Miami. We want to thank JSWORLD Conference. We want to thank G2Y, Michelle, Gabe. If we could get that slide back up, it'd be easier to read the names. But no, they really are a great team. I remember the first time that I did React Miami 3 years ago. Josh was like, he was trying to do my travel, and he was like, hey, you want to just stay the whole week in Miami, you and your wife? Because I told him I was bringing my wife. He's like, hey, you want to stay the whole week in Miami? I was like, well, of course. So, it's always, the first day, this has always been a wonderful team. Gabe, Michelle, Josh, Luke, Susie, Nicolette. It's been a great experience working with them these last 3 years, and I'm trying to find excuses to keep working with them.
I'm just still stuck on how you said that there's going to be someone running. I think that is just like the most ridiculous way to let them know something. But no, seriously, so again, this is our first time emceeing together, so thank you so much for having us. I really appreciate y'all. And I hope to see y'all. All right, goodbye.
See y'all tomorrow downtown.
Thank you.